is, I grew up in a very, very conservative Christian. I was always told to refer to it as non-denominational because it was such a closed, tight group. Um, and I have respect for the Pope. I haven't attended that church actually since I was 17 years old, and I haven't really attended church regularly for I don't know how many years. I still consider myself a person of faith. I just don't go to church. Um, but there are things that I still hold as very important and very dear, and I still hold that faith very dear. And I still see the Pope as somebody that I respect. And I was one who was on Pope watch when John Paul the second died. Pope John Paul II died, and when um, Pope Francis was being elected, it was all about what color was the smoke that day, and and we watched very closely. So I for some reason see the Pope as a figure, even though as I was literally raised, the Catholics were not the people who were going to heaven. Those are one of the groups that were not going to heaven because they did not believe exactly what we believed. So anyway, that's a little sidebar on some some of the interesting things that I was raised with. Alex, go ahead.
Well, for Alice, I would just like to say I remember watching the smoke too, and that was the first time I recall very much staring at smoke and trying to figure out the color and what it means. I had no idea that it would be the beginning of a very useful skill for watching smoke in this war on here and trying to figure out what that means. So
Yes, I'm
start
sorry.
of a hobby, I
I'm
guess.
sorry. We do have some people who do have great senses of humor following this war, don't we? We have those who will tweet out the smoke and say it's not a pope. So anyway, sorry, Primus, go ahead, and then Alex is up.
That I know that person, Prince However, that person is me. Go ahead, Alex.
I have a question. What was the age of people Pope met with?
They were kids. They were, I believe, starting at about eighth grade to teenagers. I'm not 100% sure, but I think some of them were close to the age where they very well might find themselves in Ukraine fighting in the near future. But it was kids.
Some of them were like close to 18.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. Now I think worse than it could be. But okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And MS, go ahead. How are you doing? It's good to see you.
Hey, hi, Prince. How are you?
Doing okay.
So, Prince, good, good. I want to start by saying, Prince, I was raised Catholic, and I was actually taught that I was going to heaven and nobody else was. So, I just wanted to correct you on that. But now I will not be in heaven with you because I have long left the Catholic Church. And I just want to stay on the topic, but deviate somewhat. So we're talking about the influence of the Pope. And unfortunately, my experience, and I don't want to generalize, but in my region in Canada, the Catholic Church was very much moving to, to a far more extreme right stance. They were heavily involved in influencing politics, um, backing candidates from the pulpit, working against other Catholic or other candidates. It was very aggressive. It was very ugly. Um, I happen to be, I don't really want to divulge my position, but I was in politics, and I watched them attend Catholic school board meetings and literally in front of LGBTQ kids tell them they were sinners, and this is such a vulnerable population. So do they have influence beyond even the Pope? Yes, they do. And I think that, you know, whether we have a Pope who is someone we agree with or not, what the Pope messages is not always in alignment with what an archbishop or a bishop is messaging. There is deviations, and there are agendas, and it is very scary when you're intimately aware of what's going on, or at least in the diocese that I was familiar with.
Thank you.
Well, I might, yeah, I might say one thing as I'm going to be signing off shortly. Mockers comes up, but you know, say what you will about this current pope, but I mean, but trend line. I'm saying this is a Protestant, mind you. Um, so I don't even have a pope. You know, we have our own kind of situation going on. But anyways, you know, the trend line with the Catholic Church on here. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Gina, but has been embracing much more tolerance than you would have thought maybe 30, 40, 50 years ago on there. You know, they're opening up about, more expansive view on LGBTQIA issues, on birth control, on, different kinds of, different interpretations of sin and that kind of thing. I mean, it's, there's some modernization of that, but, there's some also very traditional views, and, they're trying to balance that. But, I think the trend line has been, in a positive, more tolerant direction overall. And, as the church moves, in a certain sense, societies are, move as well, especially like traditional societies, where the church has a big role. And, the church is kind of a reflection of you know, of the people in its diocese to an extent too. And, they're kind of dragging them along with them in a positive direction. So, yeah, I mean, there's certainly outliers. There's more hardcore elements of the church because it's a big tent, right? But they're getting there. And I would strongly expect those people that were going to those school board meetings and telling those awful things to those kids on there are not someone that the Pope would support, and would be some people that would be eventually moved out and replaced with, I dare not use the word progressive, but certainly more open-minded, tolerant people, which really I think reflects Christian values of love thy neighbor. It's I never really saw that as a thing with qualification. You know.
Primus, I wish I could agree with you, but it's actually the opposite of absolutely everything you said. And the archbishop in that diocese was very powerful. And I've been to even some theological interpretations of the Pope's stance on LGBTQ. And although he messages a nice message, he has not done anything in terms of action to back up that message, or so this was the analysis. But I don't want to get into the Pope in that stance. But I will say across Canada, the Catholic Church is absolutely becoming far more radical than anything I ever experienced as a child. And it's not a one-of situation with the priest in Alberta. It's across Alberta, and it's now moving across Canada. And we could get into the policies, but there's unanimity we're seeing trend-wise in the policies that are being adopted. In fact, one was just announced, just several announced in several provinces today. And I know that there's
Morning, folks. Can I just put in a minute and just say, are we talking about Canadian politics? And
well, we are deviating a little bit, yes, Mockers.
Yeah,
So for that, yeah, I was coming into a conversation on the Pope. And I was just talking there. The discussion was about influence of the Pope, and I said
Yeah,
it's much
I'm a
more
good Catholic
macro.
girl, and you know
micro.
what I think about the Pope? Shall I tell you? I think he's an old man.
Me too. Okay,
yeah.
and I'll leave it there because Markers, I'll let you take over from there. I agree. And I think there's a lot of danger behind religion. And it does influence the
Yeah.
war.
And I thank you. Thank you so much. And we have been going on for a couple of hours, and it is very late for Gina. And this is the second time she's come up and spent a couple hours with us today. And Gina, I really appreciate your time, but it is late, and you're going to turn into a pumpkin princess. And I think that I know that we have some hands up, and I think that Mockers and I can probably deal with these to some degree, or and just say that Gina is one of our most loyal listeners, and she will be back. I think Gina may have been listening since before I started listening, and I started listening very early on, and so that is something that Gina is just an amazing person. So I think we need to let Gina turn into a pumpkin and go to bed. I know she has her hand up, so we're going to go to Gina, and I'm sorry, we're going to just put all the other hands on hold. If you still want to leave your hand up, we can try to address it after Gina says night. But yeah, go ahead, Primus, real quick, and then we'll go to Gina, and then we will say goodnight to Gina. Thank you, Gina.
Hey, I'm just going to sign off for the night. Gina, thank you for joining us this evening, talking about the things we've been talking about tonight. Much appreciate your insights, and just generally speaking, just thank you everyone for participating and listening tonight. So leave it at that, and Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. Primus, thank you so much. Thank you for letting us deviate sometimes from what we had planned, but sometimes news comes up and we have opportunities to talk to people like Gina. So Gina, thank you so much. Go ahead and share what you want to say, and Mockers will be up here too with me in a moment. Go ahead, Gina.
Sure. I just want to thank you for letting me come up both times today to share what I learned about the statements of the Pope. But in terms of faith, and I know we were kind of going into a broader circle there for a minute, but I can tell you this, I had the honor of, as I said, being in Ukraine at the end of June, and to bring this back to Ukraine, which is why, of course, we're here. The Ukrainian people of many faith confessions, I am always inspired by, as one of their prayers for deliverance from the war in Ukraine reads, the immeasurable faith and trust they have placed in God, as they understand God, largely Christian and other minorities, other religious groups there who smaller but no less faithful and strong, vibrant populations. And I tell you this, it is the faith of the Ukrainian people, their strength that has been their strength for centuries. They embraced Christianity before Russia ever did, and Ukraine was consecrated to the Blessed Mother in the 11th century, I believe, by Yaroslav the Wise. And please correct me, Ukrainians in the audience, if I've messed that up. But there's a long, long, deep history there. And I think the takeaway, even if you don't believe in a higher power or God, you have to be impressed by this incredible belief in a transcendent reality, in a goodness, in a God, in a if you understand that God as a force, however you understand it, but in a power greater than themselves, and you can see that sustaining them. So I want to thank the Ukrainian people for making me, I think, a better person, certainly a better American, I hope, and a better person of faith too. So with that, I'm going to sign off, and as I learn more, I'm happy to share it. And I just thank everyone here who does such great work in making this space the amazing place that it is, and that's a place that I feel very much at home at, because I listen every day and several times a day. So thank you all, and may God bless Ukraine and the people of Ukraine. And may God bless you all. And Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava, Gina, and thank you so much. And God bless you. And I hope you get some good sleep, because you need it. You gotta we keep you working. Your day job keeps you working, and I know that your heart is motivated and in the right place. So thank you so much. Now go get some sleep. Okay. I tell Mockers the same thing. Mockers tells me the same thing. It's like, yes, it's a thing that happens. Good night, Jean.
It's meant in love.
Yes, it is.
Have a good
You
night.
too. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Good morning, Mockers. How are you?
Good morning. I'm very good. Do you have any idea of these hands? Who's going when and what and where?
Ming is first. I know that much.
Oh, thanks, Prince. Morning, everybody. I actually had a quick question for Gina before you disappear. Did I hear you say you were going to do something about Catholics in Russia? I'd be fascinated to see that when that comes up.
I'm looking into that to get some contacts there to see if I can get them to speak anonymously with me. Even I'm just trying to explore that through a couple of sources I have in the U.S. and in Ukraine to see if I can get, because I think that that would be an interesting thing to learn more about, to get that more in English language. That's the other thing that I like to do, is to make sure that, we have materials obviously in Ukrainian and in Russian and in Polish, but to make them more widely available to an English speaking audience, I think is tremendously helpful. So as I find anything out and write articles in it, I will definitely share.
Yeah, no, because as I remember, well, I was there, but the Catholic Church in Moscow is tucked away behind the Lubyanka, and I think it's run by a French order. So that might be a way to have a go at that. The one in Petersburg is so Petersburg's really interesting because this was the city that was meant to represent the empire. Nevsky Prospekt has every church of the empire on it, with the exception of the Catholics, who are tucked away somewhere, and the Muslims. They're not allowed on Nevsky either. So, but that church was beautiful masses, absolutely beautiful sung Slavic masses, and I can't remember who ran it, but really interesting to get in touch with them too.
Yeah, I think you're right. The history that I have, this book, The Forgotten by Father Christopher Zugger, talks about that, how the French really kind of held it together with the Catholic Church. I think, I have to look through the book. It's been a little while since I've read it cover to cover, but the French influence there with that church is what really held it. So that's a good angle, and I'm glad that you mentioned that. And as I said, it's not an area that I've been able to spend time researching as much as I like, but especially after this incident, I have great impetus, and I think my editors might grant me some time to do that. So, but thank you. That's excellent advice.
Let's go to Arrow, just because it's on my left-hand side.
I think I was next. Mockers, how are you doing?
I'm good. A little bit, still wiping sleep out my eyes. But other than that, pretty good.
Excellent. I just wanted to chime in just a little bit. I was also somebody who watched the smoke rise, whatever it was, 18, 20 years ago. I went to a Catholic university here, and I'm not Catholic myself, but you can take my comments with a grain of salt. Maybe I have some bias or influence there, but with the Pope's comments, I guess I'd put it into context with what I've experienced, and I have experienced the war through religion quite a bit. That's how I got involved. Through my denomination, I reached out early on in the war and reached out to some different people. And I communicate with a soldier who's a deacon in our church, and a priest in Eastern Ukraine, and one who's actually in occupied territory as well. So I am deeply connected. My heart is, I'm obviously extremely pro-Ukraine, and but I guess I'm going to defend the Pope a little bit, not with his specific comments. I think he misstepped with some of his comments, but I think his heart was probably in the right place. If you look at what he said on Twitter, I just did a quick Twitter search out of curiosity. He said, we should pray for Ukraine and Russia. He said that a number of times, but if you look back at his history through Twitter, which would have to be approved by him in some fashion. It's really been mostly about the people of Ukraine. And he has had other missteps in the past, but just a few weeks ago, he was meeting with Ukrainian youth, and he took time out. And I think if we look at the whole body of what he's done over the last year and a half, it's certainly much more pro-Ukraine than it is pro-Russia. And I don't condone his missteps, and they have been there. But I think if we take the whole body in, I think he's trying to, as has been mentioned by others, his primary job is to try to be a reconciler too. And I mean, he certainly has a social responsibility, and morality and religion, they overlap, but they're not. They certainly, the Venn diagram isn't a perfect circle, I'll put it that way. I've been happy in my denomination. I actually heard recently that our head of our international church, they canceled their trip to Russia, but they've even made some missteps too. It's a significantly smaller denomination than Catholicism, about 10 million people in our church worldwide. But I think it's probably a pretty difficult circumstance to be a reconciler and to also do what most of us think is just the appropriately morally correct thing to do. I guess that's how I would put it. But like I said, he has had missteps, but I think if you look at the whole body of work, it's been much more pro-Ukraine, and his heart's been with the Ukrainian people than with the Russian people, for sure.
Yeah, I just want to respond real quick. I don't know how much if you heard the whole evening or not, and the reality is it's earlier today, especially, I talked about the in-person audience that the Pope had with the Ukrainian children in Lisbon earlier, so that people understood that he had an in-person audience with them, and he had very touching words and very touching interactions with the Ukrainian children at that Catholic International Youth Conference that they had a few weeks ago. And he appeared by video link to the Russian children. That it is what it is. And I think as a whole, you're right. But I do know that there has been a great deal of outrage and a great deal of reaction to the Pope's words on the 25th. We're fortunate to have Gina as a friend of the space, as somebody who is a Catholic journalist. And one of the things that she found that I hadn't even known about earlier today, when the subject came up, was a statement from the head of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church in Ukraine. And that was sort of what we started out talking about tonight, because I always feel, and it's always very important to me, that what we need to hear is, what does Ukraine say about this? And so actually up in the nest, first tweet in the nest, is the statement from the head of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church that you can go and read about what Pope Francis said in the meeting with the youth of Russia. And so you can go and read that if you'd like. I really appreciate what you had to say. Yeah, I think all in all, the Pope has made some missteps, and as Gina, I'm probably not going to use the right words, but as Gina said, the Pope is not infallible. There are some things that he is considered infallible on. It's some things that he can't be wrong on, and there's some things that he can be wrong on. And this is one of those areas where the Pope really may have made a mistake. And so I know I just worded that totally wrong, but I got the message across. This is not one of those things that is a doctrinal kind of edict or something along those lines where the Pope, is right, period. This is one of those things where the Pope very well probably went off script and probably didn't say exactly what was a good thing to say. And in the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church is going to try to talk to the Pope about that, and I think that's a good thing. And Mockers, you don't need to put your hand up. Tell me to quit waffling on, and everybody tweet out the space so that Mockers will read the numbers for you. Go ahead, Mockers. Sorry.
That's what I was going to say, basically. Let's have a retweet because I've just looked at the numbers and wow. Let's just say, if you thought Sunday was a quiet day, they weren't messing about on Bank Holiday Monday. So let's get it retweeted, folks, because I'm excited to tell you all. And in the meantime, we have Aaron. Aaron, is your wrist getting sore there?
No, my wrist is fine. It's funny to hear Americans talk because they're very religious. Here in Australia, the Catholic Church, if any other organisation like McDonald's had the same amount of pedophilia come from the top, they'd be disbanded and pulled apart. But they, all through Australia, that one of the head guys, Pell, who went back and worked on who was finance in the Vatican, was convicted here in Australia and Victoria for pedophilia in the first instance. Now, the Catholic Church supported, paid for his whole defence, had him back after he was convicted. Then he ended up getting another trial. Somehow he ended up getting off. A couple of the people that he had people underneath him that he knew were pedophiles, and they would just send them to another parish.
Yeah, but
then they'd do it again, and they'd do it again.
Aaron,
But
Aaron, we're not.
yeah, okay, yes. Say what you're gonna say.
Yeah, we weren't at all talking about about things like that. What we were talking about was what the Pope said to Russian children and how that affects the Ukraine and Russian the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And it has absolutely nothing to do with sexual abuse in the Catholic Church. So that's not something we need to
what
talk
I'm just
about
saying
here.
is that you'd think that but there's been this idea that the Pope would have some kind of moral duty and integrity and good honor and like this religious something that you get from
Okay, but
religion that gives you this great feeling. But there's none of that in the Catholic Church.
Aaron, this is not that's not what the point is. And that is your opinion and that is your perspective.
I'll finish it off. I'll tie it up in a bow. Okay, I'll tie it in a bow. What is important is that America being so religious, they have many churches. And
what is important? What is important is what Ukrainians think. And to Ukrainians, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church is extremely important. To Ukrainians, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church is very important. To Ukrainians, their religion is important. And that's why we were talking about it. And that's what matters. Go ahead and respond if you'd like, Aaron.
That's what I was going to say, is America being very religious, if you can get the right message into, not that I agree with religion that much or some parts of it, but America being so religious, if you can get the right message going through churches, then you're going to have people donating, talking to their representatives, talking about
but it didn't have anything to do with America. We're talking about Ukrainian.
But the Catholic Church is worldwide, so there'd be a lot of Catholics in America. It's going to affect a lot of people, his message. They're going to sit there and go, well, Russia are strong and they have this whole history. It's not the right message to be sending out. It can influence other people that give speeches in congregations. And I just think that it'd be better if there was a better message that was being sent out. That's all. Because,
And what we were talking about was the fact that the head of the Ukrainian Greek Orthodox Church in Ukraine is having an audience with His Holiness soon. And that his words that he said as far as what he believes and what he thinks and what he hopes to express to the Pope when he sees him in a few weeks. That's what we were talking about. And that's the message that we were trying to portray. And that's the message that we were discussing. And I think in the
But
long
to be
run,
fair, there was a lot of divergence from just that particular topic. I think Primus said that the Catholic Church is influencing progressive values somehow. Here in Australia, they're being dragged along by the population, or they'll become irrelevant. You know, all the Catholic schools that are funded by the government.
Aaron, again, that isn't really where we're going. And I'll be
Well,
honest, right?
it was with
I
Primus, but now it's not with me. It's a bit unfair how this site's run sometimes. It's like one person can talk about one thing, but someone can't talk about another thing.
you
Fair
started
enough.
talking
You say
about
what you want to say.
pedophiles. You started talking about sex abuse in the Catholic
Oh,
Church.
I've
Not an
released him
okay
anyway.
thing to
I
do.
think so.
Apologies,
Yeah,
mockers. Go ahead.
apologies, but I'd had enough anyway. Shall I tell you what I think about religion?
Absolutely.
I think that men have done an awful lot of bad things in the name of religion, and people use it to divide. And so let's not get divided. There's my personal opinion on it.
Thank you. And I think that's what we were trying to do is I think we were trying to unite by looking at what Ukraine has said about what the Pope said. And that is actually a very important thing to look at, I think. And it's something that we should look at when it comes to this space. Thank you for hearing me out, mockers.
No problem. Well, anyway, I'm going to pivot very directly to numbers because I'll be honest, some things just they get over my head. Anyway, shall we have some numbers? Because they're pretty good this morning. In fact, when I say pretty good, I mean, oh my God. Right, here we go. We have 530 liquidated personnel. Very regular, that. 14 tanks. 14 tanks, that's a lot. 17 armoured personnel vehicles. 25 of the, what are they called? Artillery systems, that's the one. 3 MLRS and 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, which means we've hit the 500 mark. 4 UAVs, 4 cruise missiles, and, right, are you all sitting down? 43 vehicles and fuel tanks. Oh my God.
Doman,
and
where's Doman? Doman would be so excited for this.
I know, I don't know if that's a record, 43, but we'll find out. Someone will tell me. And 11 special equipment. 11 special equipment.
Mockers, I got to tell you.
11.
I got to tell you something.
Yeah.
I was a little disappointed in the numbers yesterday. I'm not disappointed in yesterday's numbers anymore because these numbers today make up for it because these are awesome numbers.
Exactly. What were they doing yesterday? They were kicking ass. That's what they were doing. Taking out all of those special equipment. And, well, the vehicles and fuel tanks is something that Doman really likes. He really likes to see large numbers on those because that's your logistics. That's your, everything that's helping. Oh, sorry, when was that? That was another day. Sorry, I'm just watching High Mars Time. So yeah, that is taking away the support, and they have been using these vehicles because they're running out of armored vehicles, and sorry, I'm just looking at the drone attack on the Kadrovites as well, apparently in Erdogan. So I think that was yesterday. There was a drone attack on Enerdagar, and it hit directly the what are they called? The FSB base people, the police station type stuff. And let's just say that partisans are certainly helping with locations there. That's what I think. Oh, I also have an MOD report. Would you like an MOD report?
MOD reports are always good.
Excellent. So where were we? Here we are. It just disappeared on me, how rude. So here is your Defence Intelligence update for the, we are 29, are we on the 29th of August? I can't make it bigger. There we go. Yeah, sorry, I've got old eyes. So, military service in the Russian armed forces has become increasingly lucrative since the invasion. On the 4th of February 22, Russian President Vladimir Putin noted that a lieutenant received 81,200 rubles per month. Really? If they get paid, I suppose. Sorry. By October 22, he announced that even mobilized private soldiers would receive 195,000 rubles per month, which is like more than double. Many junior ranks serving in Ukraine are now on over 200,000 rubles per month, 2.7 times the Russian national average salary of 72,851 rubles, by the way. That's a lot. That's a massive difference. By way of comparison, 2.7 times the average UK salary would equate to over £90,000 per year. It's highly likely the salary and additional benefits are strong incentives for personnel to join up, especially to those from the poorer areas of Russia. However, Russia will still find it unlikely to meet targets for recruiting volunteers to the ranks. Well, we know why they're struggling to find volunteers, because people don't want to die. It sounds like a lot of money, doesn't it? But if you only get it once and then you're dead, well, that didn't help you very much, did it? And they're not giving death payouts, they're not giving injury payouts, and half the time they're not even paying those salaries. They're just telling them they are. And so, yeah, it's all very well and good having this like massive salary to entice you, but in the end, if you're going to die and not use it, I don't suppose it's that much of an incentive after all. Nick, welcome up.
Hey, I got lucky and caught the numbers before going to bed for a change. So I'll probably ask you in the morning before you get off to recite them again, because I'll be waking up and won't remember. But in the meantime, I have a question for anybody who with knowledge about these sorts of things. The variation in the numbers is always interesting, and we don't necessarily know what the reasons are for them. Sometimes I wonder if it's weather related, or are there ammunition shortages for the Ukrainians, or oops, my music just got too loud. Let me turn it down. I noticed earlier tonight, in fact, not very long ago, that the Ukrainians had knocked out one of those precious special equipment vehicles. It was an electronic warfare doohickey with a bunch of numbers and letters that I don't expect me to memorize or recite. I'll never get that. I'm not enough of a military nerd to be able to do that. But is there any consistent reason that we know of for the variation from one day to the next on numbers like the artillery systems or whatnot, or is it just all random? Because that's how war is. Thanks.
I mean, I think it's pretty random, Nick, but I mean, in certain places there will be more opportunity to take out, different things depending on where they've got up to. Now, the fact that they've taken out 11 pieces of electronic equipment leads me to believe they found some sort of, front or communications hub or something that's been particularly covered by electronic warfare for whatever reason. Now, it may be that they've rolled a load of stuff in to try and assist themselves in the south and lost it. I think it's particularly galling for them when their EW is taken out by a drone that it's supposed to be jamming. How fun is that, Nick?
Thank you. Yeah, and Marcus, can you remind me for like the third or sixth time where you're getting which Ukrainian information source you're getting the numbers from? I used to know these things before I got really busy in my life, and now I can't remember a damn thing. Thank you.
Yeah, they're released every morning by the AUG, the general staff. So if you're following the general staff, you will usually see those pretty much first thing every morning about this time, about 6:30 in the morning.
Would you mind terribly, if you have time later, no hurry. I won't get to it till sometime tomorrow. Would you consider DMing me a link to that site, or maybe is it in the nest maybe, and you don't have to do that?
DM sent.
Thank you. You're the best. I'll shut up and listen. Thank you very much.
All good. All good. So before I went to bed, Prince, there was rumours of air defence being active in Crimea. Did we see anything particular happening?
I wish I did. But I have not. I did see that though. I did see that was there was air defense active around the Kerch Bridge, but that was also regarding at the same time that I saw it about Luhansk. And so yeah, no, I haven't seen anything about that though, and that makes me a little sad. But no, I haven't. I did hear that I think that there were possibly a couple more drones in Russia, but that was rather quiet too. So I'm not sure. I wish I had information for you on that.
Well, if there's any to be had, it shall be coming out this morning, no doubt. But there was even hints that there was something going on near the Crimean Bridge. So
yeah, that was,
there was a lot of people sort of
that was
doing the eyeballs on Twitter about that.
Yeah, that was the same thing, and no, I didn't see anything regarding that either, and that made me very sad because Primus asked me the same thing when our shift first started, but I wish I had seen something. Maybe Paige saw something that I didn't.
No, I just raised my hand at the wrong time. I'm sorry. I can wait.
It's okay. Mockers, would you like to hear from Paige, or do you want to go and say something first?
Oh, go ahead, Paige. And hi.
Well, hi. It's been a few days, maybe a week or so. It's been a pretty chaotic time with Ukrainian Independence Day and organizing events and everything. And I've had a good amount of interest, fortunately, in my area, and have been able to go speak a little bit to a couple of different groups about my recent trip and just encouraging people to help Ukraine. So that's why you haven't seen me as much recently. So I missed you guys. I did want to mention to Nick when he's asking about the numbers and everything that just like, I know for like OPSEC stuff, some of the military stuff is kind of delayed. And I know personally, I know that sometimes it's, as far as like what we've taken out, it's not necessarily that they're intentionally delaying it. It's just that sometimes these groups are out on a mission or operation or whatever you want to call it, And it takes a little bit of time, by the time they're out there and then they come back and they're reporting, and then, if whoever's taking all these reports and everything. So I would say I would venture to guess that a lot of times they may not be the exact numbers each day. It may be a day or two, or in some cases, depending on the battles going on in that area, a little bit longer. But I would just suggest looking at the overall numbers and celebrating those and toasting those. One other thing I wanted to mention is just that I'm just like everyone else. I'm really excited to hear positive news from the front. Just wanted to remind everyone who's listening that with these advances comes also a lot of Ukraine is also experiencing some losses. So I just want to continue to encourage everyone. I know when we're feeling good about things, maybe we're a little less likely to, I don't want to say likely to help, because I know everyone that's here cares a lot, but I just want to keep encouraging you guys to, now is a really crucial time. And there's different, I know one common request right now is fire extinguishers, because there's a lot of phosphorus bombs being used along the, everywhere, but especially along the Zaporizhia front. So just encouraging you guys to continue, no matter who who you donate to or who you help, doesn't matter, like, as long as it's going to the right place. But I just want to encourage you guys, because it's definitely, and just to kind of remain sensitive to that a little bit for any Ukrainians that are on Twitter or on the space, that as much as they kick ass, like, there's also a lot of challenges and losses that come with that at times in certain areas. So keep doing what you do, keep supporting Ukraine, and keep donating, keep telling all your friends, keep talking about it. Even when it starts to get better and we start, really pushing and pushing and pushing, just just keep it up. I guess is my point, because it's easy sometimes to get a little bit lost in the victories. So that's it. Thanks.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's it's something that we have to obviously keep in mind, that yeah, we can celebrate all we like, but people are indeed working really hard, fighting very difficult situations, and yeah, they still need support. It's something that I've seen actually coming out of Bakhmut this morning, that it's particularly difficult in that area at the moment, because they've pushed in reserves from the Russian side. But they're holding, shall we say. They're not moving forward currently, but they're holding. And I believe Klishkivka is a particularly busy place at the moment. So, there's nothing easy, unfortunately. It's hard one every time. Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to thank Paige, and Paige, you said something that reminded me of something worth mentioning here in space, although it was probably it's probably old news to most listeners at this point. But for anyone who didn't catch it, late last week, the Telegraph's podcast, Ukraine the Latest, featured a reporter who has been studying the Ukrainian combat medical evacuation issues, and they badly need the Ukrainian army, armed forces badly need better medical combat medical supplies and vehicles too. So anything you can do to promote donations for that is good. And because that is less controversial than supplying arms to Ukraine, maybe in some political quarters in the United States, maybe that would be a great way to pump your elected representatives in especially in the United States, but I'm sure Europe too, that Ukraine needs combat medical supplies in a big way, and if your representatives balk at that, then they don't have hearts and need to be voted out. And that's probably enough out of me for tonight. But yeah, thank you for Paige. Thanks for reminding me to mention that. And I will probably be signing off and going to bed very soon. Thank you.
Good night, Nick. Nale, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. First of all, Paige, you rule. Thank you for your work in Ukraine. That's a great things you are doing over there. And having said that, I would like to criticize the American administration by saying, what is Lend-Lease doing? Because to my understanding, it is doing absolutely nothing. And why is it doing nothing? And what could be done to get it to do at least something? Because to my understanding, and I was told on this space that the West can outproduce Russia in a week. And why isn't this being done? That's my question.
With a wide-ranging answer, that's the problem. And I don't know all the answers. Well, we've discussed it, haven't we, at length, why it's not being done. And it all comes down to those two words, which I hate: political will.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember, was it in the spring of 2022 that this was announced that they passed the bill for the Lend-Lease program, and then after that, nothing happens. So, I don't know. Shame on you, Joe Biden.
Yeah, I think the Lend-Lease itself has been sort of kept in reserve. I think that was the whole point of it, that while they were still able to pass money and get things paid for, they haven't really had a need for it. I think that's something in the way of how Domin described it to me. But you can ask him yourself tomorrow, because he's back tomorrow. Sorry, did I sound excited? Go ahead, Nelly.
Yes, it did sound quite exciting, actually. But why keep this in reserve and slow walk everything? And it's really strange. I can't understand it. First they say that, yeah, we're with Ukraine, and then the actions say that, well, not really. It's strange. So if the US would support Ukraine at the same rate, for instance, the Estonians have, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
You've got a good point there. I mean, I'm all for getting everything, and I do mean everything there. I mean, you know, if it were up to me, I'd be sending armies and everything, but it's not, unfortunately. With regards to the Lend-Lease, it's possible that it may be used. I thought it had been dipped into for something. I can't remember what it was, but I'll have to get somebody to investigate that for me. I was going to say do it myself, and then I was like, no, actually, I have a whole team of researchers. Why would I do that? So I'll get someone onto it, Nale, and I'll check and see if anything has actually been used, and we'll come back to you on that, because I just have a funny feeling that somebody said that some part of it had been dipped into, but I don't know what it was for.
I'm sorry, I lost track. Was this a Lend-Lease?
Uh-huh.
Okay. give me a couple minutes. I will find the article and skim it really quick. There was something that was said about it today. There was an article about it today, and it was sort of portrayed, and maybe I'm repeating exactly what you said. I apologize if I am, because I was responding to a message and concentrating on that more than what you were saying. But yes, it's sort of a, let's spend the money that we have appropriated now and leave that in the back pocket in case we have a problem with funding in the future. And that is sort of how they are treating the Lend-Lease at this point, from my understanding, is how that article sort of portrayed it. It wasn't the best article in the world, I'll say that. But from what I know and what that article said today, it has not been used at all. And it's sort of a keeping it in the back pocket in case it's really, really needed fund at this point. Does that help at all? Nelly, go ahead.
Can I answer that?
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, so, okay, it's kept in the back pocket, but why is it kept in the back pocket, since to my understanding, the presidential drawdown funds weren't used for last year in its full capacity? So why have back pockets when you don't use the whole thing before that anyway?
Well, that's the point. He wants to use the presidential drawdown fund before the Lend-Lease has to be relied on. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, sure, but he didn't. So the presidential drawdown should be maxed out the first week it resets every year, and then jump onto the Lend-Lease. But then again, I'm crazy and too gung-ho about supporting Ukraine, so there we go.
Yeah, all I can say is what was sort of portrayed in this article that I read through a little bit earlier today. So yeah, they're just saving it in case it's absolutely needed. And I think the idea of using all of the presidential drawdown in one fell swoop is a really good idea. In some ways, I think we think it's a really good idea, and it might be. I could be wrong. But my other point of view on that is, if we send them a whole, if we send them everything all at once, it's going to be too overwhelming. They will not have the people, they will not have the resources to deal with it, they will not have the places to store it, they won't have the places to hide it in safe spots. So what President Zelensky says about this, let's go back to the source. What does Ukraine say? What Ukraine says is that they are in communication with their partners on a daily basis to ensure that what they need at that time is in the next package that their partners provide. And so they aren't asking for the sun, the moon, and the stars to be delivered all at the same time, because they can only deal with the sun right now. So they are asking for what they need and making sure and ensuring that what they absolutely need is in those packages to be delivered when they need them. And I think that's, a reasonable thing. Yes, of course, there are things that are not being included and are not being sent, like the ATACMS. I understand that, but there's also constant, I'm sure, constant work on moving towards getting things like the ATACMS supplied, just like there was with the F-16s, just like there was with the Leopards, just like there was with the Challengers and the Abrams and all of the other things that we've seen come along eventually. But now, just as an example, cluster munitions are being supplied. And so when they're communicating with their partners, they're saying, okay, we need this many more cluster munitions. Can you please include them in the next package? And they're saying, okay, here you go. And so that's sort of what I wanted to say about that. Mockers, anything to add before? I think we should let, oh, you've changed your name, Stabilizer Finn, respond.
Yeah, go ahead, Nally.
Yeah, so yeah, I understand that you can ship everything at once to the Ukrainians, but you can, for instance, ship it to Poland and store it right behind the border, so it will be delivered in a timely fashion when needed. That's my opinion about this.
I agree with that 100%. I agree with that 100%. And I also think that, you know, they don't have to say that we're giving them, just, I'm throwing a number out there, 500 Abrams tanks. They don't need to say that we're giving them 500 Abrams tanks, but they could go and store 500 Abrams tanks in Poland. And then as they need them, they can release it in a package and say, okay, we're giving them 10 more Abrams tanks, but there they are sitting in Poland, ready to just ship over the border. I think that's a brilliant idea. I don't know why it's not being done. You know, if I were in the government, I would try to do what I could to make it happen. But that's just, you know, I have no clue why the government isn't doing something like that. I don't think it's a bad idea personally. Mockers, what do you think?
I think I was clearing out some messages, so yeah, I'll agree with you. Does that work?
Works perfectly for me. Nelly, is that Nelly? I apologize. Is that good? Did we get somewhere? Did you read that article? I think it was in Politico today or yesterday.
No, I haven't read that article, but I'm also spending time in David D space, so they talk a lot about this slow walking and how the 31 Abrams tanks that were pledged, they haven't moved from the States yet, so I don't know what's the hold up on that either. But then again, this morning I felt a bit frustrated, so take this with a grain of salt, and it's only my opinions and usually fairly uninformed thoughts. So have a nice day, people.
Thank you very much. I hope you have.
You too, Nally.
Yeah, I hope you have a good day too. I will have a good night because it is still night for me. For every child. Go ahead.
I guess I can't say this often enough, but we actually don't know what's being moved or where it's being moved. But Paige, I would like to boost the things that you're working to get together to send to Ukraine or take to Ukraine, whichever the case may be. But could you just tag me from time to time, because I do have a little over 5,000 followers, and it's not easy to see you in my feed as things speed by. So if you even if you sent me a DM, that would give me something to go back to pull up your site and look it over. The medical supplies, I'm boosting that through nurses associations and hospitals, and even through the Nightingale Museum from time to time when I feel like something might be suitable to include and tag them in a particular boost. But yes, we of course don't have to rely just on what governments excuse me say they're doing. But yeah, I'm out here, and the dogs the dogs have to make one more trip for the night. But Slava Ukrainian, thank you so much for all that you do.
Hello, Slava. Nick, I thought you were going to bed.
I was going to bed, but then Stabilizer Finn started. He raised a point that I think we would all benefit. I honestly think that maybe Doman can do it when he gets back. We need a primer. We space listeners, MriyaReport space listeners, need a primer on the lend lease. There was so much fanfare about it when it was originally passed and signed by Biden, and frankly, I haven't heard a peep about it ever since. And I think that, and I could be wrong about this, but I think that items like ATACMs are not available to lend lease because the Department of Defense evidently thinks that it has to save all the ATACMs it's got for Asian wars, land wars in like defending Taiwan or defending South Korea. That's the impression I get from the sort of clickbait reporting we get here in the States. So it's but there's got to be things that are less sensitive that Ukraine could be using lend lease for, except we never hear about lend lease. So I am genuinely confused as to whether it was just a publicity stunt or if it actually has a meaningful role to play. Does it have a meaningful role to play in the future, or is it actually happening under the out of sight and out of mind? We don't know. That is another possibility, and I think the previous speaker was alluding to that, perhaps. So anyhow, just if I could suggest to somebody, to the powers that be in the MriyaReport, that we get some sort of primer on lend lease, that would be great. And I really am gonna sign off, and I'll keep listening, but my icon is about to vanish. But thank you, everybody. Good night, all.
Good night, Nick. Well, we have a few hands. I think Kayla was first. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to take the opportunity to answer Stabilizer Finn's all three questions, including lend lease. So the lend lease program, here's the easiest way to think of it. There's really no difference in using lend lease and how they do draw down and donate weapons. Now, Biden administration is not using it for two reasons. The first reason is Ukraine needs so much money to rebuild its country. They'll never be able to pay back lend lease. The second reason why they haven't used lend lease yet is essentially, think about it like they're keeping it in their back pocket as like a get out of jail free card. So if members of Congress and the Senate start turning and a majority start voting against sending weapons and other financial aid to Ukraine, the Biden administration will then pull the string on lend lease and use that as a mechanism to donate to Ukraine. So it's a bit of a political issue because people in Congress can use lend lease to have more oversight, but it essentially means that Ukraine has to pay the US back. By President Biden just drawing down on donating weapons, he's not putting that financial burden. So he's going to use it in his back pocket. And if something happens and he can't get more funding for Ukraine, he will then use lend lease. The only negative thing is Ukraine has to pay back. The next question you asked was, I think it was regarding I think the last question you asked was, where's the Abrams tanks? It's a really easy reason why Ukraine hasn't gotten Abrams tanks yet. So the United States sent Poland over 100 used Abrams tanks, but vendors in the United States who provide maintenance on Abrams tanks had to remove top secret armor. There's a current law in the United States that says that this top secret depleted uranium armor on the Abrams tanks in the United States cannot be donated to a foreign power, any foreign power, unless there's specific congressional approval. And so the US needs to remove that armor and put on Chum armor, which is like a British designed armor, onto the Abrams tanks. So that's why Ukraine hasn't received the Abrams tanks yet. They needed to get refurbished, and they essentially needed to have the top secret armor removed and had other armor installed in its place. And yes, it is incredibly frustrating that they haven't donated the tanks with the depleted uranium armor, as well as the ATACMS, but they're using the same sort of excuse. And chances, it would probably get held up in Congress anyway, trying to get the tanks donated to Ukraine with the top secret armor. So unfortunately, that's the reason why they haven't got it. And I think the first question, sir, that you had asked was regarding production. And so Rheinmetall, the big German arm manufacturer, has done a good job increasing production of this munitions in South Africa and Germany. And they just recently bought a Spanish firm to increase it. But essentially, and this is going to be really difficult to hear, the reason why the US has not been, or Canada, or a lot of the other Western European countries haven't been able to increase their munitions, it's all about corporate bottom line. And many, many years ago, the defense firms realized that, hey, we have way too many people working in our corporations. We have too many people. We have too much inventory sitting around. And so they basically did two things. They brought in robotics and automation, and they moved to a just-in-time inventory model. So if you remember when COVID hit and we couldn't find products that we needed, the reason for that was because the whole global economy and supply chain moved to just-in-time. So yes, we were all led to believe that the United States and the West could ramp up production. They had these flexible production lines that they could massively ramp up production in time of war. But secretly, what ended up happening was the defense companies got rid of all this a long time ago because their responsibilities to increase profit to their shareholders, and their shareholders are teachers' unions, not just rich people. So they said, okay, well, we're not going to carry tons of inventory. We're not going to have 10,000 workers making munitions. We're going to have 1,000 people making 155 millimeter rounds. We're not going to keep extra inventory, and we're going to buy a bunch of robots to do a lot of the work. So yes, they're short on fuses, but funny enough, the biggest reason why you haven't seen increase in production of munitions, it's not that they can't find the steel or the parts for it. That's not a long ramp up time. It's actually the equipment, the automated equipment that goes in to make it. So hopefully I was able to answer your question, sir. But and maybe this saves Dolman a little bit of time, unless he wants to spend an hour reading the Authorization Act that was passed for Ukraine. But hopefully that answered your questions.
Nale, do you want to just come back on that?
Yeah, thanks, Kalo. It's weird being called sir since our language doesn't even have a word for please. So, yeah, okay. So the armor on the tanks, and I understand that your answer is what your administration would say if I asked them. So it's actually their answer. So they are telling me then that a nation with 350 million people in it can't change the armor on 31 tanks in over 1 year. So, okay, there we are then.
Oh, I'm with you, and I share your frustration. This is something that should have been thought about 2 years ago, and they should have prepared for it, sir. And you're right. I gave you a little bit of the administration line because that's all they told us. But I definitely share your frustration. It's very unfortunate. And again, they should have just sent the armor. Who cares that it was depleted uranium armor? But I'm with you. It's super unfortunate. It's bureaucratic. It's bureaucrats playing with an Excel spreadsheet, right? On when to send armor and when to send arms and how much they should send. It's super unfortunate. So I definitely share your frustration. It's just I want to chew the end of my desk when I see these things.
I want to see that desk you have. But, and then the lack of machinery that they have, they should then ask the company Haas to deliver the machinery and stop doing business with the Russians then. Can't they do that? That would be a good source for actually really nice CNC machines. So do that then.
Yeah, you're certainly right. There wasn't a sense of urgency, and it's frustrating seeing that some of these companies still do business. Still do business with Russia. It's absolutely incredibly frustrating. But the good news is there's some good companies out there like Rheinmetall, the big German defense company. I mean, they're upgrading to Leopard 1 tanks, they're upgrading to Leopard 2 tanks. I think they offered to upgrade old Challenger tanks. Yeah, it's, you know, the German industrial might is still there. Thank God. But there really is no excuse for the Americans and Canadians and some of the other countries at this point. They could have prepared for this in 2002. I think is it 550 days today or yesterday?
No, it's a few more.
But I can't.
Give me just a
few more. Sorry.
No, give me a couple seconds. 552 on
552. Yes. Yeah, but you're right, sir. How someone didn't plan this 500 days ago is just mind-boggling incompetence. Just incredible incompetence. And when you see some of the success stories, it's like private corporations are the ones who have actually come through to produce equipment. I think I read a story the other day that there's a Bulgarian company that's retooled their factory and they're producing 155 millimeter shells. I think I heard it on this space. But some corporations are really good corporate citizens and support Ukraine. You go on the Rheinmetall website and there's a president of the CIO on one of their main pages talking about how he supports Ukraine. So thankfully there's some good corporations out there that have their priorities straight.
Go on, Nally.
Yeah, so thanks for this chat, Kalo. And now that I have ranted about the Americans, I would also like to thank America for blues, jazz, and rock and roll. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. That was something wonderful to thank us for. At least we're good for something.
Absolutely, and that has been the soundtrack of my entire life. So thanks again.
Anytime, and I think that perhaps that Russia has donated a new Elvis impersonator, because I'm rather convinced that is what Prigozhin is becoming. He will be the new Elvis impersonator that we see all over the place. Because Elvis is not dead, according to many people, and I think they're going to do the same thing with Prigozhin. And Kalo, thanks for all the input, and because we don't have Gentleman saving us tonight in 40 minutes. He's been on vacation. He will be back very, very soon. Go ahead, for every child.
I have to say, well said, Kalo. You covered the production side beautifully. I keep going back to security because my dad was operations officer, or one of two operations officers in Korea during the Korean War, and he was the security officer at Plattsburgh Air Force Base for 9 years during the Cold War, and so I just naturally lean towards not knowing things because of national security, and also knowing the wrong things because of national security. Um, but also, the ex-husband was a teletype operator ordering supplies for the base in Turkey, and he said even the orders for toilet paper were coded because the amount of toilet paper that was ordered would indicate the troop strength in a given area, and so there's no such thing as innocent information in warfare. If if uh, if something shouldn't be known, it, it gets down to even toilet paper is something that couldn't be known. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but yes, there's supply things going on, but there's also security things going on. Um, and I'm sorry that that's frustrating. I, it's it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to me.
Yeah, thank you, Everchild. And yeah, that is a good point. And I did say this yesterday. We don't know everything. You know, there was a time when we were like, what the heck is going on with the F-16s? And there was an awful lot of frustration there. And yet, it appears that there was quite a lot actually going on in the background. We just, you know, didn't see it until it was announced. And so you've got to have a bit of hope that some people know what they're doing. I'd like to hope that. Roos?
Good morning. All this speech bragging, whatever the reasons are, it may affect the U.S. arms industry in the long run, because from the political side, it's getting more and more important that when you buy weapons, you're allowed to do whatever you want with them. It's the same thing with the Swiss. They are doing it very openly and get the press that talks about it a lot. But basically, the US is doing it too by making it very complicated to give away stuff that people bought from US arms industry. It's not just what they give away give away or don't give away themselves. It's going to be a problem in the long run because you don't want to buy stuff you can't use. And they need to address this. Or people will simply buy stuff from other places.
That's very true. Kayla?
Yeah, I was going to say that's a brilliant point. There are so many issues happening right now because of that. I'll give you a perfect example. There's an anti-tank missile system called the Spike that the Israelis had created. And you know, the Israelis and the Germans have a bit of a unique, and I mean this in a positive way. Up until the Ukraine war, they have a unique relationship, just because you know, the Germans help subsidize a bit of the Israeli defense industry, and the Germans tend to license produce a lot of equipment like the Spike missile. So the Spike missile, it's basically better than the Javelin. It's one of the main competitors to the Javelin. So the Germans have been mass producing this Spike missile launcher and the missiles for years. And so most of the missiles purchased by NATO countries are being produced in Germany. We haven't donated any to Ukraine because the Israelis aren't donating arms to Ukraine, and they've got essentially, the easiest way to say this is intellectual property rights over the product, and they can say, no, just like the Swiss. Now, the Israelis are in a really unique situation. I'm not blaming them. They're in a really unique situation. They've got, you know, there's tons of Jewish Russians, and they started to be persecuted. They're trying to protect them. So, Israel's in a really difficult position. But you make a really brilliant point: is with this global trade and this global economy, there could be a part made in a tank from a country like Hungary that can hold up an entire export of a tank going to Ukraine because they won't refuse to have their part exported to Ukraine. And your point is really brilliant because it's going to change how the arms industry is. And there's a lot of companies that are going to make a lot of money after this war is over because they donated and their country supported them. And then there's going to be a lot of countries and a lot of people with jobs in these countries are going to suffer because of it. The F-16s, like, there's no doubt in my mind that they're stripping out sensitive equipment. That's probably causing part of the delay. It's not just training. But sort of with this global economy and parts being made in multiple countries, and original source and designers of the original equipment having rights to say yes or no over to exporting it to Ukraine, I think it's gonna change a lot, and countries are gonna think twice about where they're sourcing product from. You may start to see countries just starting investing in their own equipment and producing it themselves because they don't want those restrictions anymore. But there's like billions of dollars of equipment that we haven't been able to send to Ukraine because of little nuances like that. So it's unfortunate, but countries in a tough position like Israel or countries like Switzerland, what was it? There was the anti-aircraft system, right? They produced the munitions for the Gepard anti-aircraft systems, right? And so it's amazing the billions of dollars of equipment we haven't been able to send to Ukraine because of that. It's a good lessons learned for everybody because of that.
Thank you very much, Kaylee. And, thank you guys. That was worth knowing, I think. Good information there. Now then, what am I looking at? Oh, so apparently something has happened at Kirch Bridge, but it's not what I was excited about. Now, apparently they have managed to float some sort of buoy, whatever you want to call it, as an anchor point that they're going to put in some sort of barrier. So it looks as though they're building this barrier at the Kirch Bridge now.
Mockers,
That they think, that's going to help.
Mockers,
Yeah.
does that go with the sunken ferries?
Well, that's the whole thing, isn't it? That they need an anchor point, otherwise the sunken ferries may sink beyond where they want them.
And
So
whenever they say sunken ferries, it makes me giggle and think of Tinkerbell.
I'm sure that won't keep them USVs out either. So yeah, not even magic is going to keep that bridge up.
I tend to agree with you, but seriously, that whole time that there were sunken ferries, there were so many stories about sinking ferries, and I had images going through my mind of many different ways that you can use the word ferries, and neither of them were floating on a river or in the Black Sea, and it just made me giggle every single time.
Well, whatever they're doing there, I'm just going to say now that it seems a bit pointless. Now, we've had some good news from the East this morning. So the Prime Minister of Japan is to hold talks with Zelensky today. This has been announced. And also, where are we? There it is. South Korea will provide another $394 million in aid to Ukraine during 2024. This is $98 million for restoration, 98 million through international organizations, and 196 million for humanitarian aid. And all of this is, it's paving the way for the future. they're looking at the future opportunities for Ukraine to rebuild and become the phoenix from the ashes, as it were. And I'm really pleased to see this sort of long-term commitment. It shows that they, believe in the long term, that Ukraine has a brighter future, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? It's all about
Marcus,
enabling them to have that.
just really
Yes,
quickly, I hear clicking in the background, and I just want to double check. It's not a bank holiday today, is it?
it's not a bank holiday today,
Okay,
unfortunately.
okay.
No.
Just double checking. Just double checking.
No, the system let me in today. Yesterday it was like, what the hell are you doing logging in on a bank holiday? Leave me alone. I'm running tests. And I was like, oh, amazing.
And I'm still laughing about it.
I am a bit of a dear brain, aren't I? Never mind. These are the things that happen when you get up at 5:30 in the morning. So, so sometimes just not, I'm not, oh, hello, what happened there? Sorry, something went wonky. There was something I saw this morning, Prince, and you're going to really appreciate this. And this is Estonia, being Estonia, of course. That they're not the bestest of friends with Russia, really, are they?
Nah, I don't think
I
so.
think
I don't think they are. No, they're not.
Well, a journalist decided that he was in Estonia, and he decided that the Russian embassy would look better if it was decorated with some fresh eggs. And so he threw the eggs at the Russian embassy. I'll give him his name as well. He's Arkady Babchenko. And so he was caught doing this by the police and fined for, I think it was something like, they called it, something like misplacing of garbage or something like that, misplacing of refuse. And
Littering.
they found him littering, that's it, yeah, but they called it something longer. I don't know, Estonian. So fined €100. Now, I don't know about you, but that's quite the bargain, I think. And he commented afterwards on the decision of the authorities. I love Estonia. Throwing eggs at the Russian embassy is equivalent to throwing away garbage in a place it's not designated for this. Pollute a reservoir or a fountain. Okay, I will refrain from committing further violations. I will no longer throw my garbage in this place. Thank you to the good investigators. And the post calls for witnesses apparently, to, I don't know whether he was intent or not, but basically there are people calling for his deportation from Estonia. I wonder who those people might be, certain types of people. But his answer to that was, goodbye, Russian embassy, and basically go the way of the Moskva. But I think that's quite cheap. So, I just thought if somebody's feeling a bit flush one day, I had a friend who was, shall we say, slightly well-to-do, and he called parking fines just, expensive parking. He had no problem just parking where he liked and just paying the fine. I'm just thinking that some people might find that worth it.
Yeah, I think that there are people who would think that it was worth it, and I'm thinking of
We know people in Estonia.
yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's exactly what I was thinking. It's like, dude, how much the eggs cost? Okay, so 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 here's 110 euro. You'll it'll take care of it all, and have fun. Enjoy yourself.
Exactly. It just seems like it seems like our connections there maybe worth talking to.
And how many
I would love to see Axel getting arrested. Actually,
wouldn't
that'd
it
be
though?
fun.
That
Sorry.
would be grand fun. But I also think that there's probably enough NAFO fellows who are going to hear about this in Estonia, and I wonder if there will be some more incidents.
Well, talking of things recurring, I saw last night something quite astounding, but not really that surprising, I suppose. Apparently, some prisoners of war who have been exchanged back to Russia are now returning to the front, and because they know exactly what it's like as a POW, they just immediately surrender. And
They're going back for a
just
second serving, right?
well, yeah. Wouldn't you rather sit out your war? Just like being well fed and looked after and what have you, instead of being thrown back to the front every 5 minutes.
Oh, absolutely.
I do wonder how many people are just going to refuse to go back to Russia and beg to stay where they are until the war's over.
I do want to know how many people are doing that, because I know that it is an option. I know that it is an option, and I know that they can refuse to be traded, and if you know what, I would do that in a heartbeat. But these guys who like figured out that getting traded and going back to Russia, and then they're just going and surrendering again, now they're gonna refuse to be traded again. I'm sure of that one. They're like, dude, we had it much better as POWs in Ukraine, so we're not going back. We're not going to do this a third time. We are not going back.
Well, exactly. It's the very fact that they're not really putting up a fight when the Ukrainians turn up and they're just like, yeah, mate, hiya, remember us? I think that's a really good thing for them to be doing. And it just goes to show, doesn't it, that if you treat people properly, they might come back and be friendly later. And well, it's starting to pay off, perhaps. And it was very silly of Russia to put those people back into the fight, I think, especially considering they promised they wouldn't. But you know what their promises are like. I also
Marcus,
have a bit
I
of
need to
news.
go back to the egging for a moment. I'm wondering if we need to survey different countries. I really am. I'm wondering if we need to survey different countries to see what the fine is for egging the Russian embassy in different countries. I'm just thinking out loud here. We may have somebody who could go and I don't know, egg the Russian embassy in London. I believe there is one there. I'm not 100% sure. And just to see what the fine is. That's all. Just to see what the fine is. And we could come up with the lowest cost place to egg the Russian embassy, and that could be a lot of fun. It could be entertaining. They may pay you to do it in some countries.
Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah, there are some countries where they... Oh, I see you're getting everyone involved now.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I see the messages.
Yes.
All I will say is,
can you tell?
try not to get yourself arrested,
Exactly.
folks.
Don't
Please
get arrested, but I am having fun with this one. and it's an indication that it's getting later in the evening for me.
You enjoyed the thing that I sent you earlier on in the day, didn't you? The delightful fountain coming up through the.
Oh, of course, of course. That was a beautiful poo fountain. I do like a good poo fountain.
Well, you see, Russia's been having a few problems, not only with just the general situation. God, I see it's made some memes already. This particular fountain, Ode Vladivostok, Russia, apparently. And yeah, there's been a few, biblical issues going on with Russian weather. And I know everywhere tends to have fires and floods and things like that at certain times of year.
Well,
But I mean, you can't.
it is interesting though. It is interesting because we did talk about this on Friday. Signs of incitement of genocide, and one of the incitements of genocide. Oh, I have to find them now, because by the end of the incitements, the 5 incitements, you start getting literally biblical. And what was interesting to observe through this is that even though it was Russia who was wanting to say, all of these things should be happening in Ukraine, that Ukraine needed to be de-Satanized, and that, oh, I've got a quote right here. Samoyoyoyin justified the widespread missile attacks against Ukraine's civilian infrastructure on April 2nd, 23, likening the events in Ukraine to biblical account of 10 Egyptian plagues, which included destruction, hail, darkness, the death of the firstborn sons. The first plague was rivers of blood. Don't we see rivers of blood? They're talking about in Ukraine here. A Grad multiple launch rocket, meaning hail in the Russian language, will destroy all the people and animals and fields and their crops. And whenever our missiles are flying wherever they're practicing their strikes of vengeance, Ukraine is immersed in darkness. This is these are the things, the disinformation, the examples of incitement to genocide that that Russia is saying. But when you and one of the most scariest Egyptian plagues is the death of the firstborn son. And okay, but then you think about the Egyptian plagues. And we talked about some different other ones. We've talked about rivers of blood, and Mockers, you brought up that sometimes they do not dispose of waste appropriately, and there do end up being rivers of blood down the streets because of overflowing sewer kind of things, that the where they dispose of this stuff inappropriately, it ends up flowing down the street and looking like a river of blood. We're talking about the firstborn sons. How many of the firstborn sons of Russia have been killed because of Russia's illegal aggression and invasion of Ukraine? But then we can go further. We can go further with what Russia is going through, because they have had plagues of locusts. They have had huge, huge, huge swarms of locusts. And it goes on and on. But what it is these are things that really don't apply to Ukraine, but they're wishing for them upon Ukraine, but they're not really, totally happening. But what is happening is what they're happening in Russia. And Mockers, you pulled that out and you brought that up the other night, and I appreciate it so much. And I think that somewhere in the plagues, there must be a poo fountain also. I just am not exactly sure where, and I don't have my biblical knowledge down that good, and I'm not going to go look them up right now. But did you have anything to say about the plagues that are descending upon Russia? I apologize for interrupting and sort of going off on a monologue.
You know what? I'm really glad that you've cottoned onto that because, yeah, I see this and I think, I'm sure I read about these things in the Bible as being like, the harbingers of your downfall, basically. And I don't know if it's just something in my head, but the amount of everything happening in Russia at the moment, that it just seems as though that things are falling apart in a lot of ways. Bear with me, I need to. One of these days, I'm not going to be able to speak, and I'm just going to be here like squeaking at you.
Mocker,
And when it gets there,
I,
yeah,
I do want to tell you something else real quick. When I was reading through this very lengthy report, and I was having to pronounce things like sloyoyoyoyoyon, and I was coming across all of these Russian names that I really didn't care if I knew how to pronounce. I came up with some epic pronunciations that would rival some of the ones that you do. And my birds were laughing at me, and it was absolutely wonderful. And I was giggling, but I was totally enjoying reading the report of these awful horrid things. And it was something I needed to read, but it was the one thing that made it enjoyable, and it was inspired by you. So thank you.
that's all right. It's kind of just a really easy disrespect, isn't it? That you can't ever be bothered to get their name right, and that's why I use it that way. Chris, good morning. Have your AUGs been sorted?
No, we're pre-AWU. Morning, mockers. Morning, Prince. We're pre-AWU. I'll be starting in a minute. Yeah, there's a number of things amusing me at the minute, mockers, and that that you guys have been bringing up yesterday and today. So the bank holiday was making me laugh, mockers. I have to say, all right, it did amuse me all day yesterday. Somehow I managed to realize it was a bank holiday on, I don't know, sometime last week and that. So yeah, so it amused me that it had caught you out. Yeah, there's other things that are amusing me. That the circulating Russians, that sort of amused me as well, I have to say. Um, I'm very curious about Prince's super buff 60-year-old as well. That's something that's going around in my head. Prince,
I
yeah.
will,
The
I will send you a picture just privately though.
Oh, I was going to ask for pictures actually, Prince. Thank you for that. Yeah, I shall look forward to those, even though I won't be able to publicly display them. And but there's another thing. There's another thing that's sort of amusing me as well with mockers, which I don't think you might have seen, right? But you probably won't have looked at it because it entails, opening an article and looking at videos, and you haven't got time for that, have you? Right? Which is that we're heading towards an appeal, right? For well, I think Tesco vans. I like to say Tesco vans, mockers. I don't know if you saw my post about this, right? But yeah, but then of course it might, I'm just a bit biased because we use Tesco's, but there could be Waitrose vans, or is it Ocado vans or whatever. But anyway, we apparently we now need to send these over to Ukraine, mockers, right? Because Tesco vans are getting loaded up with brimstone missiles. So I don't know if you've seen this video, have you?
I'm not sure I have. I did hear something about this fleetingly, and I thought it was a bit of a joke, and I didn't really understand. But it's true, is it? They've adapted a Tesco van with a brimstone.
It's a real thing. It's a real thing. I've slightly coloured it by saying Tesco van, right? But it actually does mention like something like food delivery van or something like that, right? So this apparently happened some time ago. You know, it's one of them things that as you keep quite rightly saying, Marcus, one of those things that we didn't get told about at the time, right? Yeah, brimstone missiles were sent over to Ukraine, and there's a fabulous video of them being test fired out the back of a Tesco van, right? So it's honestly, it's literally, you know, they like pull up the whatever that is, plastic or whatever it is, you know, sheets and fire
The little rolled up
brimstones.
door.
Yeah, that's oh, it's a roll-up door, isn't it? Yeah, well, to be fair, this is more like looks to me more like you know, like a plastic sheet, you know, like that they pull up type of thing, you know. So maybe there's a not quite the roll-up Tesco vans and that. Yeah.
Know the
Now
shape of van you mean though, the sort of the box type.
yeah, exactly. Now you don't get to see, right? You don't get to see exactly the layout of the inside of the van, right? Because I presume it's a secret, Marcus. Right? It's a secret, right? But the speculation is right that it's basically like like a sort of a metal cage suitable for launching brimstones. Yeah. So they like fire off like a volley of about 3 brimstones and that, and yeah, they and these are now in the beginning apparently we were only supplying like basically missiles that would strike land targets, right, and we were holding back the sea target ones, right. Apparently now they've got everything, right? So you can fire a brimstone out of a Tesco van, and yeah, you can hit pretty much anything now, which I thought was rather cool, right? So I had to do, and these aren't in Ukraine yet, or at least I don't think they're in Ukraine yet, right? But I had to tie that up with the Americans apparently now have Tomahawk trucks, right? Yeah. So apparently our American friends have been goaded into, and our American military folks might know more about this, right? But our American friends have now been goaded into the situation where they've decided to deploy Tomahawk trucks to the U.S. Marine Corps, which is pretty wild, actually. So that was something from Peter Zion, who doesn't often get into detail on military stuff, but he thought this was so significant. Yeah, that you can just like send a bunch of Tomahawks on trucks, you know, to the U.S. Marine Corps, and they can have at whatever they like with them. So yeah, so I don't know. That just yeah, the Tesco vans and that just amused me as well, Marcus.
Oh yeah, every little helps, doesn't it? Oh, sorry, I couldn't help myself there.
That was pretty good. And I was gonna tie it as well, actually, to something, you know, because and again, right, as you keep quite rightly saying, right, we don't know, we're not meant to know, right? We'll know when we need to know, etc., right? But you know, one of the things which I suppose I more hope, if you like, than know. Obviously, we've seen the fact that they've modified the Neptune, and we've seen that they've obviously the Super Buff 200 is a modified S200, so we know about those, don't we? Right. Now, one thing I do think is that obviously, Ukrainians are getting some help from somebody there, aren't they? Right, to because they need some components and some systems, if you like, to upgrade these missiles. Yeah. And I think it's a much better idea, actually, if the Ukrainians have their own missiles, right, that will do similar job to ATACMS than if they get ATACMS, if you like, in some ways. Now, I'm not saying they're exactly the same thing, but do you know what I mean? Let's help Ukrainians, right, produce their own stuff, because that's going to be good for the future, isn't it? You know, so like I say, I don't know exactly if that is the situation, but I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah, it would appear that news over the latest information with regards to. Sorry, I'm just choosing something from a menu at the same time as talking to you. Not a food menu, unfortunately. But yeah, there is certainly the suggestion that there's been an awful lot of attention and investment to arm Ukraine with something of their own. And they've certainly done so with drones. You know, we've seen that they've made a couple of domestic drones now that appear to be very effective. And they're pairing up with, Rheinmetall and what's the other one? Baykar from Turkey. And, there's a bunch of companies that are, I believe they're going to be involved in making the CV90s as well. So they're not only partnering with people, but they're also feverishly producing things for themselves. And it is important that they do that, because nobody can restrict them then with what they can do with that stuff. It's their stuff, and nobody can say, oh, you can use this, but you can't use it to defend yourself properly, because that. And there's been so much politics palaver with that. Oh, I nearly swore. That I think it indeed is exactly the right decision for them to say, okay, if you can't help us, we have to rely on ourselves. And that is the Ukrainian way as well. That they're not going to be defeated because they can't get their hands on something. They'll do it themselves. Isn't it a saying, if you want something done properly, do it your darn self? And I suppose this is where they're coming from, that they're like, right, okay, challenge accepted. And they seem to be rising to that challenge, don't you think, Chris?
Well, I do. You took the words out of my mouth there, Mockers, right? Because I think that is what they would be pushing for, don't you? Right, as you said. Well, you do, because you said it, right? That is what the Ukrainians would be pushing for. Yeah. Okay. This is great that you're giving us all of this stuff, but please help us to create our own stuff. Because, like you say, there are so many advantages to that, aren't there? I mean, that is, one of the reasons we understand why, Krim, Grom, and all of those things never got anywhere, was basically because of funding, and possibly also because they couldn't get the components that they needed, if you like, to do the upgrade them to. They technically they knew how to do it and that, but if they can't get the stuff, then they can't get the stuff, can they? So I absolutely think that is true, that you as you say, it's the Ukrainian way, Mockers, that they would be pushing to say, okay, no, fine, don't just give it to us, help us to produce those ourselves. Right, I think you're 100% correct there.
Well, it makes an awful lot of sense for them to be enabled rather than, having to fight with one arm behind their back. So, yeah, it's a much better decision to be an enabling factor for them rather than holding them back. And you know, I have seen a lot of frustration about feeling that, you know, some countries are, you know, letting them fight with one arm tied behind their back just because of the fact that, you know, you can only do this here, you can only do that there. I mean, the F-16s, I had to chuckle when they said you can only operate F-16s within your area of Ukraine, and they were like, yeah, that's fine, don't you worry, because you know, F-16s have capability at long range, so I don't think that's going to be a massive issue. But you know, even so, it's always like, just there's a caveat with everything, and it gets to be a little bit tiring. So yeah, it's nice to see them basically saying, well, you know, if you can't do it, we'll do it our darn selves. That's fine. And that is, it's a can-do attitude, which I really appreciate seeing. I note that I have a new co-host. Hello, Ming.
Morning, Marcus. Yeah, I'm here. How are you? I was just having a giggle at the Chuck Farah's tweet in the nest on the cardboard drones stuck together, cardboard and elastic bands, and as a result, completely invisible and super cheap, no doubt. But anyway.
Yes, absolutely amazing. Will was talking about these yesterday morning, that they've, you know, sent a ridiculous amount of these to Ukraine apparently, and they just arrive flat packed, and you just pick them up and bend them into shape and pop them together. A couple of elastic bands hold on a little motor and what have you, and Robert's your mother's brother. Just,
yeah, the infographic says they're sending 100 a month, which is just brilliant.
yeah, and they've got a decent range on them, I believe, as well. So yeah, you never know where these things might pop up next, and like you say, virtually invisible. Now, somebody said, well, Russia's just going to like take one of these and start making their own, and well, yes, they could, but we know what their quality of anything's like. So you know, however, it's all about timing, isn't it? I mean, right now there's no stormy weather. Yeah, well, there is a bit of stormy weather, but there's not as much as there will be sort of later in the year. You know, winds, rain, snow, that sort of thing would probably all affect this type of drone. So you've got to sort of use it during the window when you can.
I know it's waterproof, Marcus. The cardboard's waxed, so it's waterproof.
Oh well, that's brilliant. But even so, there's going to be, you know, with all drones, weather conditions do make a difference, don't they? And so I'm just thinking, well, if the Russians produce these, I wonder if they, you know, also wax the cardboard, or whether they forget something that essential and easy to do. Yeah, I just I don't think that they can be reproduced in any great number by Russians, even though it's a fabulous idea.
No, I think it's quite funny, the idea of the soggy drone in wet weather.
Well, a lot of people have said that, haven't they? What if there's a massive downpour? And I was like, I'm sure they probably thought of that, but then again, it's Australia, isn't it? And they, I suppose, have quite a bit of sunshine. But no, all prepared for. Lovely. Now, I saw something yesterday, Ming, that I wanted to ask you about. No, in case you knew any more, because believe it or not, it's about aircraft. Did you see there was an issue with a flight from Thailand to Irkutsk due to a breakdown of a spare part which is no longer delivered to Russia? the airline was IKAR, IKAR, apparently. And I don't know if this was a Thai airline or a Russian airline or who owned the plane or anything, but apparently they had to stop the flight because they would have been able to sort out the plane at the other end.
Yeah, I think it's a Russian airline. I haven't seen that story. Give me 2 seconds. I'll quickly look it up. But pretty sure it's a Russian airline because a Thai airline wouldn't have a problem getting the parts.
Well, that's what I thought. Yeah, so apparently it had to stay in Thailand by the looks of things. So I thought that might be something to look into. And just a bit interesting that, you know, those sanctions and stuff, they don't work, do they? Sanctions don't work, apart from when they work. Just, you know, notice that sort of thing. Now, I just wanted to have a little quick look to see if there was anything particularly interesting from last night. And there was, and I popped it in the nest. No, I didn't pop it in the nest. I popped it in the title because the Bove has come up a few times this morning in the chatter, shall we say. And there is also a little bit of confirmation from Russian mill blogger Romanov with an update. He calls the situation very dangerous, obviously for them. And we have had a statement this morning from Ukrainian troops that they have been having success in the direction of Bobove on the southern front. So that came from the spokesman of the General Staff, Andrei Kovalev. And it's nice to see it confirmed from both sides, shall we say. I'm always happy to see that when we get confirmation from both sides that they have indeed made some sort of significant progress in that area. I think the statement was that they had dug into the positions that they were expecting to achieve, so they'd achieved their expected positions, and that's always a good thing. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. It's going to be a long day with me losing my voice. So you might have to get used to, like, you know, just pressing the phone up against your ear at some point. Never mind. Now, I don't know if you've seen any interesting items, Ming, but if not, I do have a bit that I wanted to chat about when I find it. There we go. I thought this might be a bit interesting. Right. The funeral of the leaders of Wagner. Well, it would appear that the state honours that they would generally give to heroes of Russia might not be going ahead as part of this funeral. In fact, Moscow has categorically prohibited the mass funeral of the dead heads of PMC Wagner. This is written by Rosmi, so I don't know how fabulous this source is, but according to the information that's appeared, it was originally planned that on August the 29th, there would be a public farewell, and then Prigozhin, Utkin, Chekalov all together would be buried with honours at the Serafimovsky Cemetery. However, now the option is being considered, according to which the dead will be given separately to the land and without state honours. Prigozhin may be buried at the Theological Cemetery and Chekalov at the Severny. this would again appear to be trying to, you know, play down their importance, because let's face it, they were pawns anyway, so why would they be important? However, it's also something that would, you know, gather attention and bring people together, and perhaps that's something that they're trying to avoid. So earlier, a source from Checker Telegram, which is usually very good actually, said that relatives of Deputy Prigozhin in PMCs were already informing acquaintances that his funeral would take place in St. Petersburg on Tuesday. It can be assumed that Prigozhin's funeral may also take place tomorrow, depending on who you believe. So far, everything indicates there will be no large-scale farewell to any of the Wagnerites. It is quite possible that later Putin will announce that such a farewell procedure in the cemeteries themselves were chosen by the relatives of the dead mercenaries, and it was their own will, so to speak. And of course, you would honour the will of the recently dead, would you not, by not making a big fuss for them? What do you think, Ming?
Yeah, I don't. It's kind of intriguing, isn't it? Because if you are a hero of Russia, what's like the maximum you could hope for in death? I guess it's getting buried in the Kremlin wall itself. You know, that bit where they've got, I think, you know, they got Lenin's tomb, and then got all their kind of, you know, best and brightest along the wall there, including Stalin and whatnot. Although I think they took Stalin's nameplate away because it was slightly embarrassed by it. But then after that, what's the name of the really flash cemetery in Moscow? Is it the Novo? I'll have to look it up. But there's some really flash cemetery. I don't know where their kind of equivalent of Arlington is. You know, that's the US one where they have all their really big heroes. But and I'm wondering if maybe it's at that new they've got a new one at that military cathedral they've just built. But I'll look up to see if they've got a really sort of kind of upscale military cemetery for all the most prestigious burials. But from what you're telling me here, Mockers, the sounds of these cemeteries is not quite up there because I've never heard of them.
Well, exactly. So it sounds as though they're trying to sort of, you know, break up the party a little bit, make them fade into insignificance a bit quicker. And it's very much of that sort of era, isn't it, to just forget about people quickly, because, you know, they've played their part now and they need to be forgotten about just in case anybody gets any ideas. That's kind of how I'm seeing that. Let's downplay this as much as possible. There was rumours yesterday that they were floating the idea that there might have been, you know, unrest, shall we say, at a large funeral with a lot of pomp and ceremony, just because of the fact that he's garnered support amongst his followers in such a way. And yeah, no doubt they would turn up with sledgehammers and things like that, you know, in his honour. And well, I'm just thinking a group of guys, bit angry, upset, all wielding sledgehammers, might not be the right thing to have at a funeral. That's all. Sorry, my imagination got carried away with me there, but yeah, just the sort of thing that makes me wonder. Oh dear, there's been a fire in Russia, would you believe? And this morning, an ambulance garage. Now, I don't know how typical this is, but there were apparently violations in the fire safety rules. I know. Now, it took 24 people 7 hours to put out the fire. That seems a long time, doesn't it? And I can only imagine that the fire was quite extensive as a result of it being going for so long. Now, there was then reported another fire in what they're calling a garage box, but it looks like a warehouse type building that was used as a garage. And again, that was, would you believe, a violation of the fire safety rules. Yes. There just seems to be an awful lot of these unexplained fire safety rules being flouted recently. Are they really that bad, Ming?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, because and I remember, so when I was working in Moscow, we had a visit from the local fire safety inspector, and I was working for an insurance company, and the fire safety inspector's proposal was that he should sell insurance on our behalf to people he inspected. So that if they bought the insurance via him for which he would get a healthy commission, they would pass their safety inspection with flying colours. So as a business model, I don't know how that would work for an insurance company, because we obviously said no. But it kind of tells you the kind of approach they take to these sorts of issues.
It does sound decidedly dodgy, doesn't it? And well, no wonder they have problems, because yeah, seems like a bit of a scheme, that, doesn't it? Probably not a good idea. Oh God, my stomach. Sorry if you heard it growling then. That happens every morning. Excuse me. I am going to lose this voice. It's running away on me. It's a terrible situation. Now then, we were talking earlier, excuse me, about Ukraine building some new drones and creating some especially interesting items for their current drone warfare. And we saw the Sky Knight. That was a small sort of box type copter with four helicopter bits on it, and very maneuverable. Only carries a small amount of ammunition, but enough to blow up a few rooms. And you don't need an awful lot if you're blowing up an aircraft. Apparently, those things get damaged quite easily. Who'd have known? So now there is a big boy. Oh yes. I'm going to pop this in the nest just so you can have a little look at it. This thing looks a teensy bit mean. And here is its stats for the big Banderike, I think they're calling it. Banderik, maybe. And it has been authorized by the Ministry of Defence for use. So it must have been fully tested now. And we have actually seen, I think, some testing of this thing. Now, it has 8 powerful motors, carries a payload of up to 31.5 kilograms. It has a multifunctional dumping system, which I'm assuming is how it would release any munitions, and can be, and this is pretty incredible, can be remote controlled from anywhere in the world. Where have we heard about this before? I'm pretty sure the US has drones that they can do that with. Yeah, you see, I was hoping for interaction there, but that's fine. So
Sorry.
yeah, I know for a fact. Yeah.
Yeah, the US can do this. Is that what you asked?
Yes, I knew the answer to
Yes.
the question, but yeah,
Yes,
that's what
the
I
US
asked.
US can. The one that we normally see, the one that we call Forte 11, Forte 12, whatever they are, those ones can be piloted from anywhere on the world. There does need to be some ground crew to get it off the ground and to help it land and to maintain it in the area where it is kept. But they can be piloted all the way over there on the Black Sea from a base in the United States if desired. I don't know where they're being piloted from, but that's what can
They're
happen.
all in Arizona somewhere, aren't they?
I thought they were actually more in the Midwest, upper Midwest, more, I don't know, maybe even to the west, maybe in Colorado or somewhere around there. I don't remember where they were. But yeah, they're all over the place. Sorry, mockers. I did see that drone though. That is really cool. Cool. The little octocopter that can be piloted from anywhere in the world. That is epic.
It looks like a big old spider to me. It looks like it's mean. And I just think it's cool as, I mean, especially with the amount of weight it can carry. Can you imagine what that thing could possibly deliver to, well, in the way of payload, obviously, it can be made so it can drop munitions, I suppose. But also, you could think of it carrying supplies. And, well, 31.5 kilograms. That's plenty.
Holy crap. Yeah.
Plenty weight there.
That could carry a child. That could carry a young child. 68 pounds. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
I just Googled, I just trying to find out where the US has its kind of drone headquarters. And so I just quickly Googled it and I landed on the US Army recruitment page for unmanned aircraft systems operator. And amusingly, looking at the requirements, there's always the obvious ones like US citizen, age, high school diploma, no medical concerns, no major law violations. But there's a weird one, meet tattoo guidelines. No idea what that is. I suppose you're not allowed, I don't know, SS or swastika tattoos or something.
Yes. Global. Let's see. There's one in Beale Air Force Base. There's one in North Dakota. You had to ask the question about where they are piloted from. Where's the Global Hawk piloted from? Operated by the 12th Reconnaissance Squadron at Beale Air Force Base in California, the 348th Reconnaissance Squadron, Grand Forks Air Force Base in North Dakota. But they are rotated to operational detachments around the world. So yeah, so it looks like those are the two main bases that pilot the Global Hawk, which is the Forte 11 and Forte 10 and Forte 12 or whatever they are. But yes, California and North Sea, and I knew it was more central and upper in the U.S. So so I was thinking about that North Dakota one.
Yeah, so I mean, well, it doesn't even matter where they are. Underground bunker, whatever, they can still pilot that drone, and I just think that's pretty nifty. Pretty nifty to me. I enjoy seeing these incredible updates about just how forward thinking they are with with regards to everything. Bear with me 1 second. I just need to type this in here before I forget what goes in that box. There we go. Now, I'm seeing as well, there's been an awful lot of pinpoints on the battlefield where Ukrainian forces have been taking out assault groups and armored vehicles, and I'm sure that it goes both ways, but I'm just seeing it more and more regularly. Now then, I am seeing something else with regards to drones, and this is something that Ukraine appear to be in the process of developing, shall we say, drones that talk to one another. We know that we can get, a drone swarm to be programmed to, make beautiful shapes in the sky and stuff like that. And they are looking now, and I think as more of a, application for all sorts of things, but field autonomous systems at a scale. So, that's something that I think is becoming a development out of the requirements that we've got here. I mean, we've seen mass drones at events where you can make pretty pictures in the sky, and I think there's been, instead of fireworks displays and things like that, there's been these sorts of displays in the past, and so now they're looking at more battlefield applications, and it is something that we've talked about with Iwana a bit, haven't we, Ming, about how these, what's it called, proto swarms, because you can create a swarm where they all just do the same thing, but you want to create a swarm where they, are all able to carry out a task. They don't just follow exactly one.
Yeah. So the swarms that you see on, I don't know, TikTok, where the Chinese kind of do this sort of night choreography of mass drones, that's completely, I mean, it's all very cool, but completely useless in wartime. And I'm pretty sure that's not what they mean by a swarm.
Yeah, exactly. But they're looking at, all the different applications of something like this. And Iwana calls it a proto swarm because it's not like a mass of drones that can do this. It's usually a small grouping that you can program them to do one thing together and then go off and do their own thing. And it looks as though they might have been able to achieve this when they put all those drones into Crimea the other day, that they had them all sort of programmed to follow a particular line and then move off in their own direction. And there was a suggestion that they had used sort of one to take them in initially, so that they weren't all pinging their own signals, basically. But we shall see what comes of that. It's certainly technology that I don't know enough about, but it sounds very interesting indeed.
So I was looking at this cemetery thing, Mockers, and they do indeed have a federal military memorial cemetery. It's actually quite new. They only opened it in 2014. Oh no, 2013. And because apparently this is something they've been lacking. They, as I suspected, the previous spot for burying top dignitaries and heroes and whatnot was the Kremlin Wall. But the last person to get buried there was, I think, Chernenko in 1985. So that's where all their kind of top generals and or heroes get buried. So that's looking through, the list of people who are buried there. It's all, hero of the Soviet Union, Commander-in-Chief of the Soviet Navy, Defense Minister of the Soviet Union. And look, these are all recent burials, obviously, because it's pretty new, like I said. But intriguing that this is not the spot for anybody associated with Wagner. Now, I saw a report that Prigozhin's getting buried in St. Petersburg as opposed to in Moscow. Is that right, Mockers? Oh, and amusingly, that they've installed metal detectors at the entrance of the cemetery in preparation for people attending.
Oh crumbs! That's pretty bad. Well, I did not know that detail, but I think they said his funeral would be held in St. Petersburg instead. So whether he's actually being buried in that location, I don't know. It's passed me by now. I'm afraid I got rid of that bookmark. But oh, hang on. No, I might have it. There we go. So now the option was being considered. Prigozhin may be buried at the Theological Cemetery. I don't know where that is.
Well, the cemetery that's got the metal detectors installed is Serafimoskoye Cemetery in St. Petersburg.
Well, if that's what's happening there, it does suggest, doesn't it, that might be where he's being buried. Oh yes, here we go. No, right. So Prigozhin, Utkin, and Chekalov were all together supposed to be buried with honors at the Serafimovsky Cemetery. And now there's a possibility that that may not happen. And possibly the very fact that they were installing metal detectors is a good indication of why that might not be a good idea.
Or at any rate, let anybody know where he's getting buried.
What's that, sorry?
So just to kind of, muddy the waters and make sure nobody knows where he's actually getting buried, so they don't have to bother with the metal detectors and any, any sort of unfortunate scenes at the funeral.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it, that they've said, oh, well, now we might bury him at this theological cemetery, and the body of Chekalov at the Severny. And they don't even mention what they're going to do with Utkin.
Yeah. But as we know, Prigozhin was a towering figure in theological circles.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Such a great mind. So I can understand why that would be. But yeah, everything indicates there will be no large-scale farewell. It's very possible that these are going to be sort of, split up into smaller events, which may take place in different places at the same time. So, as to split up the mourners there into manageable chunks, perhaps. I'm just thinking how they might have planned it.
Now, I suspect what will happen is that, they'll tell us after they've buried the guy. But we'll find out anyway. And, he does have his fanboys over in Russia, and they'll probably find out too. So no doubt we'll see some stuff related to that.
Yeah, exactly. I just have a funny feeling that there's going to be a little bit of upset. It's going to be very difficult to keep a lid on it completely, just because of the very nature of how it all seems to have been coming about. That it was quite obvious that he was not happy with the current situation, and then suddenly he's dead. It's amazing how that happens, isn't it? That these people just disappear out the scene and are no longer a problem when they start becoming a problem.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is that it's not. This is quite, this is a bit different to the usual sort of thing. The only occasion that I can think of that was vaguely potentially similar, because this is very high profile kind of, killing. I mean, downing a jet, that is just so extreme. But the general who was very, very popular, who kicked off the whole situation in Transnistria originally, I'm trying to remember his name off the top of my head, and then he became the special envoy for Yeltsin to Chechnya. He mysteriously died in a helicopter crash somewhere in Siberia. And that's the only, and nobody knows if that was deliberate or genuinely accidental. Helicopter crashes in Russia more often than not genuinely are accidental. But just the fact that he was on board raised a lot of suspicions at the time. And I'm thinking this would have been probably about 96, 95, 96, something like that. But I'll look it up and see if I can find out any more details about it. Because even that situation, it was completely deniable. There was, I don't know if it was an accident or deliberate. People wonder about that. But here, there's absolutely zero doubt about what happened to Prigozhin.
Yes, did you see the statement that the Duma deputies were celebrating?
Is that immediately after, or are there more recent statements?
Immediately after. Do you think they actually threw?
Oh yeah, where they all admit it. Oh yeah, this was Putin. He had to do this, all that stuff.
Yeah, it seems they weren't surprised by that in the slightest. Sorry, I talked over you then, did you?
No, not at all.
Okay, you carry on. So, I wanted to just check out something which I'd seen last night and I've lost it now. I can't remember what it was. Oh, explosions in the Luhansk region, of course. So, I don't know exactly what happened in the Luhansk region, other than I saw air defense active. And so I wasn't sure if there'd been any particular results of that. And there was also rumours that there was air defence active at the Kerch Bridge. And again, nothing really coming of that. And I don't know if this is just because everything's being, OPSEC'd, or whether there's nothing to say, but I would like to see at least what's happening with the Kerch Bridge these days. We haven't seen an awful lot of video or anything other than them setting up those delightful booms or whatever they think they're doing there. I don't know, it keeps them busy, doesn't it? Now, we have a little bit of an update with regards to Belarus, that the commander of the United Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, it's overly long, never mind, Lieutenant General Sergei Nev, the situation on the border with Belarus is fully under control. Of course it is, because they ain't coming that way. There are no drastic changes expected. And currently, the Russian ground component has been fully withdrawn from Belarus. There are currently, if not none, the bare minimum of Russian soldiers currently in Belarus, because they were part of the reserve. And they've been pulled out and sent to the Kupiansk sector. So they are now in the game, we've seen those reserves be taken out of Belarus and put into the Kupiansk-Limansk direction. And given that Russia has not yet achieved its strategic goals, the search for new reasons for renewing active actions from the northern direction, well, they're grasping at straws, basically. So they're saying it's getting to the point where they're a bit desperate, and there is every possibility that they may try and start some provocations or sabotage over the Belarusian border. So it has to be manned and looked after. But at the same time, there's been no signs of any sort of strike groups being detected or anything like that. So it says, however, there is still always a risk of sabotage and reconnaissance forces, and they have to continually take measures to increase any counter-sabotage and defence, continue their defence. Oh, somebody's just, somebody's just directed me to a boot full of puppies that apparently some frontline soldiers have picked up. Oh, morning, Genesis man.
Morning, Mockers, Ming, Chris. No, Mockers, I saw that thing about the Kerch Bridge and air defence working actively, but I haven't seen. I'll tell you what, I haven't seen for a little while. People, is any what do you call it? Space pictures of the Kerch Bridge. Space pictures. My brain, Jesus Christ.
Satellite images, those ones.
Thank you, sweetheart. Well done, you. Yeah, that's the Alzheimer's kicking in. Yeah, I haven't seen any of them of the Kerch Bridge because I did see another tweet, people, that the damage done about a month ago has still not been repaired. Any takers?
I have seen some updates with regards to that, saying that yeah, that damaged part of the bridge where they just sort of papered over the cracks and carried on using it is still in some state. That, you know how their repairs go. It still looks as though it needs major work doing to repair it properly, but of course that's obviously not happened. Are we shocked and surprised by that revelation?
No, I would akin their repairing of anything to their fire safety laws. Absolute shite.
Indeed. I don't think there's an awful lot of fire safety courses going on in Russia, to be fair.
Yeah, so the interesting thing is, because, they have a really big back to school day, and it's the 1st of September, I think, every year. So holiday season typically ends with a massive kind of exodus from the holiday areas. So I went to took a quick look to see what my man Sirkin has to say about all this, because he likes to look at traffic in and out of Crimea in particular. But apparently everything went according to plan. I'll read to you what he says about it. This is just the Kerch Bridge end, not the other one. But here's what he says. It is worth noting the Crimean Bridge, the inspection services of which did an excellent job with the mass departure of tourists from Crimea at the end of this month. Everything was also without any traffic jams. Good roads, triple exclamation mark. But keep in mind that, we saw a report about a week ago that no one should talk about traffic anymore because it gives information to the enemy.
But, if you're spreading the propaganda, then obviously that's fine. That seems to be the way of it. Genesis man?
Ming, you're absolutely right. And the one point he didn't raise was the 25-hour travel time, was it? Because you don't do that with propaganda. But, small point.
Well, the thing is, the roads might be good, but part of it. you know, they don't have to mention those little hiccups like the, you know, the bridge that you have to creak over or anything like that.
No, totally agree. And they wouldn't, would they? Because they just lie about everything. I mean, absolutely everything. But no.
I do wonder how the people going back home described their experience this summer with booms going off in many directions in Crimea.
I would characterise it as a good firework party, would you not?
Certainly a lot more interesting than probably their previous holidays. just with regards to, you know, wow, we've had quite an adventure this time. You know, not just lying on the beach, but having plenty of what do you call it? In-house entertainment. There we go.
Beach, Barbie, and a fireworks show. You just can't beat it. Crimea Beach is the place to be.
Well, I look forward to the time when we get our own chance to go and boogie on Crimean Beach. That sounds like a perfect opportunity to go and check it out when the war's over, because I've heard it's lovely when it's not occupied by Russians. Now, I noted that there was a strike in Enerdegar yesterday, and I'm also noting that it appears to have been 2 strikes. Yes. So yeah, there were 2 drones hit Enerdegar yesterday, and specifically a building that housed the office of Putin's United Russia Party, which I'm sure must have been slightly emotional for them. And that's it just goes to show, doesn't it, that, well, they're not safe. They're not safe anywhere. Amazing. Sorry, I'm just looking at another Russian construction site on fire. That's just incredible. Now then, I'm also seeing a lovely video of something which might have been one of the 11 special equipment that was taken out over the last 24 hours. That's beautiful. It's a mobile coastal radar, over the horizon detection with increased secrecy. It is called a Predel-E or a Predel-E, Predele. And basically, the Russians put this pretty unique item in the temporarily occupied Kherson region in top secret mode, apparently, to try and monitor actions by sea and land. And although this very exclusive item of equipment was also covered by fairly modern electronic warfare system Lear 2, it didn't remain hidden. And in August, Ukrainian forces have fried this unique development worth $200 million, along with its defender complex, to ashes. And well, that's the extent of the Russian capabilities that this system was apparently something really exciting. Excuse me, something really super duper that the Russians have created. And it's one of these things that when they make something which they think is, like, you know, incredible, they say, oh, we put it into production, and they put it into production, and they make about 10 maximum. I mean, look at the Armata tanks. How many of those have been made and are working? I don't think I've ever seen more than like 3 together at any one time, ever. And that just suggests that they maybe don't have very many. Sorry, guys, but you've got to wait while I cough. So, yeah, what am I just looking at here? Oh, yes. There have been, though, Russian tour operators now, they've been offering all sorts of alternatives. It's been, nice and cheap to go to Crimea. But I'm just seeing something that was translated from Google, and I think this is just incredible stuff. Russian tour operators have begun offering tours to Turkey with non-alcoholic all-inclusive cruises. Ming, how do you think how popular do you think a non-alcoholic cruise would be?
I'm a little skeptical, I have to say, Mockers. Who is their target market for this?
Well, I'm going to say maybe. There is sort of a. They seem to have been sort of reaching out to try and encourage more people to come to Russia. You know how it is, and so perhaps they are trying to appeal to those who maybe don't drink for whatever reason in their culture. Well, to be honest, Russia could do with less alcoholics and more teetotalers. I do feel that would help their society an awful lot. But yeah, they're definitely not appealing to their regular crowd. And there's something that I saw last night, which I really think we need to talk about. And this is to do with horsepower, if you get what I mean. Did you hear that some of the, I think they're Bashkiri, they gave horses to the war effort, and they have apparently arrived and started working. And I think there's a bit of a problem with using horses in the battlefield. I mean, War Horse was an amazing film and all that, and better in the theatre, I'm told. However, I'm just thinking that it might be a bit of a problem because if they sent logistics forward, for example, by horse and cart, which is something which I feel as though they're going to get down to that at some point. And they only send ammunition forward to starving soldiers. I just have a funny feeling that horse might not make it back. That would be a one-way trip. And the soldiers would say, thank you very much, food and ammunition in one go. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, it sounds like a sensible thing to do. I mean, I saw a report last week, Mockers, and I don't know if this has been brought up before, but is it true they're getting Stalin tanks, World War II Stalin tanks, out of storage for use in Ukraine?
Is this the T10 that you're referring to?
Yeah, that one.
Well, we have seen quite a rusty T10 being unloaded off the back of a trailer.
Yeah, that's the report I saw, and I just thought, no, that's got to be a museum thing.
Oh, the thing is, it's not dressed up for a museum. It's not shiny in any way. So, well, the thing is, as well, it moves, it drives. So it even though it's very slow, it could be driven somewhere and used as a placed gun, I suppose. And if you trailer it most of the way there, then all you have to do is just wheel it off and position it wherever you want it. But I don't know the exact location of this video, and for all I know, it could be somewhere in Russia.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing I just find really hard to believe. I mean, obviously, I'd like to believe it, but we haven't seen T-34s pressed into action. So, why they'd want a T-10 Stalin tank as well, or instead, I just don't get that.
I'm sorry, I've completely lost my train of thought. I had something I was going to add, and it's just gone. Which is always nice, isn't it? Horses, yes. Anyway, sorry, it suddenly came back to me. Horses. So yeah, we did know that it was possible that they were going to need horses to drag the Armata tank, and it would appear that the Armata tank has been now retired from the battlefield. I'm not sure it ever even entered the battlefield. There were some videos, weren't there, of it sort of shooting somewhere and nearly shooting itself apart with the vibration. And yeah, so I'm not sure they ever arrived. And maybe they just thought, you know what, rather than have the horses drag the tank, we'll just use the horses. So yeah, the very fact that we see these things just, well, it speaks volumes to me that they are indeed getting to scraping the bottom of some very deep barrels. Roos.
Well, the T10 is not as antiquated as T-34. It actually was taken out of service in the 90s, and it's got a 122 millimeter gun, so and quite thick armor. It was starting to get produced in the 50s sometime. So it's on the trail of getting to the T-34s, but it's only halfway there.
Yeah, so even, historical items, shall we say, could be useful at this point. I mean, if they move and they fire, that seems to be all the requirements for it to be used on the battlefield by the Russians. So why the heck not, eh? At least it's got an engine, unlike a motor, unlike some of the tanks that they went to pull out of storage early on. That they found.
Well, it's got a 122 millimeter gun. It can be used as self-propelled artillery for direct fire. Maybe for indirect too. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So if they've been having an awful lot of artillery smashed, they're going to bring in every gun that they can get hold of, I suppose. That seems to be what's happening. And so, yeah, it's certainly plausible that this thing has indeed been dragged out of storage, and at least, they're having a look at it. I can safely say that I'd never seen such a thing before in my life. It's exceptionally rusty, but yeah, if it's a gun and they can kill with it, that seems to be the only thing that they really bother about. So it's certainly plausible. And I suppose at some point we'll find it destroyed on a list somewhere. I know Oryx is calling it an end shortly, and I understand that we're all going to be very upset about that whole situation. But there is a hero who will be continuing the work to update the lists at least. So I think we can thank that person, and we can expect maybe to see one of those appear at some point. All this historical stuff, they really could have had a fabulous parade, couldn't they, if they'd only been bothered to do so. Now, I absolutely need a cuppa. So bear with me 2 minutes, Ming, if you can.
No problem. I'm meanwhile reading about the big government scandal in Estonia, which I haven't heard about at all. But then my source for this story isn't very reliable, seeing it's a Russian one. Apparently, Kaya Kallas is at risk of losing her post because of her husband's involvement in Russian business. Does anybody know anything about this?
I do know a little tiny bit about this. Yeah, so apparently Kaya Kallas's husband has had, several business interests over the years, and one of them appears to have a connection to a Russian company. And it's turned out that this particular company is still operating within Russia. And so, as you can imagine, it's gone down like a bit of a wet fart. And for some reason, everybody thinks now that she should resign because of something that she probably had no actual clue about. And this is the thing that, I mean, even in Ukraine, they're uncovering companies. 401 companies yesterday they announced that they'd uncovered so far as having secret links to Russia and secretly sending profits and assistance to Russia. So, it does happen. It does happen. Roos?
Well, yes, it looks like whatever he invested in, it's about trucking and he's transporting things. But it looks like it's actually stuff that are not yet on the sanction list. But she has also invested money in one of his companies, and I'm not sure if that one is part of the what is he is being accused of. So we'll see how it plays out. But it's also about Estonian politics. Whenever someone does anything that's questionable, the opposition will try to use it to get rid of her. It happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if anybody missteps at this point, it's going to be pointed out to them, isn't it? And I would not hold her personally responsible for the actions of a company that you've previously invested in, but it's something that people can grab onto and use as a stick to beat their political rival with. They're going to use it, aren't they? Of course they are. Chris?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mockers, just to remember that shareholders have virtually no control over what a company does and how it's run, and that it's run by the board of directors and the MD and the CEO and stuff like that. So, small point, but just to be clear.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen how some of these companies are a little bit reticent to loudly declare that they're still working with Russia, but are still carrying on doing it, albeit a little quieter. And so, go on, Ming.
Yeah, no, so common sense, waxing all philosophical on this. The case is not unique. In some places, personal gain sometimes outweighs principles. Man as a whole is imperfect, as well as any society, and such a phenomenon as double standards also exists, which is really them sort of saying, well, we're really not that bad, are we?
Oh, so yeah, I don't know about that situation, but I do know that, yeah, it's not always, like Chris says, it's not always the investor's choice, is it? And in the circumstances that you make investment, you don't have a crystal ball, and you don't know what's coming in the future. And I think it's, yeah, it's something that has been identified and will likely be dealt with very swiftly, and is more of a small thing that people are using, you know, to blow up out of proportion. I mean, come on, let's have a little look with a critical eye at some people in the British government. And that's all I'm going to say on that.
Yeah, speaking of which, mockers, why has the Russia report never been released in the UK?
You think I know the answer to that?
Well, I think I know the answer to this because it's just a bit embarrassing, I suspect.
Yeah, you're probably right there. More than a bit embarrassing, utterly scandalous, I would imagine. And there's already enough of the dramatics going on in British politics at the moment. I have a very strong feeling that they would like to keep certain scandals from breaking. Perhaps one of these days that information will be available and we will all be utterly unshocked. But yeah, I do feel as though there would be an awful lot of embarrassment if these sorts of things were widely known.
Yeah, just to give a bit of background to non-UK listeners, there was obviously a lot of accusations of Russian interference in the Brexit referendum and various other things. And anyway, the government commissioned an investigation into all this, which resulted in a report which was delivered to the government. I think Boris Johnson was still PM when that happened. But that report has never been released and remains hidden from the rest of us. So as to what it concludes or what its contents say, the mockers and I have absolutely no idea.
Indeed, but do you think he lost that file?
In moving out of Downing Street, it got lost in the move.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. You know, it might just have been thrown away with some other papers, incinerated by mistake, perhaps.
It's sort of weird how the UK does these things. Like, so do you remember when Litvinenko got poisoned? There was no inquiry at all. But several years later, when relations with Russia had deteriorated somewhat, they decided, oh, well, maybe we should have a Litvinenko inquiry, and they did one. So it's kind of totally dependent on political will. Whereas in the US, for instance, you know, the Mueller report, everybody in the world could read the thing.
Yeah, exactly. There's something to be said for transparency. It's not always good for some people because they already live in glass houses. Chris.
Hi, we've got a howling Malamute in the background, I'm afraid. I was just going to say, not to go too deep into politics and that, Ming, and I wasn't really down in London when London Grad was building, but I do wonder how it's doing these days. I do remember some property guy whinging and being like pro-Russian, and I thought, yeah, there's a lot of your property investments tied up in this, I'm sure. But what I do like to bring up at this point, Ming, is the fact that Farage was, you know, involved in dodgy metal deals with Putin and the Ozero Dasha cooperative in the early days. You know, but since he's being dobby about being banned on banks, quite rightly, he should be banned as well. Far too in deep with the Russians.
Yeah, I remember we talked about that, Chris, at the time. but not his banning by NatWest or Coots or whatever it was, but I think he was, he wasn't a physical metal kind of guy. He was a guy who traded metals behind a screen. So it's kind of hard for me to see how he might be doing shady stuff with Russians, as opposed to just, spotting arbitrage opportunities between metals sourced on a futures basis, i.e. the non-physical metal deliverable at some point in the future. I don't know, between, some ore available in Siberia versus something available in Africa. I simply don't know.
Nor do I, Ming, but I do know somebody, right, that keeps poking me and Alexander from U Control to dig deeper and promote it, and that, he is like 100% sure that he's on solid ground with all of that, but obviously I don't know, me, but it's a good rumor, to talk about Farage on anyway, as far as
The one I'd like to have a much closer look at is Aaron Banks, because we know he was in meetings from the Russian embassy. We know that he had, what was it? Was it a diamond mine or a gold mine in interest in a gold mine in Africa or something? It's just too shady.
Which Banks is that, Mick?
Aaron Banks. That's the guy who bankrolled Farage. And
okay. No, okay, noted. Yeah.
He's the one worth having a closer look at, I think.
I'll have a freight monkey coming to join us. And I may have a question for Freight Monkey actually as well in a minute. So if his connection ever works. Oh, there we go. It takes a little time at the moment. I don't know what they've done to the app. Welcome up, Freight Monkey.
Hey, Monkers. Hello, Ming. Hello, everybody. It's another wonderful day here. Slowly getting cooler. I was listening to what Ming was just saying now, and I do have an excellent book recommendation. Not that I want to take anybody away from the MriyaReport, of course, but there's this bloke, Keir Giles. He wrote a book called Russia's War on Everybody. He is a self-described Russophobe, which is makes him rather endearing to me. I think his book is very good because he goes through some of those shenanigans and some of the ways that Russia has more or less infiltrated various European societies and businessmen, etc. And it does seem like they have had, at least. I don't know if now things are slowly changing or if events have forced some kind of change, but they have had some very close relationships with some political parties and some politically minded individuals in at least in the UK. I know in France as well. I don't know for everywhere in Europe, but it's interesting that in the UK it seems to be something people are less attracted by. I think by this Russian ideology, or it's not like in France where there's this sort of proto-fascist political party, or at least elements of that political party are proto-fascist. I don't think that really works in the UK, but through the lens of business, they seem to be able to get their claws in quite well with some individuals. And anyway, I do recommend the book or the audiobook. I'm actually listening to the audiobook on my way to work in the morning, and it's very good.
Yeah, he's on Twitter, actually. I think Keir Giles. He turns up quite frequently in the Ukrainian context.
Yeah, he is.
Pretty sure I follow him.
He also did a whole piece about the Daft Putin account, which I always thought the Darth Putin account was just some very clever bloke on Twitter, you know, doing some jokes. But it seems that it's a little bit more of an organization of people who are putting a lot of work in discrediting Russian official statements, and he goes through the explanation of how ridiculous the Russian statements are. We all know it now, but before the war, before the 2014 war, before the escalation in 2022, I don't think everybody looked at it as closely as we look at the statements now. And this Darth Putin people seem to think that the best way to fight it is essentially to show how ridiculous all those statements are. And it's interesting. It nearly has some archetypical story in it. You know, it's a little bit like the. I'm not a Harry Potter fan, but I've got nieces and nephews, and you know, they all love the Harry Potter movies, and we have to rewatch it all together. And there's that moment where they fight some thingy. I don't remember what it's called, but basically the way to fight it is to ridicule it. And it reminded me a little bit of that. That's an efficient way to do it, because if you engage with Russian statements, you know, ridiculous statements, if you engage with them, you're basically giving them ammunition, because you give them some reason it manages to give credibility to their statements. But if you ridicule them, that's the only thing that they feel a little bit sensitive to. And it is fairly easy to ridicule those statements. Anyway, again, highly recommended.
I have actually found that, especially with regards to if any naughty vatniks bother me in my replies, I find the absolute best way to deal with it is, no matter what they say, just laugh. You know, not show any chink in your armor that you think what they've said is disgusting or what have you. Literally just laugh at anything they say, and the more you poke fun of it, the quicker they block you. It's because they just can't take it. They're just like, why can I not get you?
Yeah, I'm so looking forward to, well, hopefully he's going to follow through, but Elon Musk getting rid of the block button. I don't block anyone, but I'm blocked by so many people. And the one I'm looking forward most to getting unblocked by is the Russian Embassy UK, because they are so open to ridicule. And they're brilliant because they're so predictable. 9 a.m. every morning, they do their good morning thing with some photo from, you know, pretty looking place somewhere, maybe in Russia, but more likely in some occupied territory somewhere. So totally ripe for ridicule, and best of all, community notes.
Well, yes. I mean, some of us have thicker skin than others, though, and I just wonder what kind of laws that's going to open up, you know, liability for. I'm sure there's rules about that sort of thing. Anyway, Freight Monkey.
So I had a question specifically for Ming, because I feel like I'm in the mockers camp on this one. Not that I block people, but if I start engaging with them, I get I get overly emotional. I get upset, and then I start typing this huge answer, and then I'm like, fuck it, I can't. If I engage, I lose. I know. Ming, how on earth do you stay so calm with all these?
Well, the trick is never get upset. Never get
yes,
upset.
But I can't, Ming. I just cannot. I can't not get upset. It's impossible. And whenever I get upset, I know that I start losing the argument straight away, because I stop thinking clearly, you know, and I can't express myself clearly either. Now, it's much easier in a written form, of course, because in written form you can change what you're saying. You know, you can't take back a statement once you've said it out loud. But with the amount of tankies that I have to deal with, on a daily basis in this place, or people who are just they're very exposed to Russian propaganda. They might not be tankies, but they've just been so only exposed to it that they fall for it, really. I mean, they're the kind of people who think that last year people in the UK were actually, that people were freezing and dying in their homes, which of course does happen. There are some people to whom that happens. Energy poverty is not something to joke about, but they have the impression that that was widespread because of gas, lack of gas, or people who think that, and even Ukrainians. I had this conversation with a Ukrainian lady who, when we were talking about, I don't know, Sweden and Norway, she was mentioning about how she would never go to Sweden because the Swedish government would take away their kids. She wasn't able to say where she heard that from, but I know that comes from Russian propaganda because I've seen that. I've seen those stories, which, by the way, it's worth delving into because that has to do with Swedish Child Protective Services taking abuse very seriously. But it's by no means the idea that you'd get taking your children away from you because you've gone to Sweden or something like that. So I just can't not get upset in real life. So I just wonder how you do it because I've seen you speaking to all these people, and I don't know, you keep remarkably calm.
I had some fun at the weekend. I had a run-in with Peter Hitchens, the
I saw
the Mail on Sunday guy, and I actually made a mistake there. But we'll get to that in a moment. But basically, I humiliated him because he picked up on an Economist piece that was basically dooming about the slow progress of the Ukrainian counteroffensive, and he tweeted it about 30 minutes before I spotted it. But because I've got an Economist subscription, it means I'm also on the website. I sort of, and I know I've dealt with Peter Hitchens before, but he's one of those guys who gets really upset, right? So I go, here's Peter. He's just picked up on a week-old Economist article saying that the counteroffensive, the Ukrainian counteroffensive, is not going anywhere. And then he does that thing. He doesn't reply to you. He quote tweets you. So I just annoy him by quote tweeting his quote tweet to me. And he comes storming back saying that I'm a total liar because it's just been published in London yesterday, yada yada. But in the link to the article, it shows that it was published on the 20th of August. So I just go back and say, well, look, Peter, I mean, if you're already on top of things, you'd know this was published on the 20th of August and not just yesterday. Anyway, but where I went wrong is I accused him of being the Russian. I said the Russians had compromat on him. So he then came storming back saying that I was defaming him and it was absolutely outrageous and this, that, the other. But I have unfinished business with him because I picked up a few really interesting clues in that particular run-in, which I hope to tweet about in a day or two because I've got some theories. But it's all good fun.
Well, they accuse everybody of doing things all the time, don't they? So why not throw it right back at them, to be honest? And if you've rattled him enough to drop some hints and clues, even better. You never know what you might find out and what you can poke at him with. Freight Monkey.
So I followed that very, very closely. I even put on the little bell icon that you can put so that I make sure that I never missed one of that interaction. And I do agree with you. That was a mistake to use the word compromise. But that said, I've been following Peter Hitchens for years. I'm very interested in the character. I'm a bit of an amateur psychologist. When I mean amateur, I mean really amateur psychologist. And what I've always found so interesting with Peter is how he's so doom and gloom about everything. Like everything is always lost. It's too late. It's, you know, you have to leave the country if you can. He's a very, very doom and gloom character. Absolutely no hope. The original reason why I found him so interesting was in the context of British politics, when he was saying that the mistake that the electorates did was not destroy the Conservative Party when they had the occasion. And the other very interesting thing that I thought about him was during the Brexit debate, that he was actually not in favor of Brexit, and I thought it was a very unique take from such a person, because it actually, I think, surprised a lot of people. So I followed him a lot, and I read some of his books. I can't exactly remember what it was called, but it was about, you know, the end of British civilization, and it was actually quite a good book, to be honest. It was highly entertaining. So I don't agree with him politically, but I thought it was good. So I've been following him, and one of the things that I remember from Peter Hitchens is, in his youth, he was a self-described Trotskyite, a communist, who, in his own words, and now I'm paraphrasing, I can't exactly remember how he said it, but in his own words, he would have murdered, you know, or ordered the murder of thousands of people had he had the chance. But now he's a reformed person. He's no longer a Trotskyite. But he never changed his opinion on Vladimir Putin. And I think it's kind of interesting that he is, politically speaking, very much a Putinist, because, you know, it's not as if Putin goes around being a pro-communist political person. I mean, he's not actually trying to bring back communism to Russia. He's trying to do something, you know, a little bit new. And it's interesting to see that actually Peter Hitchens has very much the same political development as Putin. And we all know he's a bit of a fan of Putin, because he did write a few articles, although by now they're a little bit old, and I'm sure that they could use some updating. But he could have come out saying, I no longer agree with XYZ, but that's not what he says. So we have to assume that he still stays by those political statements that he made a few years ago, at least in writing. So I haven't followed him as closely since the 2022 invasion. So I don't know if he's maybe contradicted himself in a few places, but it is very interesting to see that political arc, that development in that long story of a very, very sad man, because you can see that he's sad. I also suspect he doesn't have a great relationship with his children, because he did mention a few times that his children think he's ridiculous, which I think maybe all fathers have at a certain point. But he seems to be just a very kind of sad, lonely man who's waiting for the demise of the West.
The argument I want to have with him, and I'm sort of gearing myself up to do, there's something else, there's another little project, but I'll DM you about that, Freight Monkey, because I'd be really interested, seeing as you follow the guy so closely, your input could be really valuable on it. But no, the argument I want to have is because his basic position on Ukraine is that, you know, peace at any cost, and that, you know, negotiations should be started immediately, and they have to give land and all the rest of it. And the historical reasoning behind this, the historical analogy he uses for this is something called the Lansdowne Letter. So Lord Lansdowne was a bloke who, in 1917, in the middle of the First World War, published a big piece in the Daily Telegraph, which said that, you know, enough of this war, we need to sue for peace with Germany. And this is what he feels is the appropriate way forward for Ukraine. Now, there's a reason he picks Lord Lansdowne. It's because he writes for the Mail on Sunday. And the actual historical analogy is, you know, what we need to do to stop this war is be Chamberlain at Munich. And he knows that the moment he says that, he loses all his credibility with Daily Mail readers, so he can't. So he uses some obscure historical analogy that nobody's ever heard of, so that he doesn't get accused of being an appeaser.
Can I say something? It's Martin.
Go ahead, Martin.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, my point was, well, in fact, was quite specific because, I mean, in the last few days, there's been all this. You know, I've been on Twitter having discussions with a whole load of people who, you know, believe that you know, the Ukraine war should be settled, you know, through peace negotiations, and basically that correlates to Ukraine, you know, giving up territory, and it's a frozen conflict. And if you sort of work back from that, then, you know, when you look at some of the people involved in this, then you realise that some of their political motivations are rather dubious. And one of the things that I've been highlighting in the last couple of days to people, and it's actually right-wing politicians, but it's the fact that Aaron Banks, who, as we know, you know, was heavily involved in Brexit, you know, had a Russian wife called Katya Banks, and funnily enough, I mean, I've actually met her and met her parents, and so one of the things that people forget. It's all public. It's out there on the on Wikipedia and the and on the search engines. But the fact that there was this woman called Katya who came over from Russia a few years ago, and then had relationships with various UK politicians, including Lib Dem MPs and various other people, all very suspicious. And then she had a whole bunch of sort of glamorous blonde friends as well. And then she ends up shacking up with Aaron Banks, and having 3 children with him. And I mean, I met her and her parents at a do, because I've lived down near Thornbury in just north of Bristol, and so I mean, Aaron Banks married someone who was closely connected with the Russian, you know, Yeltsin and era and before, nomenclatura, you know, regional official, lots of money, stuff like that. And then magically, as we know, Aaron Banks then ends up with £7 to 10 million to put into Brexit campaigning. And I mean, a lot of people have forgotten this, but it's out there public. And she used to drive around with a car which had something like 007 number plates on. I mean, she made a joke of the fact that she was widely regarded as a Russian spy. So I don't know whether all you guys know about that or have forgotten it, but it's a fascinating story.
Yeah, there's definitely something very sus about Aaron Banks. We have to be careful what we say there, Martin, because he's notoriously litigious. So it's all, you know, anything we say needs allegedly added on the end.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, yes. I mean that is fine. I mean, but all I've done is just quoted public information, and you know, I mean, there's 20 or 30 pages at least of this stuff out there, and it's been in the major, you know, all the papers. I mean, I think they're now divorced, but the interesting thing in relation to him and his gold mines and all these other things is, you know, is the close links between, you know, the Russians and you know, Russian politicians and diplomats in London, and the whole vote leave, you know, cabal, really, including Farage. And I know we're not, you know, we don't want to get into a Brexit debate now, but the links between Russian money and influence and Brexit and developments in this country are incredibly strong. I know we all probably agree on that, but a lot of people, you know, want to put it in the past, want to put it in a box and put it on the shelf, don't they now?
Yeah, exactly. So we were talking. I don't know if you were listening, Martin, when we were talking earlier, but the whole report investigation into Russian meddling in British politics hasn't been released.
Well, it has been released. I mean, the issue. I mean, it was released. I think in the autumn, wasn't it? After Johnson was elected as PM. But the point is that. Or sorry, not elected. He was made the leader of the Conservative Party. But I mean, there were at least two reports. There was the Russia report, which was obviously heavily redacted. So there's a whole load of stuff that Dominic Grieve and others on the Security Committee saw, but we didn't. And so they know the full report, whereas we don't. But the other thing was also there was a Department of Culture, Media and Sport did a report, and I forget the person who headed that, but that was that again highlighted the fact that there was explicit Russian interference in Brexit and indeed other campaigning. And I mean, there was a lot of analysis done at the time, and there was, again, my apology, I forget the academic, but there were some fascinating infographics which showed that the St. Petersburg troll farms, were managing tens and tens of thousands of bots and fake accounts, and that they were changing targets in that they went before Brexit on a whole load of divisive issues. They then pushed Brexit, and then with Brexit, if in a sense won, they then moved on to pushing issues like Johnson. So in fact, these same bots and troll farms moved from Brexit in 2016 to facilitating and enabling and helping Johnson to get elected in 2019. I mean, absolutely fascinating. So there was a continuum to these campaigns, and obviously funding behind it. And those same accounts, I bet you, have now moved on to pushing all the other issues that are out there, which will include, trans and immigration, migrants issues and things like that, and also, I'm sure, the Ukraine war. Again, creating division and chaos wherever they can.
Sorry, I'm just dealing with an issue in the background here. Thank you, Martin. Freight Monkey, go ahead.
So not to overly linger on domestic British politics. Actually, I'll just come back to maybe to Peter Hitchens on Ming's last comment. I think where he stands on Ukraine is not actually necessarily peace at all costs. It's more like I think his view has more to do with that idea of sphere of influences. He is one of those people who thinks that Ukraine is and should remain a buffer country and is in Russia's so-called sphere of influence, a very 19th century mindset, and that they shouldn't be an independent country. So that brings you to peace at all costs. In his view, Ukraine should be a sort of, a colony power, a sort of dominion from the Russian state, which I think before 2014 was a very widely held view throughout Europe and is still for some people. And it's not without some merit, because if you look at historically, you can always go back far enough to say, well, Ukraine was only a country because the Russians decided that they needed an extra seat on the Security Council and that kind of stuff. So they'll throw those kind of arguments, which they do have a certain amount of historical accuracy in them. And it's easy because it's hard for normal people to go and counter that argument. But then if you want to go down that road, nor is France a country. Switzerland is certainly not a country. We all know from Tim Sennett that Belgium is definitely not a country, nor is the United Kingdom or Poland or any of these countries. So it all has to do with when do you define a country to be its own nation? And I think that secretly in Peter Hitchens' mind, deep down somewhere, he views the collapse of the Soviet Union as being a little bit of a catastrophe as well. He's definitely not pro-communist now, but he would like to have a reformed Soviet Union along the lines of, you know, with religious orthodoxy, strong morals, and a strong Russia. He's attracted to that idea. He's always been attracted to Russia, and he's never hid that. He's attracted to the idea of the strong Russia, and that is a widely held view in Europe, especially if you go into the more right-wing religious people. And I know I can say that because I grew up in a family that held similar right-wing religious views, not on Russia, but you know, if you grow up in a very conservative landscape and you see Russia as this sort of I don't know, conservative pipe dream, then that might be it might be something that you idealize, really. So it's I just think it's interesting. Anyway, Ming, let's talk whenever you want. I mean, I'm very interested to see how you will confront Peter. I definitely wouldn't be able to do that because as I said before, I just lose my temper, and I definitely wouldn't be able to make a single coherent point before getting just overly upset.
But remember, if you ever do go after Peter Hitchens, he's always going to be more upset than you are. So if you...
Yes, but he's been doing it. He's been doing it for many, many, many decades. he's debated, and he's been on television, and he's been a columnist writer, and you know he's professional at getting upset. Whereas I'm not a professional. You know, I'm just a very normal person. So I think he lives on this negativity. That was the other thing when I was saying that he's a sad man. Maybe sad is the wrong term. He powers off negativity. It is something that gives him an immense amount of energy. Whereas I, and I think a lot of other people, you know, they prefer positive things. But Peter is very, very motivated by negative. And that's why his whole view of the world is consistently negative. It also makes him one of the most interesting people in politics, or in journalism, or political journalism, or whatever you call it, because he's so unique. He's like you know, he's like a very rare animal that a biologist finds on an island and really wants to observe because, well, you've never really seen it, so you want to see its behaviors. You want to see how it reacts to certain things. I think he's completely unique, and the fact that his brother Christopher Hitchens, he's passed away, was so diametrically opposed to so many of Peter Hitchens' ideas, but had the same, if not more, rhetorical power. You know, they would clash ideologically, but they are both very good speakers, and Christopher was also a very good writer, just like Peter is also a very good writer. I reiterate that he's a very, very good writer. But the fact that they were so opposite on so many things, and they didn't even really get along, I think it's absolutely fascinating. It makes you think about all these theories of nature and nurture. You know, how much was created in their social environment, and how much was basically inherited from parents. I don't know. It's an absolutely fascinating subject, but I feel like I'm just droning on, so I'll shut up for a while.
Vivas, go ahead. Lively combo. Yeah, you just drifted in, Freight Monkey, into my thoughts. I think once or twice about Chris Hitchens and, you know, where he'd be on things right now. My sister, as she was coming up in the diplomatic media world, was actually Christopher Hitchens' favorite PA of all time. And there was one time I rocked up to go out to lunch with her, and Hitchens Christopher was just going off, and it was with Peter. So got the full brunt, and it was so like older, younger brother, you know, set up character study, you know, just fascinating. You know, like his Christopher Hitchens, Hell's Angel from Mother Teresa, like all that stuff was just so absolutely brilliant. And Peter Hitchens, I really I can't abide, right? Like I just can't even get into his prose. So Freight Monkey, I feel you. Ming, Ming's a king, not letting his emotions get carried away. But like on the blocking, aren't you guys getting constantly botted all the time? Like, and it's the only way to deal with that, right? Just, block them. That's it. I mean, it's like more than 50 times a day for me usually.
No, it works for me the other way around, Peeves. They block me.
Well, that's like, I'm guessing that's your modus operandi. So yeah, like I hope, as Marcus was suggesting, that it's like not actually legal in the app stores or whatever, for them not to have the blocking function. But I don't even know, like, I can't even imagine, right? I mean, literally, I've been blocking more than 50 people bots generally. And it's so interesting. Like once I got more intensive about specific Moscow attacks, I'd like to think in witty ways, like then it just like it went overboard, right? And it's just all these just faceless, like, babe kind of nothing accounts and whatever. But I don't even know how Twitter is useful at that point. Oh, and by the way, on Faraj, he was always going for term contracts, but from what I saw, he generally he was just grubbing about for like spot contracts, but not futures here and there. Which is what all that circle of that's what the whole thing around all the Russians from the late '90s on. Who could grab a jet fuel contract? Who can grab, and now it's just all of that.
Yeah, no, I look. I don't know what what kind of trades he did. I just know that whatever he was doing didn't really involve the physical goods very much. But Freight Monkey, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone can correct me here, but I was always under the impression that Faraj was mostly a broker. He would have some kind of connection on both the sell and the buy side, and he would broker a deal between people, whether it's a physical shipment or whatever. I don't know. This is just a feeling I have.
No, that's exactly Freight Monkey. That's exactly right. That's that whole mob. That's what that whole mob is about, including a friend of mine who's politically connected on the Tory side, and I was living in London. During those years.
Which means when he goes and say I traded metals and all that, means it's, sorry for the words, fucking bullshit. He never took
totally
a damn position in his life.
No. Him trying to run a futures trade? Are you kidding me?
Exactly. And trust me, if he was such a successful businessman who traded metals, he wouldn't be in politics. I'm sorry, but it's just, the two don't add up. A broker. I've got lots of respect for brokers. I was a broker as well in the past. It's a hard job. Don't get me wrong. Hard drinking. It's lots of. But it's a salesman job, right? It's and you can make lots of money being a broker, and there's nothing wrong with that. But he always obscures. Faraj is another one of my sort of. I've also followed him for years. I'm a bit of a what would you call it? A stalker, a political stalker. So I followed him for many years through the Brexit debate because I'm not British, even though I sound like it. I was very interested in Brexit because it was something I could take a view which was maybe a little bit different to a British national, and I followed him many years before the Brexit referendum, and it was interesting how he always obscured his past. And he would mention offhand, yes, I traded metals and I was involved in the city and that kind of stuff. But not a physical trader. As per the blocking, I don't normally comment. I try not to get too involved in commenting on things in written on Twitter because, as I said, I just tend to get too upset and in a bad mood. So I do it more on this space. And what I tend to write down is more like, my own trades and my ideas about, shipping equities and coal and oil and that kind of stuff, because I can always keep more calm on that, even though they're still idiots. So I tend to attract a certain class of trolls, which are all these crypto people or very pretty women who start texting you about, that famous pig slaughtering scam that is very common in China and Southeast Asia, that comes from China and Southeast Asia. So I get a lot of that. So I block those people, but I generally don't get in my DMs Russian trolls. But that's also because I don't comment that much on these subjects in written. I just can't. I can't get involved in that. I have so much respect for professional bonkers because, they go and do it day in, day out. And here's my ode to you, Ming, for having so much patience. I just wouldn't be able to.
You're a lurker, afraid monkey. That's the term. You're like, well, that's some gruesome stuff. I've never gotten the slaughter business. Like it's like Kubrickian or something. Just another thing that's sorry,
good.
Just the other thing I wanted to bring up, if you guys, the two of you might be following, is from the point a fortnight ago when the ruble busted through 100, at that point, allegedly, currency reserves, et cetera, were gonna get removed. That's what they said at the end of that week, and it's something I've kind of been expecting, right? As long as you hold the stuff behind, the false currency, it doesn't matter. The currency really doesn't matter, and it's at a place where it's turned into a shitcoin a while ago. So, but the really interesting tell, which Putin gives now and again, he just can't help himself, is when they had their finance meeting like a week or so ago, and pretty good reporting, I think, in the FT, maybe Bloomberg, that like everybody was scared to talk except for what's her name, the finance minister, who was a Yale fellow, pretty smart, I think, and she brought up currency controls. But other than that, it's so clear that Putin was not having the ruble over 100, and whatever plans they may have had to start phasing it out, like that all went out the window at that point. And so yesterday, it just about hit 96. Right now it's 95.51, and the dollar is flexing very strongly against the yuan and all the Asian currencies really. So I don't think it's going to be too many more days before we see it pushing 100 again, and that obviously is inflicting its emotional toll on Putin. And it's just something stupid like this that doesn't really matter that is really gonna, like send him off to doing something really stupid. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, so the ruble's just shy of 96 today. But not far off. Not far off the 100, which seems to get them all worked up. So
the magic number, yeah.
Yeah.
So something to look forward to.
Did you see this report that PBS, that apparently Raiffeisen Bank in Russia are going to charge a minimum for US dollar transfers to their customers, a minimum of I think it was $1,000 in transfer charges, and potentially up to 50% of the total value of the transfer. How would you read that?
Grubby. It's just like Farage, right? It's just on the just the chance to mint money, right? And whatever is cobbled there is just going straight into whatever account in Dubai. Like that was the other really compelling financial story for me, like a week or so ago, whatever, when both the UBS high net worth 2022 came out, and Russians gained 600 billion US The US had lost 4.9 trillion, Europe maybe like 4 trillion. And really examining, there was another really good piece about the state of play in Dubai, and it's more wretched than I knew. It's like turbocharged, what London was during the aughts, etc. It's just a force, at this point, and new private schools have opened up, etc. So to that story, that's just going to keep happening, right? It's just another way to just grab everything you can, while the iron's hot.
Freight Monkey.
So I recently bought an apartment here, actually, and it's in an area which, at least to my mind, wasn't very popular with the Russians. They like to stay in a place called the Marina, which my wife now calls Little Sochi. She refuses to go. But basically, yesterday I go to the gym in the apartment building, and lo and behold, there's like 5 Russian dudes there, and you're like, well, they even come to this area of Dubai, which wasn't very, well, not that popular for them. So they're absolutely everywhere, and they're getting a lot of assistance from the agents here to be able to buy property, and apparently it's becoming quite popular to buy property in cryptos. At least a good way to get the money out of Russia efficiently, or something like that. So we have, we end up having a very large population here, and in the area where I work, in the building I work in the lift, out of maybe every 10 people that you see, you have 4 or 5 Indian people. That's lots of Indians here anyway, and where you used to have maybe 4 or 5, maybe 2, 3 Chinese, and then the rest were Europeans. Now you mostly, basically, out of 10 people that you meet or that you see, you've got 5 Russians. So their share of the area has gone up like crazy. But the Chinese are doing this too. The Chinese are coming in and forcing in Dubai as well. I always thought it was a way for them to sort of escape the Chinese Communist Party, try to get as much money abroad as possible. And over here, there's no restrictions on what they can do. So they open up companies and they become the sort of the builders of Dubai. So behind any Arabic sounding contractor here, you have below on the billboard, you'll have something like China State Construction, or China Construction Corp, or China something, China this, China that. And I think it's a way for businessmen to get money out of China. So it's interesting to see the meeting of the 2 great minds of the 21st century, the Chinese and the Russians, over here in the Arabian Gulf, where it's nice and warm.
And it's also where now the relationship is flipped, right? Like 50% now of all trade coming into Russia is from China, like worth 150 B, I think. So that's the other thing that's going on, Freight Monkey, right? All around you in your lift is, the monthly, the daily, weekly transactions, of stuff coming into Russia. It's coming from China. So, it's just like it's flexing its muscle. And the thing about the really good reporting lately too is that, all the US agencies are all over this. And there's that kind of sickness, that we rail against in terms of trying to be too much in control of Ukrainian high command in the battlefield. It's like, as long as they feel like they have their eyes on things, it's like they like that better than not and actually doing something about it. But, it appears at this point that like they're trying to figure out in terms of when they know that Russian money is actually buying chips and pieces of hardware that are going to go into drones, etc., and kill Ukrainians. Like what can they really do about that in the scheme of supply chains and all the rest of it without upending their surveillance state, etc., where they feel oddly, strangely, somewhat comfy because they're all in this one place.
For the Americans, having all the Russians here is a boon for exactly those reasons that you say. I don't have any diplomatic connections at all, but I speak to a lot of people who at least claim they have, and they all have the same story about how this is very advantageous for the Americans. They're able to keep tabs on absolutely everything here. You know, it works for everybody. If you put pressure on the UAE government, apparently, well, it would work, I think. But what would happen? It would disseminate all these people into a lot of other places where it would be a lot harder to keep an eye on. So I completely agree with that.
Yeah, and just it's another like this evisceration of sanctions, right? It's like so it's just not happening, right? It's just like, can we just take that off the table and just forget it? You know, now what consumers can do, obviously, and here, MriyaReport, et cetera, where people are finding common cause, is just absolutely boycott buying these products, and that will have an effect. I mean, the way that's changed boardrooms in the US, maybe to some degree in the UK, but not as much, I don't think, you know, is kind of extraordinary. So if people really want to get serious about that, you know, and Unilever and all these, you know, all these major conglomerates that have a ton of beloved, you know, British products, you know, et cetera, and American, it's like, that's how you fight back. But, you know, people who just trying to be, you know, the morality play and be high and mighty or whatever, and think, you know, flex that by allegedly imposing sanctions. It's just not happening. And the minute, you know, Russians, Chinese, et cetera, Iranians hear that word or that push that that's part of the policy, they are just going to town, right? They're burning up phone lines, they're up all night, and they're just printing money. It's disgusting.
Pivas, I found the report about Raiffeisen Bank and their transfer fees. So this is Raiffeisen Bank Russia and their new fee structure if they're making US dollar transfers. And it's almost absurd. So from September the 1st, the fee for transferring funds in US dollars will be 50% of the transfer amount, with a minimum fee of $1,000. But on the positive side, the fee will be no more than the incoming amount. So you actually end up with a little bit more than you in your account than if the transfer hadn't happened. And the maximum fee will be $10,000. And this is justified by the bank on the basis of the need to limit the amount of incoming transfers in US dollars due to changing market conditions. So really what they're trying to tell their clients is, guys, we don't want you to do any US dollar transfers at all, because who in their right mind is going to pay up to 50% of the amount you're transferring in a fee?
And especially in dollars, right? Like, you know, Russians who have them do not want to be giving them up, and especially for fees. So if they accept the Bitcoin, et cetera, then okay. But
and I must give credit to Joanna, because she's the one who flagged this story up to me yesterday. Thanks for that, Joanna, if you're listening.
Please send that over in DM. I'd love to see it. Thank you.
Will do, definitely. Freight Monkey.
Hey, no, sorry, I was just stuck in a lift. Funny, just as we.
Oh, I'm back, by the way. Sorry, I had a bit of a disaster there that I had to deal with. And wow. Freight Monkey, you're now out of the lift, I take it. Or maybe not. No, now he's connecting. Oh, see, that's what happens when you get in a lift. Unfortunately. Ah, sorry, I've been slightly distracted. My apologies, Ming. He's
No
coming.
problem. No problem.
I'm sorry, Marcus.
Hey, it's okay. It's a good job I keep every message I get, put it that way. I'm like a squirrel. I hoard these things. Welcome back, Freight Monkey.
Yeah, sorry about that. Just on a reaction on the Raiffeisen thing, I don't know much about how this works, but could it just be because they do need to put a price on things? They can't just say, well, we can't do it, and therefore we have to put a price on it. So we put it at such an exorbitantly high cost anyway that it's probably just not going to be used. Or am I kind of reading that wrong? I don't know how this whole thing actually really works. So.
Yeah, I don't know either, to be honest. Of course, it's very difficult to understand the regulatory, regime that they're operating under in Russia. So who knows? But it just seems to me it's their way of telling the world, listen, guys, we're going to, it makes no sense to make a US dollar transfer, because if you do, it's going to be completely uneconomic for you if you do it with us. And whatever the reasoning behind that is, I have no idea.
And I'd also, I think that's exactly right, Ming, but I'd also suggest that that's also part of the current grift, right? Like people need to be transacting in dollars, and especially Russians abroad or ones that are going back and forth, et cetera. So, it's just everybody's like, it's like the city of London, same thing.
Freight Monkey.
Okay, but say you've got your bank account in Moscow and you live in Dubai, or something like that, and you do need to transact. Does that apply for, like, I give Dubai as a perfect example because of the dirham being pegged to the US dollar. So if you just change your dollars into dirhams, and then you can move them around, do your payments or whatever, move them abroad, you would escape that, right? Or would just the fact of changing your US dollars into dirhams, would that also create this enormous charge?
Oh, so you're saying don't make a US dollar transfer, do it in another currency and the US
Well,
dollar
if
equivalent.
it's pegged to the US dollar, it's always the same exchange rate. I can check exactly what it is, but yeah, it's like a dirham is 27 cents, US dollar cents, and it never really moves, never moves at all. You can just do all your business in dirham, and yeah, it's just a factor of converting it in your mind. Really, that changes the whole. I mean, as long as there's enough dirhams to go around, and as long as they can do that in Moscow. I don't know how tight Moscow is with I don't. First of all, I would think that the Russian state would have an issue with Russian citizens having US dollars at all, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm out of my depth here.
No, they want them amassing that as much as possible, for sure. But also, clever Freight Monkey, Dubai's rubbing off on you, right? Like, that's exactly right. There's multiple things. It's just like there's like 600 billion increase in high net worth, and that's not that many Russians, right? But
how
you're
much,
living amongst the
how much
engine.
of that is real? Because like my understanding of Russian businesses is it's a little bit like a lot of things are a little bit shady. But for instance, when some of these businessmen, I always give the example of Merenchenko, because Merenchenko is someone who I don't know personally, but I know his companies very well, because they're very well known in the shipping world, and I know people who work for him. But when he moved abroad, he's probably the same net worth. Well, he's actually richer now because whatever. But for instance, his wife overnight became immensely wealthy because he's a sanctioned individual and he transferred a lot of his assets over to her.
But does that mean that on the lists that the UBS does that mean that suddenly he's less wealthy? I don't think so. Maybe by leaving Russia, you start counting some net worth, which you didn't before, because, well, frankly speaking, you didn't have a clue. Or I don't know, how do UBS know about the net worth of these individuals anyway? I mean, that seems a little bit, I always feel like it's a bit like in Geneva, there's this famous magazine. Everybody reads the Bilan magazine because Bilan comes up, I think, every year and does this list of the 500 most richest people in Switzerland, right? And they put a net worth on that. I'm not saying that Bilan is UBS because, of course, it's a very different thing. But half of the crap that Bilan writes in that thing, they've totally invented. Or they've written down what people wanted said about them. I wonder if maybe these rankings, at least for Russia, being such an opaque place, especially when it comes to wealth and businesses, I wonder if it's something that you can really trust on. That's what I'm thinking.
Or like you could ask the question back at you, like who else would know better than UBS?
Good point. Credit Suisse, my friend. Credit Suisse. Oh no, that is.
So like your point's taken, for sure. But like I just look at that, and between Swiss and Dubai, and Russia, like who knows better? And as well, are they going to be part of a marketing flex, that Moscow wants? Hell yeah. But also, the way that we see the amount of Russians, whether in Europe this summer, very recently, Southeast Asia, where I am at the second, they are in numbers, and they're not stressed, at all. I've seen both sides of it in the past 6 weeks in Europe and here, so
no,
it makes sense. It makes sense to me.
They're not stressed, and the demographic that I bump into, not that I'm friends with or that I hang out with them, but I see in the lifts and the gyms, etc. They're a young demographic. They tend to be up to the age of 35, maybe 40. They're very clearly highly educated. They're very clearly wealthy. And when I mean wealthy, I don't mean, a funny sort of side story. My wife is Ukrainian, and she would always describe the flights going to Kyiv from Dubai, which was, full of these, sort of gopniki type people, these dressed in with big Gucci bags and sort of big brands, and the sort of what the French would go around despising as the nouveau riche, sort of very vulgar type of people. And when you see those kind of people in Dubai, you automatically know that they're either sort of drug dealers or they're not as wealthy as they would like to look. But when you see that this demographic of Russians, at least that I see, they're not dressed in the same way. It's the more understated wealth which makes you think that these people probably are seriously wealthy. They don't need to really put it in your face because well, they just don't need to. So I'm guessing they come from places like Moscow or St. Petersburg, around there, and they're very mobile. They can go anywhere they want, and they're absolutely not stressed. The other funny thing is they're all going around with Apple products and Western tennis shoes and stuff like that. So they probably don't think that the West is as degenerate as their government thinks either. Whereas when you go to, say, Thailand, you have that other, maybe slightly more gopniki type of Russian tourist. Although I'm sure you have very wealthy ones as well.
What you were saying there. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Phoebus.
No, you go ahead. Next slide. Sorry.
No, what you were saying there, Freight Monkey, about what was it, this Bilan thing. I have a cousin who's in that sort of business. So what he does is he runs the rich list for China, and it's quite funny because he's really very, very famous in China. Well, he speaks Chinese fluently and all the rest of it. But anyway, so and the stories he tells me about, where he puts people on the rankings when it comes out every year, because it's big stuff in China. People really beat him up either to be higher on the list or not on it at all. It's really very funny. It's called the Huron Report, and it's quite a big thing in China.
It's a very wirist thing, and on the bilan, like you all know, okay, some of the top guys you just can't, it's not as if they can, really hide it, right? I mean, if you're the majority shareholder of Swatch Group, then of course people are going to know how much you're worth. But then you have so many other people on the list, and I went to Geneva. Is so small, so if you grew up in Geneva, then you automatically rub shoulders with people who have surnames that are they stand out because you all know the brands or the banks, etc. The Pictet people, etc. But it's so funny to see these sort of kind of rich kid people trying their best to be on the list, or there's the 30 under 30 or whatever they call it in Geneva as well. And the other day, I for some reason I opened it up and I saw one of my colleagues from school days. Haven't spoken to him however long it was. It must have been 2012 last time, 2011 when I graduated from high school. But it's really wireism. Like I think it's exactly the same thing as the China. It's like there's people who want to be on the list, and there's people who can't hide, first of all, and there's the people who want to be on the list. They probably shouldn't really be on the list if they want to. And then there's the people who try their best never to show up at all. And I have a feeling that Russia is like that, but on steroids, if that makes sense. Like a guy like Milenchenko, he doesn't need his name in the newspapers. The only reason why the name is there is because some of these companies are just so visible, or were so visible, now a little bit less visible, that you can't really hide it. And it didn't help that once his yacht was in the River Thames or something like that, next to Abramovich. But yeah, he doesn't need his name on the list, and I'm guessing so many other billionaires in Russia who, if they get into the media too much, if they start looking like they're quite powerful, they might just fall out of a window, right? So they try and avoid that at all costs, because as we know, in the past 2 years, windows have become very, very dangerous. Open ones and closed ones, of course.
Yeah, no, so the interesting example of that was, everybody knew he was incredibly wealthy and powerful because he was so closely connected to Yeltsin's family. He was officially a member of what they called the family, which was like Yeltsin's inner circle. But Abramovich, nobody in Russia ever saw a photograph of him until he bought Chelsea. And that was the first time anybody could see what he actually looked like.
He obviously lost his being scared. He was no longer scared of something. Changed in Abramovich so that he was, and I think he's always tried to buy himself some kind of, maybe buy himself a reputation of not being an oligarch, which obviously that kind of stuff fails. But he's still alive, so But a lot of other oligarchs are no longer alive, I spoke to one guy who he's obviously politically connected in a way that's slightly scary, and you don't want to ask like too many questions. But his opinion of the whole situation was, and he's not Russian, he's a Western guy. But his opinion of the situation was all these guys that fell down a window or died in mysterious incidents. I'll tell it quote unquote. If the family was also dead, like if the family was also murdered in mysterious circumstances, then that means that he was viewed to be some kind of traitor from Moscow. So they basically executed him and executed the family. But if it's just someone who mysteriously died, either a gunshot at the back of the head or fell out of a window, then it might just be someone who's potentially suspected of not being loyal. And, it's kind of someone, you've got to make him disappear because we're not too sure. He might not have done anything wrong, but we're not too sure where his allegiances fall. I think someone like Rappaport is a good example. And I can't remember the names of the other people, but go and Google, lists of oligarchs, mysterious deaths of oligarchs since 2022. And you've got a list of, last time I checked, there were like 40 people on that list. And some of the stories are some of the descriptions are, it's pretty obvious what happened. But the person I was speaking to was saying, well, it's a way of reducing the risks of leaks. It's insulating the Russian leadership from not necessarily someone who could go and challenge them in power, but could just go and do something which could hurt the regime. And I thought that was a kind of a scary conversation, but also very interesting to share. And this conversation happened over a year ago.
Meanwhile, Freight Monkey, I've sent you a DM on my little Peter Hitchens project. Do take a look and let me know what you think, because I'd be absolutely fascinated. And I have a couple of lines of inquiry related to that.
Excellent, I'll
separately.
do that.
I have a bit of other news. Would you believe Dmitry Medvedev has been drinking again? Because he's making some very strong statements. Would you like to hear this one?
Yes, please.
Yes, this guy has basically said that the consent of the West to Ukraine strikes on Crimea, in fact, is a casus belli and gives the Russian Federation the opportunity to act against everyone in NATO. What do you say to that? Should we try that?
Oh, let him
if they
try
want to try
that.
it?
Let him try that. He will find out. He will. If he try that, he will be gone in a few hours.
Freight Monkey?
I still don't understand exactly what his role is, because they're obviously letting him speak up.
Well, that's true, but I think he's there, as the crazy voice, if you know what I mean. He's the lunatic in the asylum that they just let speak. I actually have something really important that I saw yesterday, and I really want to bring to people's attention. There was a child seen abandoned by two soldiers in a video. I'm sure quite a lot of people saw this, and it was a bit concerning. And there has been an update that the drone operator waited for them to leave and found a way to bring the child to safety. That is all we know, and it's verbal confirmation from the drone operator. So I'm going to say that I'm happy with that update, and I don't need to question how or why it was managed. According to information, there may have been people in the occupied area who were involved in helping, and we wouldn't want to get them in trouble. So that's enough said on that, but it does turn out that this was indeed something that was dealt with. And, I absolutely knew that if a drone operator spotted a child in need like that, that they would try and do something to help. So I'm very glad to hear that there is likely a good outcome there. I also have some news from the battlefront. From the 46th Brigade, the Armed Forces of Ukraine state they have solidified their positions in the second line of defence in the vicinity of Verbove and are now awaiting a counterattack of the enemy. In fact, the direction of strikes will now change both in the operational and tactical level. Just when the enemy thought we were focused on Novo Provopivka and shifted their reserves, they received an additional blow near Verbove, and so far this has been successful. That is kind of what we expected, isn't it? That they would press in all sorts of areas and look to find weak spots. And as soon as a weak spot presents itself, in they go into that particular place. And it would seem that, yeah, they weren't really watching for the area of Verbove and have found themselves caught out a little bit there. And again, it's just speaking to the issue of lacking in reserves. If they had plenty of reserves in that area, they could have held both points, I would expect. And instead, they've moved them to one side and got themselves smacked on the other side. I have every faith that they will continue to do things like this. I also have a little bit of information about in the Bakhmut direction, what's happening. So coming from the Institute of Study of War, the Armed Forces of Ukraine have pushed the occupiers out in the Klishkivka direction. So that's south of Bakhmut. And in total, in the Bakhmut direction, the Ukrainian Defence Forces have liberated 44 square meters, it says. All along the front line, heavy fighting is still continuing, of course. And the Armed Forces of Ukraine have managed to dislodge the occupiers from their positions east of Klishkivka and in the centre of Klishkivka itself, and continue to advance along the southern flank of Bakhmut. The other axis, the Orikovo-Vasilivka axis, they are also advancing in that direction. Now, I think they mean 44 square kilometres because it says meters and then it says kilometres afterwards. So I have a funny feeling it's a typo there. Because 44 square meters, I'm trying to think how big that is. That's not very large. So yeah, it's going to be kilometers. So on top of that, I did have an interesting bit of information about Wagner. And I'll bring you that in a moment. But first, I've got to mention that there appears to have been an unfortunate incident in Belarus this morning. Have you seen that, Ming?
I haven't. I haven't, Mockers. Go ahead.
Well, at 3:30 a.m., several TM62M anti-tank mines were detonated on a railway bridge 800 meters from the Slovachino
In what?
station. Sorry?
Was it in some sort of freak accident?
Yes, a terribly freak accident where these mines just happened to have been planted in this location. And there is a photograph, and you can see two rails, both of which appear to be destroyed, on the bridge, right on the border of Belarus with Ukraine. I know, it's a strange thing to have happened. So the border post of the Republic of Belarus is visible in the photograph. And Note that the photo was taken from the territory of Belarus with a view of Ukraine in the background. It is reported originally that this.
So wait, the
Yeah. Were you still speaking then? Because I lost you.
I can't hear Ming also. I see that his mic is open, but I can't hear him.
Okay, well, I'll carry on because there's a little bit more. So it's reported by the Belarusian side previously that this was a result of a lightning strike. And as a result, the support of the bridge has been damaged and the railway tracks were destroyed in both directions. Now, I would say that the tracks themselves might be repairable, but if the support underneath is no good, they're not going to be running trains over that for a little while. There is no information of any victims, but, well, I would say that somebody decided that that was worth taking out. And yeah, so right there on the border, you can see the border post next to the bridge. It's highlighted. And then on the far side, beyond all the smoke, is apparently Ukraine. So it would appear that quite a few people are closing off their border crossings with Belarus after all. I mean, yeah, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and now this one.
Belarus is going to be totally isolated if they keep on carry on what they are doing right now. So I don't care.
Yeah, it's certainly an awful lot of things happening, and well, I would say that particular one was only a matter of time. But yes, shocking stuff. So on to some things about Wagner. Apparently in, oh my God, Vesely Volodzesk, wherever the heck that is. It's near St. Petersburg anyway. There you go. Posters which were advertising jobs with the Wagner Group have all disappeared. And they have mostly been replaced by ones advertising free plots of land near St. Petersburg. I don't know if this is some sort of joke, but a free plot of land, I wonder, 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, 6 feet deep. Just something that I was thinking of, and you know, probably not, but I just think that was amusing. And Ming has apparently lost all sound, so I don't know if it's coming back. Ming, no, yes, maybe you might want to recycle. I'm going to resume
something for you. You just started about the Wagner. There is some other news about the Wagner. So in Syria, Wagner was just a proxy for flood. Turns out that they went rogue. Mercs are tied into loans, money laundering, and top cover. So freelance Wagner in the various corporation version is kaput. Local militias are taking note. They see opportunities.
Yes, I saw something about this actually. There's an article, and this is from Al Jazeera, and it says here that Syria are cracking down on Wagner, trying to move to isolate and control their operatives after the rebellion against the Kremlin. This was originally reported by Reuters. And flight radar shows at least 3 trips by a Russian Ilyushin plane between Latakia in Syria and Bamako, the capital of the West African nation of Mali, where Wagner also has operations. So authorities in Syria and the Russian military started to take quick action against the Wagner operatives, trying to prevent, the uprising from spreading, basically, to other places. And I've got here apparently 6 sources were able to confirm that this crackdown was taking place, basically. Sorry, I was just skipping over a bit there. So it included volunteering mercenary fighters to sign new contracts with the Russian Defense Ministry or promptly leave Syria. And Syrian officials and other sources based near the deployed Russian forces have confirmed this. So Damascus did not publicly comment on the Wagner mutiny, in which Prigozhin obviously ordered his men to march on the Russian capital before brokering some sort of deal. But as they watched events unfolding, senior Syrian military and intelligence officials privately voiced concern that mutiny could disrupt the Russian military presence in their own countries, especially when they were kind of relying on it. So Russia deployed additional military forces and, crucially, air power to Syria in 2015 to help the President Bashar al-Assad beat back rebels intent on toppling him. And Wagner has since been involved in security for oil installations and other combat missions in Syria. So Wagner were reportedly there as early as 2015. So obviously there was strengthening of their alliances with Prigozhin, and now obviously it comes to the point where probably Wagner and maybe the Assad regime will have to fall back into line with the Kremlin's position more directly. A group of Russian military officers were quickly dispatched to Syria to take charge of Wagner forces there, according to military sources close to Damascus. And about a dozen Wagner officers deployed in Syria's central province of Homs and other areas were summoned to Russia's operational base at Himimim, that place. Brilliant, in western Latakia province. According to the Republican Guard officer and one of the Syrian sources briefed on the developments. The officer said this occurred in the early hours of the mutiny. So it's almost as though they had things in place, planned, prepared, maybe. Anyway, Syria's military intelligence cut landlines and internet links overnight on June the 23rd from areas where Russian Wagner forces were deployed to prevent them from communicating amongst themselves with the Wagner in Russia. And even with anybody back home who might be able to tell them what was going on. By the morning of June the 24th, Syrian military intelligence and Russian defense officials were coordinating to isolate and control the Wagner operatives. According to the senior Republican Guard officer, a Syrian security force and 2 Syrian sources briefed on the developments. So plenty of people knew about this. The Wagner fighters were then advised to sign new contracts and report directly to the Russian MOD and take a pay cut. Ouch! For paid mercenaries, that's going to be a bit of a sting. Those who refused the terms were flown out on Russian Ilyushin planes in the following days. 2 of those sources said. One stated that they numbered in the dozens, surprising Syrian officials who expected more would have refused. Between June the 25th and 27th, there was flight tracking radar showing at least 3 trips between Latakia, Syria, and Bamako in Mali, where Wagner also obviously has operations. Reuters could not establish whether Wagner personnel were on board the flights, of course, but the fate of Wagner assets in Syria currently remains unclear, including the Syrian oil fields under Evropolis, a company linked to Wagner that Western officials have said profits directly from those assets. The European Union imposed sanctions on that firm in 2021. According to a source, what's going to happen with Wagner economic interests in Syria is that basically Putin will replace Prigozhin over the control of his assets. Now, the mercenary group's presence in Syria is relatively small, and Syrian sources said, according to Reuters, there are no official figures, but they do vary over times, but they're never significant. And of course, for years, Moscow has denied any connection with Wagner. In the wake of the uprising, however, it was admitted that Wagner were part of the Russian system. There's a shock, eh? And the Syrian statement came out from Aaron Lund, a fellow at the Century International, told Al Jazeera, the Syrian government's relationship with Russia goes back many decades, all the way to Soviet 1950s. Now, with the war in Ukraine, Russia's direct presence in Syria, and the military, diplomatic, and other support it provides for Damascus, all of that is invaluable to the Assad regime. Keeping Russia engaged and supportive is an existential issue for them at this point. So, I'm just having a look if there's anything more that we need to, yeah. Oh, so, Syrian First Lady took the opportunity recently to restate Syria's support for Russia, stating, our Russian friends did not hesitate when they stood with us in our war. So we did not hesitate and will not to stand with them in their war, which is, you know, expected, I suppose, but still, it just goes to show the situation with Wagner in Syria, that they appear to have got themselves entangled in their own contracts and their own interests, shall we say, and it's probably a bit difficult to disentangle them now. It's funny, isn't it, how they add these tentacles. I don't know if I can bring you up, Ming. I don't know if it's working. So
I have in my ghost speaker, but I have a lot of ghost speakers I see. That's from my side, so no problem.
well, it is in your name after all, isn't it? So I'm not surprised. Oh dear, there's a big fire in St. Petersburg right now. It's a hangar blazing. Don't know exactly where. Where are we here? In Koltushi in St. Petersburg, a large hangar blazing. Of course, the cause is unknown, and we obviously don't know what that is. But there's also a number of other fires going off in Russia. Wow, we've had an electrical fire this morning at a construction site where a car hit a power line. And I tell you what, that's some crazy colours. Yes. So health and safety again. Health and safety. They really should be more careful, shouldn't they? How does a car hit a power line? Where was the power line? Anyway.
I think
Sorry.
he drove against the pole.
Oh, into the post. Oh well, then he's an idiot.
Yeah, and
Or drunk.
thereby he damaged one cable. Maybe the cable hit the car or the ground, and yes, then you get sparks.
Now, I did see something, however, that was a little bit more interesting last night, and this was in Yekaterinburg, and a fire broke out near the village of Monzino, near Nizhny Tagil. According to eyewitnesses, there were sounds of explosions heard from the place of ignition. The building was on fire. It wasn't a large building, but the information that was released was all basically is under control and the cause of the fire is unknown. But the fact that there were secondary explosions makes you wonder if something was stored there that perhaps, was interesting. I've noted that there are an awful lot of these sympathetic explosions going on at the moment. All sorts of places in Russia. Just wonder if there might be a concerted effort.
Ming, are you back?
I'm back. I can hear you again.
Ah,
Yeah,
nice.
sorry about that. I don't know what was going on. It went
Oh,
horribly
don't be
wrong.
sorry. It isn't your fault. Mostly it's Twitter box.
Yeah, so unfortunately it gets to the best of us.
Oh, I see the host has connection problems.
Awesome. Let me deal with that. One sec.
Well, if we have a crash as a result of the host connection issues, we'll be back imminently, but hopefully we'll fix it. So it can go either way. We'll see.
Yeah, well, I've sent out the emergency bat call and we'll see what happens. But yeah, it's very possible we're going to crash because I haven't had an immediate answer. However, while we're in the process of doing that, there is some information here with regards to Gripen. So Saab have come out and made a statement that they have 14 Gripen hulls sitting in storage and they can be quickly refitted with equipment and be ready to fly, but all they're waiting for is the political decision. Now, I don't know if there's some Swedish people here listening, but I would very much like them to say something. And somebody is saying that they actually have way more than this, not just 14. Now, maybe 14 have been selected as an initial suggestion. Oh, I think we're okay. We're not going to crash. So it's all right. You don't need to hold on to your hats or anything. We fixed it. So, yeah, there is a article here. And I'm just going to translate it. Or maybe I'm not. No, it's still thinking about it. Sorry, it's in Swedish and my translator obviously doesn't like it. But if anybody knows any more about that, they can by all means come and have a chat with us because I would love to know more about Gripens.
Do you have to post?
One more time. I might wake up Mete. What was that?
Do you have to post the message? Maybe
Yeah, I've just retweeted it.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, I'm sure we'll get some information from that a little bit later on today. I would like very much for Gripens to be released to Ukraine. I think it's important, very important. Yeah, okay, I've already done that one. There we go. Sorry, things weren't working for me then. I was just getting exasperated, but I think I'm happier now. We have Daniel coming to talk to us. Daniel, please.
Yeah, I felt that I needed to come up since you asked for it. What it is about is that Saab produced a number of Gripen aircrafts some while ago. The gap filler. It was the Swedish government that ordered them, though we weren't going to use them. Is a gap filler between the production of the CD versions and the new E version that is more or less a new aircraft, but just to keep sort of production going, to be able to continue with it when the E version was ordered, because it was under development at that point. And the idea was that these 14 airframes, that is not complete, could then be quite fast, quickly readied if they found an export customer. I've written a little bit about those during the past year, because the state has been a little bit unknown, publicly at least, about them. And I was a little bit afraid that they were sort of reserved for a particular export customer. The Philippines has been really interested in the Gripen, and they end of the last year, I think, the Swedish defense material export, whatever they call the authority, they approved the Philippines to get the Gripens if they would decide to do that, and according to a lot of rumors, they are really close to actually decide to get the Gripen. So I was afraid that these 14 were reserved for them and that they could not be sent to Ukraine. But apparently, from the statements from Saab, they are not reserved. And they said that they are missing engines and electronics and some other critical parts, but that they could quite quickly fit them with these necessary parts that are missing and make them ready to be sent to Ukraine, but that they need a political decision from the Swedish government to do this. And why this is important is that the Swedish Air Force has some 90, I think is the official number is 94 Gripens as it is now. But then you have to consider that Sweden is doing all the trainings of the pilots themselves. Many countries send their pilots abroad primarily to the US to train the basic training, and then also to get into to flying the real fighter that they are going to fly on in their own country. So they don't have to have planes ready to handle that kind of training. Sweden is also developing the aircraft themselves, and though Saab is doing it, the Air Force is also to some extent helping in that. So there are airframes that sometimes have to be used in testing and development, with everything from new parts being put into it and tested to qualify the aircraft for some new munitions or something like that. And then there is also the part of when you're selling an aircraft as a nation, you also have to do some PR, and then the Air Force often have aircrafts that they participate in different activities to promote the Gripen. So 94 aircrafts are not that many, and also you have the normal operations. You do always have some percentage being serviced, and Sweden being a relatively geographically large country, it's almost at the size of Spain, but then you should also consider that it's quite long. So it's basically taking Spain, cutting in half, and put it on top of each other, and be able to cover that and handle air policing and the sort of integrity of the borders. It does require a certain amount of aircrafts. And also considering the new security situation, Sweden is going to increase the number of aircrafts and so on. So they are right now evaluating how many aircrafts can the Air Force spare to send to Ukraine. But this means that they can actually send 14 aircraft without sparing any aircraft for the Air Force. So I think this is sort of a part in the discussions in Sweden, in the political discussions of actually take a decision to send them. What I also think was interesting in this article is that Saab is stating that they have previously stated that they can build new aircrafts in 18 to 24 months for an aircraft to be built, but that they can press that and do it faster, which they don't say how fast, if it's necessary and if the right decisions are taken, and they have this sort of checked up with all their subcontractors. So they are ready, and we need the politicians to take the right decisions now. So that's the interesting part. Now, what it doesn't say is how fast those 14 aircraft could be made ready. They say quickly, but it doesn't say how quickly, and it doesn't quantify in any way. That's basically what the article says.
So it's just a case of, I've looked at the article a little bit, and it says here that according to the defence minister, the issue affects Sweden's defence policy and international collaborations. I don't know whether that's, whether that's something that's a particularly strong reasoning or what, but I wonder if that's something that can be negotiated around.
What he's meaning there is if we would take the aircrafts from the Air Force, from the existing active duty aircrafts, because of all these sort of activities that you have to use the aircrafts for the percentage of aircraft being in service and so on, and also considering that we have decided that we needed larger Air Force than the one we actually had, and we're not in NATO yet. So the security issues that he's mentioning is those. I think when he talks about cooperation with foreign air forces, I think what he means is they have this sort of what you call it, club with the Gripen operators. So Sweden is, as the producer of the Gripen aircraft, we are offering the countries that are also operating the aircraft some cooperations, training, and stuff like that. And that means that I guess it means that that also takes a toll on the number of aircraft that we need to have in the Air Force in Sweden. But that what he said about that, I think, is not in relation to those 14 aircraft, but actually to the 94 that are in the Air Force right now. And also, it needs to be said, it's not no, we can't. It's just saying we need to consider this, and that's basically what they're doing right now. They have given the Air Force the task to evaluate how many can be spared and sent to Ukraine. So that's what he's talking about, and he is not really talking at all about these 14 aircraft that Saab is saying that they can make available fast.
So these aircraft these airframes that Saab have are at least another possibility that could be coming. It's nice that they're identifying anything that they can possibly help with. It makes sense to me to consider everything, really, and if they think they can get them up and flying, perhaps that's something that, a bit of political pressure might be able to help with.
Exactly. If I may just do some finalists here, I think that is just what they are doing here. I think actually Saab is very deliberately going up with this information to put some pressure, because they want to sell these airframes in any way to Philippines or Ukraine or whatever. They want to sell them, but at the same time also they want the exposure of sending aircrafts to Ukraine. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. That's what they want. Of course, they also think it's the right thing to do, but they want the exposure also. So, considering the political discussions that has started the other week here with the Social Democrats and which is the biggest opposition party, saying that they want to send Gripens if once we're in NATO, and also the Folkpartiet, which is a really small party, but it's a part of the government, also saying that they want us to send Gripens when we are in NATO. So I think this is yet another part of that discussion of putting pressure on the government to actually act in this.
Well, hopefully we'll see some action coming soon. I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. The company will benefit themselves from doing the right thing and being seen very publicly to be doing the right thing here. And so it's a win-win-win as far as I'm concerned, if Ukraine gets the opportunity. So a lot of people have been saying that Gripens would be brilliant for Ukraine, and well, let's hope they get the chance to get their shiny mitts on them. Ivana, go ahead.
Hello, Marcus and Daniel. I was very glad to see this article today. And as you said, I think there are internal political pressures to just try to deliver the Gripen to Ukraine. They will be amazing in Ukraine. I know that they are very capable and very feasible, also flexible in a way, because they do not require the extensive airfields that other planes need. The problem is, as you noted, said, this accession of Sweden to NATO, because even if Sweden doesn't have a land border with Russia, it is in the Baltic Sea, and you know that Baltic Sea right now is kind of a contested space. So basically, Sweden needs its aircraft and needs some security guarantees. I remember that earlier this year, United States offered some security guarantees to Sweden, and I believe that there are some alliances with Finland and Norway. I have to check on this. But in the end, and that's the point where I wanted to arrive, all depends on Turkey and Hungary. So to be optimistic, I will say that probably the parliamentary sessions will open in September, and maybe we can see something there. There is a Ramstein in September, so again, maybe there will be some announcement. I'm not sure. What I don't understand is why there aren't more pressures on Hungary and Turkey to finally agree with Sweden accession to NATO, because it's taking a very long time and they have no reason to delay this process. I think that they are aware that they will sign finally. There is no other choice. So that's the thing I don't understand. I see that United States is trying to negotiate with China. I see them trying to negotiate with Iran. I don't see them trying to pressure Turkey, and I don't see the European Union and the United States trying to pressure Hungary, and I really don't understand why. So yeah, that's my take on it. Daniel?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. At the same, I think there are pressures that we don't see, but they are not publicly pressuring Turkey that much. They probably have their reasons for that. But I think first of all, I think Gripen is a terrific aircraft. To answer to the first part you said, I think there is a lot of myth building that we hear a lot of people saying stuff that is really true about Gripen, both on the positive and negative side. I would like people to be a little bit more moderate about it, and the fact is that it is an underestimated fighter. It's not a super fighter, it's not a dud, but is an underestimated fighter. But when it comes to the security situation in the Baltics, yes, we do have security guarantees from Britain and from the States. However, as far as I understand, there is nothing decided. There is nothing, no security guarantees that are really materialized in any documents, anything that is ratified from the parliament. There is nothing really said exactly what it means, which means that it doesn't mean that much at all, and it's also personal. So if Joe Biden would lose the election, we no longer really have any security guarantees. So it's actually it's good to have it, but it's really not. The question is it worth that much? When it comes to defense alliance with Norway or Finland, we don't really have anything. We were starting to go in that direction before we applied to NATO membership with Finland. There were discussions going in that direction, but nothing had materialized. We have a lot of training. We have a lot of agreement of cooperations when it comes to Air Force and stuff like that. Yes, it has gone very, very far, and to some extent, some armed forces are almost integrated into each other. That may be a little bit far to take it too far, but yes, there are a lot of those things, but there is no defense alliance. So still, Sweden is quite alone when you look at the reality. And I think that one way to push pressure on Hungary and Turkey would actually be for the Swedish government and the parliament to take a decision saying, we are going to send these 14 aircrafts to Ukraine. We are readying them. We are going to train pilots and ground crews, and we are going to make everything except releasing them. And we're going to do that once we are in NATO. That would actually, and if you have that decision, and then that you basically could send them the next day after the session, that would really put a lot of pressure, public pressure, on Hungary and Turkey. But I guess there are some finer diplomatic and policy details that I don't have knowledge about that actually makes that a bad idea. I don't know.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And I was wondering, maybe Turkey would like some CV-90s or Archers. Has this been considered, maybe to help Turkey with some equipment in exchange for, signing the accession?
No discussions about that. I think it's a sensitive question for Sweden, because there are a lot of reservation when it comes to how we view Turkey and human rights and stuff like that. That is part, I guess, of the conflict, of them not approving Sweden. Though I think the main part is Erdogan actually trying to get something out of it. But there were sort of an embargo, a defense material embargo against Turkey before. I don't think it actually was an embargo, but there was it wasn't clear if Turkey would be able to buy anything from Sweden, if they would be approved for export if they wanted to. And that was actually part of the NATO negotiations, that Sweden would remove any obstacles for Turkey to buy defense material from Sweden, which we did. So there are really nothing that stops Turkey from actually buying CV-90s or something else. But as far as I know, they haven't, and they're not really that interested in doing it. I think they want to produce their own stuff, as far as I understand.
Thank you.
So, Ioana, have you been seeing any interesting news on your regular updates recently?
So, I'm sorry, there is a little bit of background noise. Hope it's not too bad. First of all, the Primus, the ship that left, the second ship that left the port of Odessa, has crossed the Bosphorus and is heading towards its destination, the port of Dakar in Senegal. I checked this morning. Yesterday, it was a tanker waiting to pass the Bosphorus. So it crossed it, and yeah, it's another successful, passing of a ship through the western part of the Black Sea. So that's good. Amanos, the other ship that was kind of the story of yesterday, the ship that had some problems near the port of Mangalia in Romania, finally decided to continue its course, cross the Bulgarian territorial waters, and was this morning waiting to cross the Bosphorus. So probably they solved the problems that they had, and they decided that they can go and continue until they arrive in the Turkish port of destination. So that's the naval news. Peskov spoke again. He spoke about Prigozhin's funeral, and basically, as usual, in the last few days at least, he said that no, they have no details, they don't know anything, and Putin probably will not participate to this funeral. He said that this is something for family and friends, and well, it's not something that head of state should attend. What do you think about this?
Well, yeah, apparently the Kremlin has no knowledge of what's going to be happening with Prigozhin's funeral. Can you believe that?
Well, it's hard to believe, but yeah, that's what they say. So, when Russians say something, we really don't believe them. But yeah, and he spoke also about the possible, probable future meeting between Putin and Erdogan. Erdogan will probably come to Sochi in Russia to meet Putin. Several dates were advanced. It was 4th of September, then it was 8th of September. Now it's back on 4th of September. So we shall see. We shall see. There is something that they are preparing for the next week. I cannot confirm the date right now, but apparently Erdogan is really going to Russia, to Sochi, and probably Putin will be there.
Well, that will be interesting. I would like to see the real Putin. Please stand up. Just interests me as to whether he's going to turn up anywhere.
He wasn't too much in public in the last, I believe, since that since June, Putin did not really appeared in public. So, yeah, we would like to see. Not that he's very likable. To see him in a formal meeting. Oh, it's very complicated with Turkey. Turkey as China, two countries that are very, very pragmatic, very, very into their own interest, trying to play on double, to play on both sides all the time. And I think they should decide, finally. They should decide. And speaking of Turkey, the interest of Turkey is really not Russia. Turkey should realize that its interest is the cooperation with Europe and not with Russia. And yeah, now they are talking again of the revival of the zombie grain deal between Turkey, UN, and Russia. In UN, United Nations is very complicated because there are many countries, and the voice of one small country from Africa is equal to the voice of France. Not that this is a bad thing, but the idea is that somehow the decisions of UN lately, or at least at communication level, were kind of supporting Russia. I don't know exactly what to say. It's my impression, is a personal opinion, but they reacted very quick to the drones hitting Moscow, even if there were no victims and no really civilian targets, in the sense that it was not about homes, but about some office buildings that were empty at that hour. But they did not react so much at disaster and horrible missile strike strikes that Russia is doing almost every day in Ukraine. So I don't know what to see. The involvement the involvement of UN with Turkey and Russia in this revival of grain deal, it's looking very suspicious at this moment, because UN also pressured the countries in the coalition that is supporting Ukraine to give in to some of the Russian demands, which I think it's not something that should be done. Russia demands, of course, to have access to insurance, to have access to SWIFT, to have access to import agricultural machinery and spare parts, and claims every day that it's not allowed to export its fertilizers, even if the export of fertilizers last year surpassed the one in 2021. So they clearly did not have any problem exporting their fertilizers, but they claim they have. So yeah, it was a little bit convoluted what I said until now, but as I specified before, I'm really frustrated with the position of Turkey and the position of UN in respect to this illegal war of aggression that is happening right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's emotional for us all. It really is. And I think, there's going to be times when it's going to become more emotional for us, but we have to be together on this and continue to forge forward the way we should. And that is with hope for the future.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I have seen an article in Commerçant. Sorry for barging in. Today, I don't have it right now, but I can search for it. Basically, yesterday there was a forum in Bled. Let me check a little bit. There was a European forum in Bled, strategic forum, yeah, and so that reunited the countries in the European Union, and there was a statement from Charles Michel about the preparations for the admission into the European Union of the Ukraine, Moldova, maybe Albania until 2030. And the Russians reacted to this and commented that basically, I try to make a summary. For small countries, this may be possible, but for a country like Ukraine, there are chances that something will happen very similar with what happened to Turkey. Because Turkey wanted to be in European Union at one moment. Then there was a long period in which they didn't agree, European Union on one side and Turkey on the other side. And basically the process is kind of stuck right now. And of course, Turkey demanded a few weeks ago that this process is resumed, and they are taken serious in order to just make some steps to the addition to European Union. So basically, the Russians said that they will say about Ukraine the same, but it's a big country, it will be difficult, and let's see in 20 years from now what will happen. And I think that if this is the optics of some countries in Europe, that this process should be very long and very difficult because Ukraine is a big country. I think this is very counterproductive. Ukraine being in European Union will bring benefits to all its members. Yes, it may be difficult for Ukraine to adapt, but they are quickly doing the steps. They are really trying, really struggling, really doing what is necessary. And in the long term, or even in the medium term, this will be a benefit for all the countries in Europe, and it will lead to a Europe more united. And of course, with a bigger GDP and with a bigger economic potential and so on. Because let's not forget, Ukraine has resources, Ukraine has the ability to produce a lot of things. So it will be a good addition for European Union. So yeah, I just wanted to say that the Russians are signaling again this, and it's the first time I'm seeing this. So I guess this line of propaganda will appear from now on. They will insinuate this in the discourse, in the political discourses of some countries, of some leaders, and so on. So yeah, I just wanted to make you aware of this new position that Russia is taking vis-a-vis of Ukraine being accepted in European Union.
Well, it's just another line, isn't it? That it amuses me a great deal. Would you like to know that there appears to be a continuing tradition of setting fire to what we're going to say here, military registration and enlistment offices. Last night, according to information here, a resident of Ufa tried to set fire to another assembly point of the military registration. Unfortunately, he failed. He was caught, but he was 21 years old, and he turned up with a can of gasoline and matches. However, unfortunately, police officers were actually there at the time and just came out and apprehended him. Awkward. But I'm just thinking, this started as a scheme, shall we say, to encourage people to, burn these for money and blackmail scheme sort of thing. But I just wonder if, with everything that's going on and the fear of mobilization and what have you, that this might soon grow to become its own grassroots movement. I mean, now it's started, the idea's been put in their heads, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. And you know what? Regarding all these fires that are happening in Russia, I'm just seeing a news from the Ministry of Industry and Trade of Russia, which proposes to allow the storage of explosive fertilizers, ammonia, methanol, ammonium nitrate, and potassium nitrate in Russian seaports. So this is a draft of a law that is developed by the department. So there will be storage facilities for these substances that are quite explosives. They will be allowed to be stored in the ports. What do you think, Mokers?
I think that's terrifying for anybody who lives near the ports. How many ports have we seen on fire recently in their cargo areas?
There were some. There was that fire in Novorossiysk. There were some fires on the river ports. There was another fire somewhere in the north. I don't remember exactly the name, but yeah, there were some.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that might be a really bad idea. What do you reckon, Genesis, man?
I'm sat here laughing me what's it off. Does anybody remember? And it was a very serious explosion, and I think it was in the east. The last time somebody set off sodium nitrate storage facility, it was humongous. And I'm with you, Mockers. I would, if I was anywhere near that port, I'd be moving.
Yeah, I don't know if people remember the explosion that took place in Liban. It was in a storage facility with some kind of substances on this list, and it was a very horrible explosion. So yeah, I really don't understand why they are taking this decision now. Maybe because they have some troubles transporting this. But yeah, it's a very surprising decision, taking into account the frequency of fires in Russia.
And I think it might to be diversify the location of where they store it, so it's not known. I think that's the root cause of it. But yeah, because stuff goes bang in Russia, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a possibility because usually the ports have some storage facilities and they try to disperse maybe the storage of these such explosive substances in order not to have a lot of them in one place. It may be an explanation. So it was a proposal developed earlier this year. It was they were waiting to receive preliminary approval from the federal cabinet. They received it, and now it will be submitted to the State Duma, the Parliament of Russia, for consideration. So yeah, they do not explain why they propose this, but yeah, it's on its path to being approved by the Parliament.
Well, I hope it gets approval straight away.
Marcus, do you think that the Ukrainian drones will be busy if this is approved?
Well, it's nice to announce a target, isn't it? Oh, by the way, do you know what we're doing over here? We're putting this really flammable, explosive stuff. Yeah, and we're even creating a law to do so that you know all about it. I mean, to me, it just seems counterproductive, but you know, they do have funny ways of dealing with OPSEC, don't they? What do you think, Daryl?
Hey, good morning, Marcus. Alana. I am just wondering if it has anything to do with the fact that they may be low on rail cars. Because long time ago we were wondering, about the rail car situation with the buggy wheels and the bearings and things of that nature, and with them having issues with trains here and there and everywhere. I am just wondering if this is not a factor of that. They can't store it in the cars because they need the wheels to be replaced on other cars, and the only way you can free up the space of the cars is to just offload the material onto the ground. That way, you don't have to worry about having it stored in those cars that you need the wheels for.
That's an interesting theory. Yeah, it may be.
It is a good point, isn't it? Because we have seen yards and yards on satellite imagery of what appears to be broken down rail cars that have just been sort of shuffled off to the rail car graveyard. And these have grown over time. And there is a concern about bearings and things like that they may be missing, the quality that they used to have. And of course, if that's the case, it's going to be more and more difficult to repair these things. Just think it's an interesting theory there, Daryl.
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't need these fertilizer cars until the spring at this point. If they or later in the winter, when farmers really need the fertilizer come in the spring. So if these cars are available setting up, then there you go. They need these wheels. They just offload the cars. Period. It frees up buggies for them to use on the military trains.
And it gets rid of those things out of like storage or wherever they're kept, and makes them more usable for them. What's the betting they never get married up again with their original car things, their original buggies?
I would say they probably never will. You're looking at a degradation of the economy at that point, because if they can't move material by rail car, then they're going to have bigger issues.
I think Darius' train is in a tunnel right now.
Yeah, it seems so. Oh, hang on.
Hello, hello.
Hello, you're back.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Yeah,
Can you hear
we
me?
can hear you now.
Low spot. But yeah, I mean, that's just a theory. It's not set in stone, but it may be something that I wish our friend Craig was here. He could help out on that situation. He may know more.
Yeah, well, it's certainly plausible. Put it that way, Daryl. I would find that entirely plausible. So it's something that, well, we'll have to see what happens. But just storing this stuff all together, you know, and pretty much making it legal to put this right there at their ports, which have already been hit. I'm just loving the absolute forethought that's gone into this. I said this yesterday. It seems to me that Russia, when they plan things, they plan in the very long term or immediately. And the bit in the middle gets completely missed out. The consequences of what happens after you act immediately. And, you know, obviously that the very fact that they're going to do something like this, which seems completely crazy, it just makes you think that, you know, they've got all sorts of other problems which are being caused by continuing to fight the war. Ukraine's forcing them into making choices that, you know, no country would want to make. And it does seem as though there is, an ongoing degradation of everything at the moment. As far as I can tell, the economy's shrinking, the ruble's dead, the information coming out about the conditions of what's going on in the shops, and well, you see what happens to all the construction sites. I don't know if they're going for an insurance job on all of them, but it would appear that construction sites are no longer useful because they're all up in flames. And yeah, there's something going on, and it don't look good.
There's a song about that. Remember that old song? Something's going on.
I sure do, Daryl, but I'm not going to sing it for the sake of everybody here. Always a good idea not to terrify everyone wherever they are in the world with my delightful singing voice. Now, I have been seeing information that the Russian Federation have withdrawn all of their ground troops from Belarus and throwing them into the reserve of the group that's advancing in the direction of Kupiansk and Liman. Now, this is coming from the head of the Joint Operational Headquarters of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. And that also tells you something, doesn't it? That those guys that were situated in Belarus, it wasn't very long since they were sent there. Weeks, I think, weeks ago at the most. And now they've all been pulled out and to be thrown in as reserves. It just suggests to me that they're struggling a little bit for manpower. That the reserves that they obviously had in Ukraine appear to be used up. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dragged those guys in. And so I just wonder when that mobilization is going to start. Sorry, I'm going to get bigger because we understand that they are mobilizing people on a regular basis, just not in an overt fashion yet.
Yeah, there is a continuous mobilization in Russia, not very overt, evidently, but they continue to do so. They continue to pressure different types of people. They are trying to pressure the immigrants. They are trying to pressure, the young that are finishing schools. They even did that law that that doesn't let the people get the driving permit if they refuse a mobilization order or something of this kind. So they are kind of using all the means they have to mobilize. And I was just trying to say that the Russians are concentrating in that easternmost part of the Kharkiv region because there they do not have problems with the lines of communications on the ground, communication on the ground. It's very easy to resupply and to bring forces in that part of Ukraine, unlike the other part, the southern part, where they do face some problems. And whatever transport they need. The Kerch Bridge is a little bit stressed right now. Chongar Bridge is a little bit suffering. All the ground line can be reached in some points by the HIMARS. So yeah, it's much easier to concentrate the troops there and put pressure there on the Ukrainian defense lines than bringing them to the southern part where Ukraine is making advances right now. So practically they are moving the troops there, probably believing that Ukraine will also move the troops in that region. But as far as I've seen, and I may be wrong because I'm not the military, mind, Ukraine, it doesn't do that. And this is good because they keep the pressure there where they have already some breakthroughs. And they manage to hold the Russians, even if they are bringing reserves to the east.
Yeah, exactly. And just this consistent pressure teamed up with additional attacks from behind, even going in and attacking Crimea there on the side, and very sneaky indeed. Something which I've definitely enjoyed. And we had 11 special equipment on the numbers this morning, and I keep seeing videos now of various special equipment being blown up on the battlefield, and it's making me quite a happy girl.
Did you do the numbers this morning, Mockers?
I did, but they were awesome. So shall we go through them just one
Please,
more time?
because I didn't hear that, and I'm really, really eager to hear some more.
Yeah, I was particularly pleased with the numbers this morning, and obviously I retweeted them way long ago. There we go. So we had 530 liquidated personnel. Now that's pretty, sort of average, I guess. But what we have seen just recently is an awful lot of people appearing to be captured from the Russian side. I have literally seen, groups of 10 or more in various videos, and there were definitely all different groups of people. So there's been an awful lot of, I would say, surrender / capture going on. Now we have also 14 tanks, which I think is quite a lot considering. 17 armoured personnel vehicles, 25 artillery systems, 3 more MLRS. Now we don't often see lots of those, so 3 of those taken out is awesome. We have 1 more anti-aircraft system, which takes that to a milestone of 500 anti-aircraft systems, which I'm sure Defence U at some point will be making a meme about. The UAVs, 4 UAVs, 4 cruise missiles. Now, hold on to your chairs. 43 vehicles and fuel tanks. 43. I still need to know if that was a record. I don't know if anybody's listening who can confirm that for me, but 43, that's a lot.
Well, I think that tomorrow you will have some help with that.
Oh, that's true, yes. And 11 items of special equipment, which just, you know, brings me joy every day to see special equipment on that list. That's a lot of stuff. But yeah, all those vehicles / fuel tanks. There was something I read out from the recon team, the Ukrainian volunteer, or the volunteer in Ukraine, the 73-year-old fella, who originally served in Vietnam. It just sounds so bonkers. But he was stating that the way they were refueling was by, you know, taking up just as much as they need and when they need it, and running it in, you know, small amounts in order to keep it from being much of a target. And you know, the very fact that they still had vehicles that they were able to do this with all the time, it is the problem. They need to catch those vehicles and take them off the road. And it looks as though that has maybe been a concerted effort just recently. Maybe. I would like to think that Ukraine is indeed targeting the very things that they need to. I think we've seen plenty of that with artillery being taken out. And so maybe now fuel and logistics, perhaps. Just starve them of that necessary stuff to continue moving forward. Tanks without fuel can still shoot, I suppose, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, either way, it takes away their ability to move vehicles, and that's always got to be a good thing.
Yeah, you know, Marcus, I've seen this morning a tweet with, you know, a tank exploding, Russian tank, of course, and it was quite a big explosion. And the one posting it was asking, why are the Russian tanks so flammable? So I was wondering, can somebody give us an explanation why they are exploding so convincing? Because, for example, I have read that they have quite a large quantity of fuel. They can transport up to, I believe, 500 gallons of fuel. And if sometimes they even put additional, I don't know how that is called, drums, additional fuel drums. Oh, I think Randy wants to help us.
Yeah. The Russian tanks, the tank designers years ago wanted to go from a 4-man crew to a 3-man crew, which meant they had to provide an auto loader that would take the place of a normal crew member who would be the loader. To do that, they put a carousel of the tank ammunition right under the turret, and the carousel pretty much matches the hole in the top of the tank where the turret is attached, the turret ring, and that area is not shielded really from armor on the top, because the top of the turret is one of the thinnest places to armor on a tank. They did this. I read the Chinese did a similar design, and I read in a Chinese publication their rationale for this was that the ammunition would be protected by the hull armament, and they completely overlooked the fact that almost all NATO anti-tank rounds of all sorts, artillery, anti-tank guided missiles, are increasingly top attack for the reason that the armor is thinner on the top. So when there is any explosion or penetration inside the tank chamber, there's a very high likelihood that all the ammunition goes off. And it's just a horrendous explosion, and that's what throws the turrets and causes the fireballs to go up. It also has a secondary effect, which is one reason why the Ukrainians captured so many Russian tanks. In a NATO army, particularly in the U.S., if your vehicle throws a track, meaning the track that goes around the wheels on the bottom, it breaks. Very common in rough terrain or tough maneuvers, or by fire. The U.S. Tank crews will have the option to, wait for a recovery vehicle or even do field repairs, redoing a tread. I was taught to do that at Fort Benning on an armored personnel carrier, for example. But the Russian crews, when they have what we would call a mobility kill, and the tank is stopped dead for any reason, even if it runs out of fuel, or blows a gasket in the engine or something, and it is immobile, they will run from the tank and get out of there, because they know that any hit while they're sitting there as a sitting duck, any hit will cause a volcano like explosion, and they'll all die. So anytime there's a mobility kill, we call it, for a Russian tank, they run away, and that leaves the tank there where it's easy to pick up and recover by somebody that has the equipment, or sometimes even a tractor. So it's a very defective tank design, and it cannot be cured without changing the whole. Basically, all their tanks, the T-72, the T-80, and the T-90, are based on the T-72 structure. In the U.S., we might not have even given them separate numbers. We might have just given them A, B, C, suffixes, because it's that same basic tank hull that's shallow like that with the auto loader is built into all their tanks. Changing it, they'd have to completely redesign the tank, like they tried to do with the Armada, and they just don't have the capacity to do that even before the war. And with sanctions, they really don't. Now, U.S., German, and British tanks will store the ammo in the turret, which is one reason why those turrets you see on Leopards and Challenger 2s and Abrams are so big. They're a significant part of the whole surface area of the top of the tank is the turret. And in the back of the turret is where the ammo is stored, and there's a firewall there, an armored wall barrier. So when that armor detonates, the explosion blows away from the crew, and the inside of the tank. It'll blow up and out, away from the tank commander who is in the turret. So you see tank crews in Western tanks can survive and walk away, and the tank can be repaired. But so it's a fatal design defect, and it has, not only does it make for colorful explosions, but it means their crews are at much more at risk, and that affects how they operate.
Thank you very much, Randy. That was amazing. Marcus, I see your mic moving, but
Hi. Can you hear me now?
yes.
Yeah. So I was just looking at some information. Sorry, I just received a message in the background. It made me laugh so hard because it's our friend again. Anyway, so the Kremlin has apparently made a decision on the candidate that Putin will be allowed to win against in the presidential elections in 2024. And the main requirement for any competitor is their age. So according to Medusa, citing sources, apparently, the Putin administration's political bloc, led by Kiriyenko, decided that registered candidates must be over 50 years old so that Putin does not look like a grandfather against their background.
Come on, they could have put 70. Why 50?
I don't know. They're recruiting their military up to 70, aren't they? 75? Was it in some cases? It's crazy. Anyway, so apparently there is a particular, what they call the usual dinosaur, who is goes by the name of Zyuganov, born in 1944 as a candidate from the Communist Party of the Russian Federation. And somebody's put here, it's a pity that Lenin could not be nominated. Yeah, a bunker mummy would look quite cheerful amongst this group. Lovely. So the leader of the 55-year-old party, Leonid Slutsky, should become a candidate from the LDPR, whoever they are. Zhirinovsky would be better, but he's apparently not up to it anymore. The most difficult...
It's the Zhirinovsky AI.
Of course. They could just nominate the AI. Now, the most difficult thing is with the Duma's new people. The Kremlin would like to nominate its head, Alexei Nekhchev, who is correct kind of person, but little known. However, Nekhchev himself has stated that he doesn't want to stand up and get his regular 2% of the vote, and offered another person, current Vice Speaker of the State Duma, Vladislav Davankov. There's only one problem with him, that he's only 39 years old, so that disqualifies him completely. So it would seem they have a bit of an issue finding candidates to, just stand in the room and receive their 2% even. Which I think is pretty funny. No point standing against him, really, but yeah, they're having trouble finding enough people who are old enough. And there we go. I've dealt with that situation. Sorry, there was just something going on in the background. It was funny, though. Yeah, sure, Ivana, go for that. Go on.
Yeah, so as you know, there was a speech from the Pope the other day for the young Russians, and it was very controversial because of his, choice of words, let's say. And right now I have a reaction from Peskov, the Kremlin spokesman, about this. He's saying that it is very gratifying that the Pope shares the importance of Russia's heritage. So he commented on the words of the Pope. He was very pleased to hear that the Pontiff considers it important to remind the youth of Russia about this. On 27th of August, the Pope spoke via video link to all Russian meeting of Catholic youth in St. Petersburg, urging young people not to forget their great heritage. And he mentioned Peter I and Catherine II, and he stressed upon the youth the fact that the youth are the heirs of a great and enlightened empire. So, yeah, as predicted, because we talked about it yesterday, the Russians will be very happy to integrate this in their propaganda, in their narratives. They are already very cheerful about this. And for example, Peskov continued, the Pontiff knows Russian history, and this is very good. It is really deep, has deep roots. Our legacy is not limited to Peter or Catherine. It is much older. It is a legacy. So, yeah, I guess many were disappointed by as I said, the choice of words in the Pope's speech on 27th of August. And the problem is that it's not just, one person that speaks, is a person that is viewed as the representative of Catholic Church and even speaker for the Christian religion. In some way, it has a global reach. And the fact that the Pope encouraged the young people of Russia to look at their imperial predecessors, let's say, it is very concerning. I already spoke about this several times, so I don't want to dwell much into it. I just wanted to come with this reaction from Peskov. We all know Peskov, and the fact that he's really glad, it's really bad.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to use anything that they feel is to their benefit, aren't they? And it is pretty vile, but we expected as much. And so, I don't think there's really too much that we can do at this point to change the situation. And griping about it doesn't make it any different. But I am seeing good things. I am seeing that there is, on the left bank of the Kherson region, a flag flying. And I'm sure they wouldn't be doing that if they were still fighting there. So it does seem as though there is now a fully liberated area on that side of the Dnipro. And there's also been a, excuse me, an announcement by Sarah Ashton Cirillo, friend of the space, to assist with boats. And, well, I wonder if this is, well, me personally, I wouldn't think that they was too short of boats. They have had quite a lot of boats delivered recently for rescue and from the various governments, different types of boats. And I'm just wondering if this is more of a signal than, more of a statement of intent. And for all I know, this is perfectly genuine, but I feel almost as though it's a statement of intent by saying, hey, Russians, we're coming over here very soon. And, well, they're already making advancements in that area. There's been certainly an awful lot of things happening. And I just find it quite interesting that this statement's coming out now for whatever reason. That we're now going to be doing this directly. Here's us making our statement of intent. We're coming across that river. I don't know. I wonder if it's to keep the Russians guessing. You don't always have to do the things you say you're going to do you? There's fog of war in this thing, I think.
It must be. And sorry, I seem to be losing my voice also. And we have to understand that it's necessary. It's necessary for the operation security. And as much as we would like to know all the details, we have to wait, because we have seen that there are results, and there are also some promises. And I guess the month of September will be very, very interesting to watch. Last year in August and in summer, it was kind of like the same, if you remember. I think the offensive, the Kherson offensive started somewhere end of September, if I remember well. I will check this. And it really went really good somewhere in October.
I've been reliably informed, by the way, by a very lovely friend that special equipment today. We are, let me see, I think we are tied with 11 units with the 1st and the 17th of July 23. So there's it's certainly a high figure today. But although today's vehicle losses is a good figure, it is very far from being the top one. Vehicle losses apparently were 179 vehicle losses in total on the 16th of March 2022, which is, wow, that was a bad day for them, wasn't it?
It was.
So yeah, it might take a while to achieve that again in a single 24-hour period. I'm thinking that was something to do with the columns of vehicles that were probably in a big queue just waiting to be taken out. And my goodness me, sorry, I'm just half of Russia's on fire today. Don't know what's going on. There is a large fire on Cape Tolstoy. I'm not exactly sure where that is. Oh, Krasnodar territory, Cape Tolstoy. And apparently there's a strong northerly wind and it's making the fire worse. Gosh, how unfortunate. Let's go, Mother Nature getting involved again, you see. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but I'm sure we'll find out more. So, the flag that we're seeing reported as the left bank of Kherson. Now, we're saying that this is likely the Dacha areas, if you remember the Dacha area. And this is where Ukrainian forces appear to have maintained and expanded their bridgehead for the last several weeks. And the date of this footage is not actually known, but they have raised this up a high flagpole. So, yeah, it squeaks all the way up though. So I can't listen to it right now. But I just think that that's, you know, it's another little it's another little sort of like, you know, hello, we're here. You can see it's from miles around and we're coming for you. And yeah, trolling, I think, or not even that. It's the promise of what's to come, isn't it? It's making sure that they're well aware that yeah, Ukraine's here basically. Oh, you've seen the barricades that they're trying to set up at the Crimean Bridge, have you, Anna?
Yes, yes, indeed. And have you seen what Budanov said about them?
I haven't, no.
Well, I just sent you in the back channel. So basically, the idea is that yeah, there are maybe barricades, but they will not have the effect that the Russians are counting on, because Ukrainian drones can be able to break through such barriers. That's it. That is the short summary of it. And I think he's totally right, because we have seen that the Ukrainians are not using one drone, and they have many. So you can go with the first drone that can break through the barricades, and then the others can take advantage of this breakthrough and go further on. So yeah, I think he's totally right, and I'm eager to see them at work.
Yes, and he's just he's given an example as well here of the story of when I don't know, sea scooters, I'm assuming these were some of the earlier models, were actually, they managed to get into the water of Sevastopol Bay itself. So the naval drone was destroyed on approach to the frigate Admiral Essen. But as it was on approach, you would seem to think that it was unsuccessful. But according to intelligence, the blast wave, because it was destroyed about 100 meters from the ship and the charge was powerful, the debris completely damaged radio electronic equipment of the ship, certain electronic antennas, some systems and the hydroacoustic system. And this ship had to go into 3.5 months repair in the dock. So it kept that ship out of action for 3.5 months. So even though it appeared particularly unsuccessful because we saw a video of it being taken out, but it would appear that, yeah, any damage to the ship's antennae and, equipment there is just as good as a win. And he states that Sevastopol Bay is fenced seriously and it will make it more difficult, but doesn't make it impossible. Again, an example of the same Essen frigate, the roadblocks were passed. And, well, what comes next? And I think that's an accurate assessment from him that they plan to do a lot more stuff. I mean, the drones that they've got now as well, they've been seriously upgraded from those first versions. And so there's a great deal of difference to what they're dealing with now to what they were dealing with before. And I would imagine that the underwater drones as well, those little sort of submarine pod type things, they look very interesting indeed. I can't wait for them to be arriving, shall we say.
Yes, sorry, I was writing a message in the background. We have to do this sometimes. Indeed, so the newer version of drones seem to be much more powerful than the previous ones. I remember that the first drones was supposed to carry between 20 and 50 kilograms of explosives, and if I'm not mistaken, the fourth generation can carry 800 kilograms of explosion, which is absolutely amazing quantity. And imagine the damage that this can do to a ship. So yeah, much more powerful than those before. The drones that hit, the SIG and the landing ship apparently carried about 450 kilograms of explosives, if I'm not mistaken again. So we have seen the hole in the ship done by those drones. So imagine the double of that. Plus, as Chuck Ferris said, there are underwater drones now. So we didn't see them at work yet. It would be very, very interesting to see the effect of such a drone. Smokers, if you are speaking, I can't hear you. Still can't hear you. In the meantime, maybe you have some little problems. I managed to look a little bit at the Kherson counteroffensive because it was last year about this time, and I have some dates. I will just try to do a quick timeline of this. Zelensky announced the start of the southern counteroffensive on 29th of August, so 1 year ago. There were some small gains in September, not very significant. First half of October, the same. They managed to capture a series of settlements: David Brid, Mala Alexandrivka, Velika Alexandrivka, Novodimitrivka, and so on. There is a list of about 20 settlements. End of October already, the offensive gathered momentum, and the Russian authorities urged the evacuation on 22 of October. And skipping a little bit further, on 11th of November, Ukrainian troops entered the city of Kherson. So this southern counteroffensive from the last year started end of August, and on 11th of November, the Kherson city was liberated. So yeah, this proves that you can fight in that region in the southern part of Ukraine until late autumn, because there the climate is drier and it's less cold than in the northern and eastern parts. And yeah, I have great expectation for the next at least 2 months. Moker, should we try again? Can somebody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Iona.
Okay.
So that's interesting what you just read out. So, people were talking about weather. Yesterday, at one point, I heard, whether that would impact the Ukrainians' ability to pursue the offensive into October, maybe into November. I suspect that, and obviously in the more eastern areas, the muddy season isn't going to be good. But I think in Kherson and especially in Crimea, I don't think they're going to have that. I don't believe they'll have the same. The weather would have the same impact on them.
Yes, so as I said, that region, the southern part of Ukraine and to the Black Sea, that part is drier. Usually there are less precipitations. The soil is different. It's not that Chernozem soil from the center part of Ukraine and northern part of Ukraine. I truly believe that offensive operations can be done until late autumn. I think we had some experts here that said kind of the same. So yeah, it's the climate. It's not the same all over Ukraine. Ukraine is kind of at the same latitude as Romania, and in Romania we have different climates. It's one type of weather close to the sea, completely other type of weather in the mountains, and again very different in the north of Romania. So we should not confound everything and say that, well, it will be impossible if the rain season starts. It's not really a rain season. The first part of even the winter, the first part of the winter is kind of dry in this area. Usually, at least in the last few years, the snow began sometime in late January and through the month of February. So yeah, I remember that, for example, when the war started on 24th of February and the first refugees began to arrive in Romania, it was snowing heavily, and it was kind of the first snow of the season in some parts of Romania. So it was really snowing heavily after almost more than 2 months of winter without much snow. So back to some news, and if you want to speak,
I am here, Ivana, by the way.
Hello, Mokers.
Just
Welcome
had a phone
back.
call that I really had to deal with.
Oh, it's no problem. It's no problem. I was wondering what's happening with you. It's good that it was just a phone call.
Yeah, I've not passed out in the background or anything.
Oh, I'm glad to hear from you again, and thank you to all our gentle listeners that encourage me because they send me messages that everything is fine and so on. So yeah, thank you.
Yes, my distinct apologies. I had to just sort that out. Whew. But when your boss phones you in the middle of the morning and you're not ready for it, I was like, oh no, I'm not putting my camera on. I'm sat here in my dressing gown.
Oh, I know that feeling. You know, working from home, it's kind of complicated sometimes because you tend to just be as you are, and when you have to have a video call, it's kind of quick.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull my hair down, like I make it look like I brushed my hair this morning. Yeah, it didn't work, I don't think. Never mind.
Jivan has something to do about this, I think.
just on the subject of working from home, which you probably remember I think it was a lawyer in America. He was on a Zoom call to do with a case, but appeared on the Zoom call as a cat. I don't know, somebody in his family had been playing around with the capabilities of Zoom around, substituting faces. So, yeah, probably best if you don't appear as a cat when your boss rings you, I'm thinking. Unless he really, really, really likes cats. Just thinking.
I remember that one. I think it was an audience with a, I don't know, judge or something like this, and it was really hilarious because the person didn't understand at first that he is really viewed by the others as being a cat. And the cat was quite mimicking, the facial expressions and everything. It was funny.
So
augmented reality is it's quite funny when that happens. Carry on.
Something that happened to me, and this is the last thing I share. I had a meeting at work scheduled for a certain hour, and in our house the computers are used by several persons, and instead of logging into the meeting at work, I logged into the geography class for my son. So yeah, this happens sometimes.
at least you learned something that day. I've just seen finally a video of something that was reported a bit earlier, but there's been an unfortunate accident in the Chelyabinsk region in Russia, which was that a Russian Mi-8 helicopter has crashed and all people on board are, well, no longer with us. That's probably the gentlest way I can say that. And just the concern about, those pilots that they appear to be struggling with. It would seem that they're pushing these guys beyond some capabilities. Either that, or maybe they're pushing the helicopters beyond some capabilities. I don't know. There's just some awful problems going on. Maybe they should just ground these aircraft for a while until they know what's going on. Or at least they did ground one today, just a little bit of a surprise landing.
Yeah,
Oh, hello. Carry on.
I just wanted to say that they grounded really hard. So yeah.
Morning, girls. I have nothing useful to say as yet, apart from the fact that you were talking about COVID and meetings. Can any of you remember? I can't remember who it was. There was somebody senior in a company or in politics who had his meeting and his top half was dressed and his bottom half, I think he even had shoes and socks on, but his legs were bare. And he hadn't realised there was a mirror somewhere in the room that was reflecting back that he didn't have any bottom half on. Any of you remember that? It was hilarious.
These are the the risks that you take when you Zoom call. Yes, you have to be very careful with that stuff. I mean, I did enjoy actually during COVID all the kids walking in on people and cats, just getting in the way of the whole situation.
Can you remember that one where a guy, his child, you're probably remembering, his child walked in and then the mother came and grabbed the child and tried to crawl out backwards from the camera? It was brilliant.
Yeah, as though she hadn't been seen. So I was talking about the amazing amount of special equipment this morning, and I will just mention that there's a particular radar estimated cost of 200 million. Yes, indeed. And it is called a Predel E, apparently. It's very rare, and it was placed near Zalizny Port. Don't know if anybody wants to look up where that was. But it was destroyed. I can't imagine how. And also, at the same time, a rare RER and electronic warfare vehicle known as a Lear-2 was also destroyed. And, well, I can only say, well done. Oh, I've got a bit of data about them, but I'll go to G-Man first, and then I will give you some data.
Sorry, Marcus, go ahead. I was going to talk a bit more about the Zoom stuff, but it's incidental. And if you got actual news on Ukraine and data, then that takes precedence.
Actually, I have. So, the Priyadel E-radar, sorry, is a long-range early warning radar system developed by Russia. It's designed to detect and track various types of aerial targets, including aircraft, missiles, and drones. The radar system has a range of up to 1,800 kilometers and is capable of operating in various weather conditions. Well, you would kind of hope so, wouldn't you? It is often used in conjunction with other systems to provide a more comprehensive air defence network, which, of course, we've seen, you know, the way you set up a web of air defence. So this is obviously part of the arsenal. And it's considered to be a key component of Russia's air defence systems. Now, with regards to the Lear-2, that is also an electronic warfare vehicle developed by Russia. It's a mobile electronic warfare system designed to disrupt and neutralize enemy communication, radar, and other electronic equipment on the battlefield. The Lear-2 is equipped with various electronic jamming and deception capabilities, including the ability to jam radio frequencies, intercept, and analyze enemy communications, and launch electronic attacks to disrupt enemy sensors and communication networks. This vehicle is typically deployed alongside military units to provide electronic protection and support for them in combat operations. Yeah, this is an extremely good hit, taking out a long-range radar plus expensive electronic warfare. That's almost like giving them a handicap in that area. I think it's incredible stuff. Peter, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Right, yeah, Zhelezny Port is in the south of Kherson, occupied Kherson Oblast. It's west of, it's a port, obviously, as it says. Zhelezny means iron. It's west of Skadovsk, which is the point where they established a sort of military headquarters in southern coast in Kherson Oblast, effectively on the way to Crimea. Zhelezny Port is the first major place of any significance as you go round the occupied area down round the Black Sea coast towards Crimea. So it's quite logical that they're sort of just systematically taking out the air defence on the way to Crimea and in southern Kherson Oblast, so that they can weaken it and make sure that when they do get through, that their passage is somewhat easier.
I'm getting quite a bit of noise from your background, which is sort of drowning out your voice there, Peter. But I think I just about caught that, you know, knocking out something that's more of a linked up capability. You could knock out, you know, almost like a web in an area and create some blind spots that obviously Ukraine took out that S-400 the other day, and that creates another weak spot in their, you know, defense web. And there were radars attached to that, I believe, and so obviously that's another pair of eyes that they've lost, and another capability that was probably linked into air defense web. So yeah, just knocking out key components of the air defense that the Russians have set up. and key components of their radar systems, it's going to start making their their defenses like Swiss cheese in places. Ukrainians appear to have planned this out to take advantage of it, because they certainly have by inserting so many drones into Crimea recently. And also there was information that they had sent some sort of decoy overnight last night to test the air defenses. And there was a suggestion that was a decoy that they had fighter jets up. I think they had fighter jets up anyway, and they went looking for something and never found it. And they think that there was a sort of like a decoy transmission sent, which would suggest that they can also do some sort of spoofing, which obviously would keep the Russians guessing about what's going to happen next. That, if you spoof something enough, you're just sort of wearing them out, and that's what Russia's been doing to Ukraine for ages, isn't it? Sending the electronic signal for a launch, but not actually launching. And they have people running around on the ground like headless chickens looking for what's going on. And Anon, right? I'll only tell you once, please. Don't hot mic. Just don't do it. Put your hand up if you want to speak. You can speak anytime, but if you just hot mic on me, I'll just not be pleased, because I don't play. Okay. So anyway, where was I? Yeah, air defense. So we have seen the result of Ukraine taking out a number of air defense, and that is leading to them being able to do other things. Yeah, thank you for that, Ivana. Unless they were having a bad connection, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know if there's anything exciting in the newspapers, because I haven't had a chance to look at them, because I'm terribly behind with what I was supposed to be doing today, but never mind.
In the meantime, I was trying to look for more information for the system Predel E. It's a very, praised radar system by the Russians, of course. There are some information I found. There is some information I found, on media, that maybe this estimation of $200 million is exaggerated, because basically it's a system based on a truck, and it has a big radar up. It was prepared since about 2 years ago, but it was presented in June 2023, so about 2 months ago. And I'm trying to find out how many of those Russia has, and I'm finding nothing about it. So I don't know the numbers about how many of these systems Russia has. What do you think, Mokers? Do they have a lot? Because they tend to do, like prototypes, and then not really going away with the production. We remember about the Armata tank, that how many they had? About 9, but 5, and probably just 1, which didn't work. Oh, by the way, I listened to you in the morning, and you talked about the horses. So maybe they are for Armata tank to provide some horsepower.
No, I figured it out, Ivana. What they're going to do is they're going to send a horse and cart up to the front with, the shells on the cart and what have you, and it's Meals on Wheels. So also they'll get to feed their guys at the front, because that horse won't last 5 minutes with some
exactly
guys.
That's what I thought also, Mokers, because it's difficult to provide fresh meat to the front troops. It's really difficult, and to provide it alive. and in big quantities, because a horse is quite, a big animal. It's very useful. It's a very interesting idea to deliver supply to the troops. So you deliver some supply and you supply some food with the delivery. Yeah, they are doing, 2-in-1, probably.
Well, they do say that horses have started doing operations, so maybe that's the whole point. Although it does seem a shame. But didn't we say they were going to get down to horse and cart at some point? And I was kind of half joking, but when they're announcing that horses have entered the chat, it just seems like, yeah, okay, we really have got down to that level, have we?
Indeed, indeed. They are talking about a big mobilization sometime in Russia. The propagandist, the Solovyev, as you like to say, and they are talking about mobilizing 3.5 million people. Well, I'm really curious how will they be dressed, equipped, trained, and fed. 3.5 million people. It's like probably the Baltic countries together, or something like this. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but it's a lot. So imagine this. And there was a voice at one moment, the deputy, that said, we can, the industry is not able to keep pace with the mobilization, and we have to stop because we cannot equip them. And he issued that statement, and then about a few hours later, he just apologized and said that he was misunderstood and it's not like this. And of course, the military industrial complex is working excellent in Russia, and everything is fine, and they can mobilize to the moon. Well, even to the moon, they have some problems.
They absolutely do, yes. Yeah, that they can just carry on mobilizing. I don't know, there's guys going to be coming out in jeans and t-shirts and what have you now. It's going to get to that point where you just get mobilized in what you stood up in, I think, and we'll just see how you get along. They have been receiving arms and things like that, so it's very possible that they will be able to equip them in some way, but all of the stuff that they're getting, again, it's not the best quality. I think they've pretty much been through all their stocks of old rubbish, and they're not going to have it in the quantity that they need for definite. I just wonder when they're going to get to the point where they issue one with the gun and the other with the bullets, and you have to work as a team, and when one of you's down, the other one picks up the gun and carries on. There is a suggestion that in some cases they have been sent forward without enough arms or ammunition, and well, it's very telling to the extremely hard work that the Ukrainians have been doing to grind down their logistics there. I do have a little something coming from who have we got here? Mayor Fedorov, which he's usually a good source, and he's just having a little chat about Tokmak. So it is to be noted that even though we're not hearing a lot about it, there is almost daily shelling and the liberation of settlements in this Melitopol sector. And these are turning the still occupied Tokmak from a frontline city to a frontline. The enemy's defense appears to be cracking, and the first rats are leaving the sinking Russian ship in this area. According to residents, local occupation authorities are at such a low point and are transferring to another city. I wonder if that city will be in Russia. According to reports, the sort of local administration and their families started to trickle out very quietly about a week or so ago. And now it would appear that quite a lot of people who were related to, the Russian authority there are now moving out less quietly. And yeah, it would seem that they have a bit of a concern that they're not going to hang on to Tokmak after all, eh? What a surprise. Yeah, I'm glad you're all shocked.
Smokers. We are shocked. Something happening in Olenivka in Crimea.
I was just looking at that.
Because the smoke is white, I was going to make a Pope joke, but I refrained from it because, maybe not.
Maybe not today, eh? It's a bit of a sore subject. It turned into one earlier anyway. But yes, Olenivka in Crimea. And that does look like lovely white cotton, doesn't it? Trying to decide exactly where that is. Oh, there it is. So it's obviously it's quite coastal, and they're looking at the firm's data. There appears to be a number of places hit. I'm just going to retweet that.
This is the same, roughly the same area where the S-400 was taken out, and the raid with the boats happened. No, if I remember well, yeah, that is there, the Gulf of Olenivka and Mayak. In that area, there was the S-400 that was destroyed a few days ago.
Oh, that's excellent. It would seem as though they're concentrating on that area. Have you noticed that Ukraine do these things? They pick a certain position and then they just schwack it consistently. Bit like they did with the Antonovsky Bridge at that time. They were just like, yeah, we're just going to keep hitting that. And so now they've obviously got onto this particular place, and the promise is we're just going to keep hitting that, and eventually you'll get the message, eh? Genesis man.
No, sorry, Mockers, I was listening. That seems to be the way, doesn't it? So I know they've got Rabitna, and the one I can't pronounce coming down is now they're attacking. But Tokmak, if they're all leaving that means that they obviously don't think they can hold any positions north of that. And that seems to be the way, doesn't it? So the Ukrainians will attack position A, and then position C further down or to the west or to the east. All the Russian hierarchy start tipping out, which tells you on the QT they're not happy and they're not going to win. So this seems to be the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, what I've noticed with the Russians is sometimes it takes them a long time to learn something. So the best thing to do is to keep giving them the same lesson over and over again until they finally learn it. And, this is probably why their propaganda works so well, because it's repetitive of all the same themes. And so, yeah, if you consistently see people exploding and your equipment exploding in a particular place, eventually you're going to learn not to continue to put it there. I know Chornobivka Airport was one of those places where they really didn't seem to learn that lesson for a very long time, but they do appear to catch on a little bit quicker now. And there's been all sorts of, gestures of goodwill that we've noticed that the occupation authorities seem to be thinning out. And obviously, when their offices are being hit by very precisely guided drones, that's got to give them pause for thought, hasn't it?
Yeah, when you're sat in your office and a drone flies in through the window and takes out everybody at the table, that's got to be one hell of a wake up call, isn't it? And you're right. Eventually, it's like we keep putting them on the naughty step, don't we? They're like, right, Russia, sit on the naughty step because you've been told, you've been slapped. Now you're on the naughty step. Now stay there. And they keep getting up, don't they? And you keep having to put them back on the bloody thing.
Exactly. It's like, you know, you just have to keep reinforcing your position with them that no, that's not acceptable, and that's going to hurt you probably more than it does us now. That was always something that my dad said. It's going to hurt me more than it does you, and I was like, yeah, sure.
It's a waiting game, isn't it? You're on the naughty step again. Now stay there unless you don't move your ass. Come on. We've been through this loads of times, children. Like you need to sort it out. But it is really telling, mockers, that they're starting to tip out towns like Top Mac. That's really telling. And I know there's OPSEC around all that, and all want to say anything, but I'm bloody sure that the Ukrainians are not where they're telling us they are. That's for sure.
Well, it's it's a strange situation, isn't it? That they would seem to be moving out of there. But you know what? If I could hear guns coming towards me on a nightly basis, getting closer and closer, I think at some point I too would start to make the decision that it might not be a good time to hang around. Just thinking about it.
No, completely agree with you. Except the Russians don't seem to get it, do they? And I keep saying it. They haven't even committed the heavy stuff yet. The Ukrainians. It's all being held in reserve. Quite a lot of it. So they're just probing away, pushing hard, and all this talk about reinforcements from the Russians and the VDV this and the VDV that. Yeah, that's fine. Most of it's been through 2 or 3 maulings and it's been reconstituted with stuff that has only just been brought to the front, like Arnold was saying. Half and yourself. Half of it probably hasn't got the right kit, the right guns, ammo, logistics, anything to support it on the front. So they are just fighting a rear guard action now. They really are. They're just throwing stuff in just to get in the way and upset the Ukrainians.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, now it's just a case of it's almost as though they're trying to barricade the door against what's coming. They're trying to set up a barricade against the inevitable tide, and I see the panic in the Russian channels, even when they think they're being encouraging to one another. You can sort of tell why they're doing this, because it's coming. It's like they're stuck on the train track, and what can they do about it? And I feel as though there is inevitable justice heading their way, shall we say. And I cannot wait for the rest of the finding out stage. It's just it's going to be important. I think an important lesson that they need to learn. And if they need to be told over and over again, well, Ukrainians obviously have an awful lot more patience than I do.
No, you're absolutely right, Mockers. And that's also backed up by the what can I call him? Thing Orban and all the matriarchs are saying, no, we need to have a chat and we need to have a surrender. Everything in position. They know what's coming deep down in their heart of hearts, and they're just terrified of it. There is a caveat to us making, or Ukrainians making mighty strides forwards. I'm fearful and truly fearful of the stuff they're going to find, especially in Mariupol and places like that. We have yet to discover the true filth of this Russian nation, and that does worry me and concern me greatly.
Yeah, exactly. We know what's coming. I think a lot of people here are prepared for that situation. We know that there's going to be a lot of things uncovered, and is already being that the world is going to be horrified about, and it's going to take some people a longer time than others to wake up to this. But yeah, when it's all discovered and unable to be ignored because it's just too massive a scale, then we will have our war crimes trials. You know, then these things will become important, and that's why it's important to already be in that process and continue to gather the evidence and information, because those things need to be televised, I believe, because it will be terribly hard watching, and it needs to be said, it needs to be dragged out into the open. And yeah, it's something that I feel I will see happen. With regards to what's going on the battlefield, though, now then. No, I can't see any requests to speak. It does bother me. And
I'm trying to bring up Terry, but you know,
yeah,
it doesn't work all
I
the
was going
time.
to say, my DMs are open. If you send me a message, I will try and bring you up. But
I think it's okay for Kerry
one of
now.
these things.
Thanks, girls. While you were saying that, Marcus, Iona was able to see me and bring me up. So, so definitely one of you is able to do that. I was just going to say, on the back of what you were saying about the requirement to film it, I completely, I couldn't agree with you more, and particularly given that we know, sadly, once Ukraine is victorious, there will still be the ongoing propaganda from Russia. There is still a ton of money squirreled away around the world and agents all around the world. This is a long, long ongoing fight, and we must not stop. But if it is televised, it will be important for it to be televised, because you know for a fact that Russia is going to continue with its propaganda and continue saying that this is all lies. It needs to be out in the open, because people need to see what Russia has done in a way that is unequivocal and evidence-based and the raw information. We cannot look away. We cannot say this is too upsetting for other people. Grow a pair. This is happening in our world. This is what human beings are doing to each other, and we need to understand the extent of it to be able to heal, to be able to punish, and to be able to move forward, because the whole statement, never again, is complete and utter bollocks. Our politicians know this is happening, and they are withholding what is necessary to stop the carnage, to stop this genocide. And so it's also important in terms of holding the politicians accountable, and there being a level of shame that this knowledge was there and they're not doing what they need to do. So all round, I think it's critical.
You know, funny you should say that, Kerry, about holding people responsible. In Germany, a businessman with dual German and Russian citizenship has recently been arrested and charged with violating sanctions between 2020 and 2023. He has been identified as using shell company.
I can't hear you, Marcus. Is that me, darling? I'm sorry if I'm talking over the top of you.
Yes, it's you. Marcus was speaking. So if you want to recycle Kerry, I can bring you up again, okay?
Yeah, this happens to Kerry sometimes after she speaks, so she'll drop down and hear me. But yeah, German businessman charged with violating sanctions between 2020 and 23. He's allegedly used shell companies to supply components for Orlan drones. And well, in particular, that's not very good, is it? And so these people are being ferreted out, and I'm very glad to see that. That there was some good news on the gas front today, by the way, Ioana. But we'll go to Patrick first, and then I'll talk to you about that.
Hey there, thanks. Seems like I had some issues with being seen when requesting, because I want to actually
It's
get back.
mostly my problem.
Yeah.
It's mostly me.
But you guys can hear me?
Yes.
Right, perfect. Want to go back to a point that Ruana was actually making a while ago regarding the statements of the Pope. And I mean, one of the things that people can do, I mean, obviously it depends on how strongly they feel about that topic. I actually, to me, I mean, I'm not super religious. I'm not a churchgoer, so it was easier for me to do, but I was officially registered as a Roman Catholic. And when I saw the latest comments from the Pope, I literally actually demanded a meeting with my local church, and I went there, had an interesting discussion for about 45 minutes, and voiced my issues about what's coming out of Rome or the Vatican. And I did actually like exit the church. I did sign a form and told them like, look, I can't stay in an organization where the head of the organization is like so openly pro-Russia. And I did tell them that I want to make sure. I mean, obviously, it's just one person, so Vatican is not going to mind. But I want to tell them that, look, I mean, make sure that you actually report that. That's the reason why I exit the church, is specifically because of this reason. That's why I requested to have a personal meeting, because obviously you could exit the church by just sending a letter, and this way be released from like the taxation power of the church and whatever. But I want to make sure that they hear it directly from someone like me, and that they know that the reason why I'm leaving is not to pay taxes, but to actually protest what's happening from the Pope's side. So people can do stuff like that. I mean, it's a sorry, it's a small protest, but at the end I did tell them like, look, if there is a new Pope there, at one point I might come back, but not with a guy like that.
You know what? Thank you for making such a principled stand. You know what? I fully understand your decision there. And I know sometimes it is difficult to, stand up against something that, you usually believe in, but you feel that, right now it's not the time or the place for you to feel represented by them, because that's not your view. And so, yeah, it's an incredible decision to do that, Patrick. And thank you so much, because every voice matters, I feel. Every voice matters. And if enough voices club together, they become louder, and they get much more attention. And that is one of the things we try to do here, is we try to spread the message and give other people a chance to use their voices in order to, influence decisions that they think their governments, their leaders, whoever it is that represents them, to encourage those people to make the correct decision. Because, I mean, there's no grey areas as far as I'm concerned here. There's, evil, which I can see happening from one particular place, and there is those fighting against it. And I don't see how we can equivocate things in the middle there. So yeah, thank you, Patrick. That is, it actually means a lot to me, that.
Yeah, so exactly. Thank you, Patrick, because individual actions matter. That's the base of democracy, that people take individual action and try to find a way to make things better. And very often when we see something like this, we ask ourselves, what can I do? I can do nothing about this. I'm too small. I'm just one, But if many do the same thing, if many react, if many act upon something that happened like this, then it matters. It really matters. So yeah, I'm saying this even for newspaper articles that are misrepresenting the reality, and for any communication that we might see in the media. If we decide to act, it matters. That's all. Sorry, I was doing some research in the background. Finally, there is the official news, somehow official news about the funeral of Yevgeny Prigozhin in the Serafimvoskoye cemetery, apparently. So apparently it is today. We have seen some video earlier, Mockers, supposedly from his funeral. So yeah, this is happening apparently, and sorry.
Seemed to be quite a quiet affair, didn't it, Ioana?
Yeah, very quiet, very quiet. No hero funeral, no, actually, Putin spoke about Prigozhin, and he said a lot of good things about him. He was asked about him, I believe, a few days ago, and he said that he was a man of initiative and a man of action, but with a very difficult fate. Yeah, indeed. So, difficult fate. Sometimes this comes from the person itself. Sometimes this comes from other exterior factors. Certainly, some expected him to be regarded as a hero, especially those who were in the Wagner Group and people that were, admiring the Wagner Group. Apparently now it's done very quietly, nothing to see here. Again, very quietly, very privately. Yeah, that's quite a change from the rebellion that was marching towards Moscow about 2 months ago.
A quiet and solemn end, hey? Just sort of tucked away in a little corner somewhere, perhaps never to be thought of again. I bet you he doesn't have a really lavish headstone or anything like that. Get the feeling that it's going to be a very muted affair. So, lovely folks, I'm going to have to start digging into my pockets if nobody wants to come and talk to me. So, here we go. This is what I wanted to bring to us about a new field, a new gas field with approximately 1 billion cubic meters of gas has been discovered in Ukraine. The site has been explored and the field was discovered with a well almost 4,000 meters deep. Before drilling, the specialists have conducted a specialist 3D survey, and geological information indicates the new field's reserves may reach 1 billion cubic meters. Now, obviously, oil and gas, really important stuff to be able to find some extra stuff. I just think stuff. Sorry, I will stop using that word. It just helps me when I can't think of the correct word. But yes, finding extra gas fields is something which is pretty incredible. And it just shows that Ukraine has now started to identify these. I think in the past, there was talk of them doing this sort of work to identify new oil and gas fields around Ukraine. But of course, with the issue in the Black Sea, with people muscling in on their oil and gas fields, that obviously probably had an effect on them wanting to do any speculation at the time, because, you know, it's great to have something, but then if somebody just comes and bullies it off you, that's no good at all, is it? So, yeah, I'm just waiting for a new co-host to appear with me. I have no idea. It's going to be a surprise, apparently. So that was the item in my pocket. Apologies. Oh, I'm just having another look now. The Russians have come out with a statement about the explosion in Olenivka in Crimea. Apparently the grass is burning. It's just burning grass. There's nothing to see here. Yeah, no panic, nothing to see, just a little grass fire. I'm sure that's the case. Aha! I have discovered my co-host. Welcome at Will.
Hey, Marcus, how are you?
Well, they apparently seem to have an awful lot of stuff to do today, it would appear. Yeah, I'm
Day
going to be
after a
working
public
till 7
holiday.
p.m. tonight. That is true. Yeah, so I'm going to work until 7 p.m. tonight, and I've already had the call from the boss, so that was fun as well.
Dun, dun, dun. Well,
yeah, she loves me, really.
Well, I'm here with you now, so I'll be willing to talk to you. And you know, the kind of rhetoric I spew, oftentimes the hands pop up and have to correct me. Carry on talking what you're talking about, and then I'll have a subject we can talk about.
Well, I was just mentioning that there was a new gas field that had been identified. I don't know exactly where, and they're probably not going to tell us exactly where either. But, oh my God, right. Listen to the name of this place. Ukra Gas Vidobuvanyana.
Is there something in the
like that.
nest about it?
No, not at the moment, because I haven't got an official tweet yet, because I haven't had time to find one. So feel free to look.
Okay.
But anyway.
So, and this gas field is in Ukraine or in Russia, or where's it at?
It's in Ukraine. It's in Ukraine. It's within Ukraine's territory. And it has been discovered with an estimated 1 billion cubic meters of reserves. It was discovered through a well drilled through to a depth of almost 4,000 meters. And exploration program is continuing.
And it's onshore or offshore well?
It doesn't say.
Okay, because I know they have they got the fields there in the Black Sea of those platforms that have been taken over by Russia, sometimes occupied, sometimes not. You know, that sort of thing. They're basically using it as a listening post, and they've had some battles of boats and planes out there. So I don't imagine they've drilled a well there. And I suppose the other gas fields in Ukraine would follow the coal deposits. So probably maybe it's onshore someplace. But anyway, we'll find out the tweet and we can talk about that to your heart's content. Because unfortunately, I work in the oil and gas business. I say unfortunately because we're talking. They were talking on the Australian news. I had to catch up on what's going on in Australia today, and they're talking about the conversion of most everybody's household heating and cooking supply to electricity from gas. And you know these things change all the time, right? As Randy's sitting here, you'll know your energy mix based on what's cost effective and what's environmentally sensitive. That is a progression that isn't just like black and white. It grows over time. And for instance, you know, even nuclear power can fit into a structure of how you're going to supply yourself most cost effectively and environmentally soundly. But each fuel type has its own particular issues, and you have to balance those things out. So, they're talking today about gas, converting everybody's household gas to electricity. That used to be nonsense because gas used to be incredibly cheap, and it doesn't make any thermodynamic sense to turn something into electricity, a fuel into electricity somewhere, and pay the piper of the second law of thermodynamics and lose about 66% of the total energy value of those molecules as waste, partially as waste heat and partially converting it to the energy you want in electricity to bring it down a wire to your house and then turn it back into heat, right? If you're just going to heat, and most of the half of the energy used in a house is used to heat water. So for cooking, heating, or cleaning, whatever. So the gas use used to make an incredible lot of sense. But that all goes on its head. If the fuel becomes free, if electricity becomes phenomenally cheap because you're not paying for the fuel supply from the sun, then it makes sense to electrify everything and move toward renewables with whatever energy you need in between that to handle the demand, what's called dispatchable power that can be turned on and off at a whim when your battery storage or your sun's not shining for an extended period of time, or your wind's not, blowing. So they were talking about that. And energy supply in Ukraine is the same way, that it makes sense right now for Australia to be converting over to electricity every place that we can, and all the other places in the world, any place they can. But, gas fits into a bridge between getting off incredibly dirty stuff, coal, and getting onto renewables while still maintaining some dispatchable power. So finding these continual energy sources in Ukraine, even for a short period of time, is very important. But these ones offshore that they've got right now, they're not able to operate, and they were taken from them by Russia during after the Crimean takeover. And so it's important for them to continue to build their gas production capacity and storage capacity, as we talked about with Doman a few weeks ago, that they're taking a chance on gas storage. It seems crazy that they would be wanting to store large volumes of a highly flammable material in Ukraine at a time when they're facing attack by Russia periodically on, infrastructure and civilian sort of places. But they have it set and how they're going to do it, and they also can basically make it so that Russia also pays a penalty if they do attack those things, because of the way everything is set up and purchased and gas supply moves around. So I think they have insurers lined up to insure the facilities and the storage they're going to do, and they're going to be able to store a lot more gas than they did previously in Ukraine this winter, I understand, and then also supply into Europe. So it looks like, and the gas that they're putting in there right now is peaked right now. It's the price is peaked a little bit because of some industrial disputes that they're settling here in Australia, which produces 11% of the total world's gas supply as LNG. So gas right now is expensive, but it will fall back to a lower value after the short-term, quote unquote, threat of industrial action here in Australia gets through the negotiation period, which we were talking to Shaggy about last night. And Ukraine should be set. This new gas field, wherever they found it, if they've just done a discovery through a 4-kilometer well, it's probably an exploration well. And to go from exploration to production, probably it'll take them a year or 2 years to do some additional drilling and some directional drilling to make sure and put the permanent production wells in place and get the local transmission compression and get it into the supply chain where they can. So it'll take a while, probably 3 years probably. It depends on where it's at, really, Marcus. But I'll have a look and see if I can find this story about where it's at and anything else, and we can talk about it more if you like. Or I probably put you all to sleep already.
Well, you never know. No, I think it's quite interesting actually, that these, are being found in the even throughout the course of this war, basically, that they're still going ahead with projects that they already had planned. And I think this it goes some steps to show that Ukraine has a bright future, that the part of that future is going to be continuing to trade with the rest of the world, and to prove that they have the means to trade, and that they're going to be worth spending your money with, basically.
Right. They are. Yeah, that's known as sovereign risk, and they are sovereign risk. Hi.
Oyvind, welcome up.
Yeah, good afternoon. 1 billion standard cubic meter of gas is 1 billion. It's not very big field. It's relative small. It's that volume is equivalent of Ukraine's consumption of 1 year, if everything was produced. But of course, these gas fields are normally last for 25 years, so it will be, when they come into production, it will contribute to something like 5% of the consumption.
Yeah, good point. Good point, Ovid.
That's what I have.
Yeah. It isn't that big, a billion cubic meters, but every little bit helps. And if they could supply, if they could offset gas that they would otherwise get in, every little bit helps. But you're right, it might not be incredibly economic unless it demonstrates a find that's broader than the what they can get locally. But you're right, it isn't all that big on second thought.
But the advantage they have, if it's onshore, is that they have a quite big network of gas lines, so it's easy to connect it to the gas grid, and it doesn't need to cost too much to develop. So even if it is a relative small gas field, it will be commercial quite easily. Just a few wells, and then you pipe it. Yeah, you need probably some equipment to take out the liquid, and you need a compressor to pump it, depending on the pressure in the reservoir. But either reduction valves, etc., to get to the grid, and some drying facilities to meet the spec, or you can pipe it to another facility that have all that equipment, depending on where it is. Yeah. But onshore in Ukraine shouldn't be too much investment to make it into production. But as Will said, it probably will need at least 1 year of further engineering, and then another year or two to make it before you can flow it into the piping system. So 2 to 3 years. Yeah, but Ukrainians have shown that they can do things much quicker than anybody in these times. So you never know. Thank you.
Yeah, they certainly have indeed shown that they can do a great many things under pressure. Better than me, apparently. So apparently people have been having app issues this morning. They've advised me of so, and it's not me, it's you. That's all I can say. I know that one was harsh. Now, we have had a bit of information. Thank you very much, my research team. That there has been a recent meeting in Russian administration under Putin of Kremlin strategists discussing narratives aimed at discrediting Ukraine and at influencing global perspectives. Ukraine's intelligence has reported the forthcoming phase of the info war, and I will give you the broken down bullet points of these particular narratives, because we've already seen some of them in action, I would say. And yeah, you will recognize a couple of these. So, number one, mass mobilization narrative. So, there is a mobilization in Ukraine, yes, but the Russian narrative would then imply that suddenly Ukrainians, regardless of gender, age, health status, would then be subject to mobilization, and suggest that mobilization will also include minors. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't think it's the Ukrainians doing that. I think that is 100% pure projection. What do you reckon, Will?
100% agree. And I mean, it follows a pattern of projection. So yeah, I totally agree with that.
So that's where that narrative's coming from, because we're doing it, so why isn't everyone else? It's kind of the way they see it, I think. So the next one, undermining confidence in Ukrainian partners and the victory potential narrative. Indeed. So, fabricating even, covert agreements between the mayor of Kyiv and republics or representatives even of the US Republican Party, purportedly aimed at supporting his future presidential candidacy in Ukraine. Now, apparently this has already been spotted as a narrative, and it's complete and utter hogwash. And I'm not sure whether or not it would be even useful, but they've brought this thing up. And of course, this particular person in the past has been, I don't know actually, I do know that there is a general sort of, push towards this peace for territory deal, which was already ruled out a very, very long time ago. And so we know that's an absolute non-starter. However, that appears to have been sort of started up. So the Ukrainian counteroffensive is unsuccessful. Now, I believe we've seen a bit of that being shouted out there, and I'm being told these are fabricated information based on what they're calling cemetery data or increased number of burials. Now, we already know there is too high a cost for the Ukrainian soldiers. However, they are apparently fabricating much higher numbers and using imaginary failures, which they generally, Photoshop or, film a small thing from 10 angles and call it 10 times the size. And saying that these are major failures on the battlefield, which, I mean, we've got pretty level heads now. We know that's not the case, don't we? And of course, accusing the imaginary failures on particular military leaders or officials. And we've seen this as well. We've seen this issue of Ukrainian officials being pointed at as though, it was their decision to, for example, It was this person's decision to stay in Bakhmut. And what a terrible decision that was. And they're going to lead to lots of extra people being killed. And that, you know, what a dreadful decision. That person shouldn't be in charge anymore. And fanar, all of that. And next thing, they're saying, you know what? It was a stroke of genius to hold Bakhmut. You know, a lot of military figures actually believe that holding Bakhmut was key to an awful lot of what they're doing now. So it's funny, isn't it, how that was a terrible decision, except when it came down to it, the Ukrainians' decision turned out to be the best one. Funny, isn't it, Will?
Yeah, it's funny, silly, and stupid because well, I mean, there are reports right now of a further success near Verbove from multiple different reputable sources. So it would appear that you know, Russia is promoting this story that Ukraine is losing. You know, feeds right off of, and it feeds right into the kind of garbage that we're seeing through either poor reporting in the United States. You know, the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times reports that we've been talking about in the past couple of days. But all it's a stalemate, and you know, the offensive counteroffensive is going too slow, and it's not really getting anywhere. It honestly, it's like people just sit back and look at a map, and if something doesn't turn blue or red, nothing's happening. When there's an incredible amount happening, a credible amount of attrition work going on, and now you even see once they've finished attriting the air defense and the artillery, they themselves can get in close to these minefields, clear a path or find a path through these minefields, and then breach the defenses. And the defenses we're talking about now, they crossed the first line of defense in order to be able to take Robotynya. And yesterday it was appeared from satellite data and drone data that the Ukrainian forces had crossed the first line and were heading toward this large anti-tank ditch that they dug all the whole way. And there's also lots of mines in there, but not as much between the second and third, or first and second lines, as there was before the first. So, yeah, look, I don't think you need to worry about that talking point from Russia at all, because you just got to go say, prove it, or let's go to the video. And believe me, if Russia had a good video of them winning, they would publish it, and they wouldn't publish. Did you see yesterday? Russia tried to publish one of their own Lancet drones attacking one of their own BMPs and knocking it out for a full burn, a full cook-off, and tried to claim it was a Ukrainian one, which was almost immediately debunked. But for the non-educated viewer in Russia, if you wanted to buy that, I suppose, you know, that's the only selling of success that they're getting, is killing their own troops. So yeah, this one seems to be dead on arrival. This bit of disinformation. What's the next one, Mockers? Is there a next one?
You know what? I tell you, if I hadn't just lost the post, hang on, I've retweeted it, so I'll go back to it. That was annoying. I just lost it. So, well, they've only listed 3 of the 5, so I'm going to have to go into the article and just check it myself.
No.
So we had mass mobilization, didn't we? Undermining confidence in Ukrainian partners. Ukrainian counteroffensive being unsuccessful. Oh, here we go. Item number 4, total corruption. That's right, total corruption. Imposing the notion that the state is not battling corruption, and pointing to every arrest as a lack of control rather than an increase of control of the situation. obviously highlighting low levels of punishment for some of the individuals, but again, that is based on the laws that they have and not the will that they would like to use. And that's something that can maybe dealt with in the future, you know, should they be convicted of other crimes as well, perhaps that can be addressed. And of course, alleging high-scale budget embezzlement and claiming that procurements that have been, you know, made or stuff that's been given, like money that's been given, has not been used for the procurement, etc., etc.
Also,
So,
potentially a little bit of projection in that one. What do you reckon?
oh, ever so slightly, I would say, yeah. And then of course we've seen this as well. So, living a better life in occupied territories. Now, God knows how they can go with this one, but this is their propaganda where they've shown, you know, lovely pictures of beaches in Crimea and some places in, you know, Mariupol that they've rebuilt, which they keep filming over and over again from different angles. So they're stating that in these areas you will receive a high salary, except you won't, because we know that's not true. There will be low prices and access to all essentials, which again we know is a complete and utter fib. They highlight the new development of infrastructure and reconstruction of destroyed housing. They don't emphasize the fact that they destroyed all of it first, though, and it's probably going to make up part of your foundations, along with the bones of anybody who was murdered as part of the war crimes committed there.
Plus, you're highly unlikely to own the title for that property once the rightful owner of the property comes back.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, yeah. They don't seem to realize that this place is still a war zone. They're trying to pretend like everything's hunky-dory and they're not at war. And, you know, it's like, it's nothing to see here. We'll just put some billboards so you can't see, you know, all the horrors. And we'll just put our backs to that and film the stuff that we've rebuilt and we're very proud of. And yeah, it's ugh. So they are promoting, excuse me, free elections on a single voting day based upon Russian law. I'm sorry, I just terrible frog in my throat just saying that, because that was difficult to even say. And well, yeah. They have also produced fabricated documents to show Ukraine are abandoning occupied territories, including falsely suggesting Ukrainian authorities are now surrendering Kupiansk to them, which I'm going to say is probably not the case. It doesn't look as though Ukrainians are surrendering any sort of land or space to the Russians. In fact, if anything, it's the other way around. It's all very topsy-turvy, isn't it, Will?
Well, absolutely, and you know, we talked about this. We started talking about this yesterday. Can't remember with you or not, but the it is honestly, you'd spit up your coffee if you read that last one. Russia talking about free and fair elections in Ukraine. It's, you know, just as soon as you start that one, you get the because Russia hasn't held a free and fair election in Russia since about 2002, really, and even those were looking a little iffy, right? I would say. So the issue of and this is picked up in America too. That this one has found some purchase in places where they're really excited about always making sure they hold their elections that nobody then shows up to vote at. But you're strange, America. Anyway, it has found some purchase there. But Russia talking about Ukraine not holding the elections it would normally have is absurd, given the fact that the Ukrainian constitution specifically says thou shalt not hold elections during wartime. But Zelensky has said to the Ukrainian parliament, if they want to pursue at this time changing the constitution through the legislative process and I guess voting on that at the election, they can do so. But I don't think there's any interest in the parliament in doing that. The parliament still has the support of the population. There's no indicator that it doesn't, and there's quite a lot of support for Zelensky still. So I don't think the population is. There's a big hue and cry for elections right now, and it is constitutionally barred. And Zelensky, the other thing is, how would you possibly manage holding a vote of the folks who live in Luhansk, Donetsk, the Crimea, all the soldiers that are at the front who won't be able to? And why would you generate a target for Russia who is known to focus on civilian locations? It's just like throwing, set your babies out into the street and let them fire at them. They'll know the time and place where everybody's going to be congregating for polling, and they would absolutely attack it if they were competent enough to land anything inside that they were actually targeting for once. But they, so it's just absurd, this talking point about elections. But we shouldn't have to spend any time on it, because Russia talking about elections is so preposterous that it doesn't warrant really a full response anyway. Mockers, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a bit silly, isn't it? I mean, look at the UK during World War II. There were by-elections in plenty of places, and that's fair enough if you want your local communities to be better served by another person. That's fine, but apart from sort of Churchill coming in and replacing somebody who wasn't, maybe up to it. I think that was a mutual agreement all round, wasn't it? That one, that then stayed in place for the duration. And yeah, how can a country at war possibly start making those sorts of decisions? It would just create an awful lot of instability, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? It's trying to create instability.
And the funny thing is about this, though, that some of the very people who've been big supporters of Ukraine in America have brought this up. Lindsey Graham, in particular, said it would be, it would be bold and show stuff. Yeah, it would be bold, Lindsey, but you wouldn't have to stand in line with those people during the day and risk getting killed at it. And it just fundamentally disenfranchises all the folks who live in Ukraine, in Donetsk and Luhansk and Crimea, who would like to vote once again in federal elections. You disenfranchise those people. It is absurd. And Lindsey Graham calling for it because the Yanks regularly run elections during wartime, because they got those two big goddamn oceans on both sides to protect themselves during wartime, so nobody can bomb them while it's happening. And yes, they fetishize their freedom and their elections, but the mechanics of actually holding one during this war, with occupation in place and constitutional restrictions, is just absurd to ask for it over there. It speaks to somebody who hasn't read into the issue very well and just think it sounds good because we do that here in America.
Well, I don't know about America, but I only know that it wouldn't be the right time or the place for something like that, as far as I can tell. It just seems ridiculous to even expect it. And yeah, why put our values on another country? Why put our ideas onto another country? They have their own decisions that they can make and their own agency. And also, it would play right into Russia's hands that, well, they've had an election in the part of the country that they currently, hold. And so that's it. That they've decided that they want to do without these parts of the country that we now have control of. Can you see that coming?
Yes, precisely. They would be disenfranchising people from their own side, and Russia would use that as ammunition, along with their forcible citizenship campaign that we've seen happening to try to legitimize what's going on the ground. And Lindsey Graham, in particular, should retract his support for elections during wartime in Ukraine immediately. It is a foolish thing to even consider.
Yeah, it's a distraction. And again, it's another one of those, hey, look over here, we've got a dead cat to wave at you. And all of these things seem to me to just be a distraction from the main goal, which is why are we not talking about sending things to them faster?
Right. This is this is the key. America ought to be having a conversation. Britain ought to have a conversation. Australia ought to be having a conversation. Germany, France, you get the idea, ought to be having a combination about what we have that we can afford to give up right now to Ukraine. And by afford to give up, I mean what NATO collectively should be looking at what they need for defense and cutting out some of the, I won't say fat, but I will say overlap, right? Because France plans for its own defense, Belgium plans for its own defense, Germany, they all plan for their own defense with their own equipment and setup. But then they have this collective umbrella of defense that they also plan for the use of. And the sum is far greater than the sum of its parts, let me just say. So there are capabilities, and this is why you see Denmark, we're going to give up all of our artillery pieces immediately, right? Way early in the war. All of them. They're all going to go because they know that to get to Denmark, you're going to have to go through Poland and, the other countries in between. So we won't need it as our last line of defense here. So that's the sort of thinking they ought to be doing right now about what we can collectively get into Ukraine in the form of what Ukraine has asked for. There are 3 things on Ukraine's list that they've asked for that have not yet been fulfilled, and one of them is pretty boring. The first is an air force of 4th or 5th generation fighters, F-16s, the 4th ones, so that they can counter the Russian Air Force and push them back so that they then have the capability to provide close air support to their ground troops, which would be the standard manner to play this game in relation to NATO forces doing it. The second thing they've said is they need long-range strike capabilities in the form of ATACMS or an analog of that, so that they have long-range strike capability to take out the assets which are attacking their cities. The MiG-31s, the Tupolev 95s, the submarines in Sevastopol harbor. They need to be able to strike back at the enemy to make it untenable for them to continue to attack cities with precision weapons indiscriminately and attack cities closer to the border like Sumy with S-300s in ground attack mode, because they could hit those too. So interdicting with long-range strike capabilities, an air force, and the last thing they've asked for, they still need more armored fighting vehicles. Nobody should ride into battle in an open-top Jeep or an SUV. Nobody should have to do that or walk right all the way there and then fight. You want to get them in as modern an armored personnel carrier or infantry fighting vehicle as you can, so that they can rush forward, pop out like angry ants of the man who regularly comes here, and hit the ground running fresh and with some firepower behind them and some protection to get there, right? Now, we've complained about I have complained about the fact that Australia has given them a whole bunch of M113s, the old armored personnel carrier from Vietnam era, and I would prefer we crank up the Bushmasters. But Ukraine would even take more M113s. America has in stockpile right now, and so they've provided them some Bradleys. Thank you very much, America, for providing Bradleys, Strikers, MRAP Pros, the things that you have provided, but they still need more of those. And to not, if you knew how many M3 Bradleys they have in storage in America, in boneyards that are would be going to waste. They are truly surplus, but they provided, I can't remember exactly how many Bradleys America provided Ukraine, but it was in the 300-400 range. They could provide that 3 and 4 times over and still have some sitting around a boneyard in America. America just produces orders of magnitude more infantry, all equipment. America has the world's largest military, and then there's 2 large gaps of air, and then there's everybody else. America has so much equipment sitting around in America that they could transfer to Ukraine that would not harm their budget. It would not cost them any money going forward. It would clear out stock that they would otherwise have to store someplace. And even if you're paying pennies to rent massive storage facilities out in the middle of a desert somewhere, you're paying somebody rental on the property, looking after it, a security guard. It costs money to even bookkeeping. Anything like that, Strikers, M113s, anything that America's got, the older version of the Bradleys, even, right? Not the new ODS ones, the older versions. They would take all that stuff, and it seems strange to me that America has provided a fixed number of several hundred, which is good, but then agreed to replace those. I think the last aid package had like 32, and that seems to be basically the amount that Ukraine has lost that we've seen in confirmed losses on the field. But why not just give them a whole nother tranche of 200 or 300? And because Ukraine's still asking for that stuff, right? And this goes back to this point about this misinformation about how the war's going. This counteroffensive of Ukraine is going exactly as fast as they have designed it to do so, to minimize loss of life on their side. These folks are putting all the warm bodies into this. America and Australia and Britain, everybody, nobody's committing any lives to this battle other than Ukrainians and the volunteers that have gone there to help them. They are doing such a heroic effort with just supply of secondhand material equipment, basically, at this point. Nobody's talked about giving them F-35 fighters, but I'll tell you what, you give them 2 wings of F-35 fighters, and they would, be very happy with that too, or attack ATACMS, all the ATACMS, rather than a couple hundred. So it is bizarre to me that we haven't, the liberal democracies in the world haven't really stepped up with this idea of not just what can we possibly give them, but what do we want to give them to make sure they win this quickly, because they're playing a very, very good game. The Ukrainians are. They are clearly learning from problems and mistakes in crossing these incredibly dense minefields that Russia had all this time to lay, and finding the way to get through that without using air cover to be able to push the Air Force back so that they can strike the artillery, so that they can clear the minefields with no artillery coverage on it or direct fire coverage. That's the way NATO would try to do it, but we can't. Ukraine doesn't have that capability. So the manner in which they are taking out counter artillery with counter battery fire, then proceeding to use the Air Force they do have with HARM missiles to take out the air defense, so that then they can move helicopters and Su-25s closer, but still not proper close air support. But they're doing indirect fire with rockets and glide bombs close to the front line, but not the way you normally do it. So it takes a bit more time. And the folks in the Washington Post or the New York Times suggesting that they ought to just press on and get on with it means that hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian lives would be lost in some sort of big rush through a minefield. So I quite respect and like the way they've proceeded. And I really, really like what we're seeing down the Orkiv axis in the last few days in relation to the crossing that first line of defense in Robotynya, pressing forward and not directly assaulting the next line in front of them at Prokopivka, but instead going around the side of that, staying on the high ground in the ridge and pressing out to Verbova so that they can cross it would appear they've got to and now crossed possibly the second line of defense near Verbova. And if they've crossed the second line of defense, there will be even less mining and even less troops and fortifications they have to overcome. So things should speed up as they go. But if they don't, and they decide to pause and their plan says they're doing something else, I'm prepared to just ask them what they want. And they've asked for fighter air coverage, they've asked for long-range strike capabilities, and they've asked for more armored fighting vehicles. 31 tanks from America, 31 M1A1 tanks is an embarrassment. If I was an American, I would be embarrassed that that's all you guys thought you could bring to the party here to help a real emerging democracy. And I understand Americans and everybody around the world can be a little bit tired of war, all these wars that you seem to have been engaged in, but those were voluntary wars, right? I agree that the time for let's go to war because we think we can change a regime and impose a democracy on somebody, or to capture resources and make sure we have friendly governments living there. I think those wars should be over. We shouldn't be doing those things. But when you see a liberal democracy that's sprouted up and is trying to grow and has shown real good sign of becoming a great country and a good neighbor, to have it be attacked and attempt to crush its life out of it by an authoritarian pack of a-holes who's been over there for 80 years and we've known there's a problem, not engaging in that is just, I just don't get it. I don't get it at all. And I don't know why Americans wouldn't be rising up and saying, look, let's get a couple hundred M1A1 Abrams tanks over there. Let's get a whole bunch more M3 Bradleys and a whole bunch more Strikers and other 8 armored personnel carriers over there. And if you think you're short on ATACMS missiles because you think you might have a war in China or with China somewhere in the South Pacific in the next couple of years, why isn't the ATACMS factory that makes those missiles, hasn't that reopened? Clearly, there's not that much of a shortage if you haven't restarted the factory, because if the threat of China was significant enough to need to not have enough ATACMS missiles to do this task plus that task, that factory would be running already, in my opinion. So I have real difficulties with these narratives that are sneaking into the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times over the last couple of weeks. That they are very problematic, and it shows signs that the Russian information campaign possibly is working in America, especially in relation to things like the catchphrase issues that they love, like elections and freedom. And I'll tell you what, the other thing that was an absolute eye-opener in the last couple of days that you should chase down and read if you haven't is article, well, essentially tweet articles by Randy Mott, who's a regular participant in this space, who wrote some articles about the Heritage Foundation and how it has also apparently been subject to a money and influence campaign through the Orban government in Hungary to also spread Russian disinformation and swing normally geopolitically conservative American politicians over to essentially this position where they don't care about Ukraine, or it's none of their business, or at worst, we would agree to get with Russia to allow them to keep Ukrainian territories in for peace. Those lines of thinking have got to come from the Russian government, and very problematic. If you have an opportunity, you should definitely check out Randy's multiple tweets on this, because he's done a lot of research, and it would appear that the Heritage Foundation, which is one of these big conservative think tanks that's been around in America for the longest time, and a lot of conservative politicians, especially the ones that are lazy and don't want to think for themselves, they just get their talking points from a Heritage Foundation. Marjorie Taylor Greene, in particular, is not a big thinker. I'm going to go on a limb and say she's not a big thinker, and the thing she and the things she's saying about Ukraine are things that she clearly didn't think up herself, and they are things that feed right into Russia's hand if that view took hold. So I think Russia is pretty shitty at everything in relation to everything we've seen in this war, except for their information campaigns. Their information campaigns from the Soviet times were excellent and devious in their own way. And I think that's the only capability that they carry forward now. But it is still problematic, I would say, potentially doing damage. That's about enough of a rant from me. Marcus, shall we go to Shovel Girl?
Why not? Welcome, Shovel Girl. Sorry, I'm so blind at the moment. Whatever's happened to the app, I just don't see people.
No worries. I know that you're very busy and multitasking big time. Will, I can tell you're on fire today, and I really appreciate it. I love that rant. I'm going to pull an Ernest and say, please like and retweet this space. But I just wanted to say real quick, while we're talking about bad takes from journals in the United States, I wanted to point out, this is just food for thought. So there was that really bad take. It was an opinion piece in the Washington Post about supposed Pentagon officials encouraging Ukraine not to rely so much on drones. And then what I saw yesterday was the Deputy Secretary of Defense. One of her first posts yesterday was about the Department of Defense is going to be doubling or going to be accelerating the use of swarm drones, like in the thousands. And I was like, gosh, I wonder if that was kind of a rebuttal or a little quiet jab at whoever wrote that article. But I thought it was an interesting juxtaposition that I wanted to point out for everybody. I mean, it's just an observation, and I might be making too much of it, but yeah, there you go. Who knows who's infiltrating who, but definitely pay attention to those narratives. I've already unsubscribed to a lot of these places.
Anyway, you know what's funny about that, Shovel Girl? It is, I don't know exactly what that point means either, but the point you raised about the article where an unnamed, oh, I hate that. Oh, goddamn, I hate that. An unnamed Defense Department official has said that a reporter carried that through. Have some journalistic professionalism, dude. An unnamed Defense Department official told said that they don't want Ukraine to be relying on drones for observation so much. So tell me, you're telling me that everything we've learned from John Spencer and Chuck Ferrer and Nuno Felix and all these, the truism that you never ever send a man where you can send a grenade. You know, I've heard it in the Army. Everybody's heard it. You know, don't believe it from me, believe it from Chuck Ferrer. To think that the American, anybody in the American military would come out with, oh, those guys should stop using drones so much, and get out there and see for yourself. How about you, pal? Look, any single human life is worth more than a drone, a $3,000-$4,000 even observation drone. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that they have such a better field of vision and such a better capability and zero risk of a human being dying. That's the training and the equipment, and just, I mean, if you even think about it in an actuarial scale, the utter absurdity of thinking any drone of virtually any cost is worth a trained soldier's life is just bullshit. And to think that a reporter would take that view and either not analyze it themselves enough to realize that I shouldn't put that into an article, or put or believe it, it makes you spit up, Shovel Girl. It does when you read stuff like that, because that is so incredibly insulting to the folks that are out there risking their lives day by day by day, that it just makes you absolutely fume when you read it. And that's, I mean, essentially this, and Mocker's asking me about these disinformation campaigns had really set me off, and I yeah, I'm ranting about it again, and I will stop.
JR, go ahead.
Love the rants, Will. Thank you. I will say there's one thing that really pissed me off that you just said, because it's true, and that's the U.S. just doesn't seem to have, and U.S. and to be fair, many of the countries supporting Ukraine, and probably all of those except those with a border in Russia, they're not supporting Ukraine with a sense of urgency that this war is urgent. It's a fight for survival, and if it's lost, we will be putting troops there, and so yeah, we've got to jump in, and we've got to do it, and we've got to look at the boneyards and say, yeah, there's 250 Bradleys or Strikers or whatever it is that's out there. Send it, and if they want to use it, great. If they don't, just leave it there somewhere in a boneyard over there. Yeah, it's very frustrating, but progress is being made, and you're correct, and that's why newspapers in America are going down. Unfortunately, we need good journalism. We're not getting it, and the newspapers are going the way of the dinosaur here, and it's unfortunate, but it's also earned. I wanted to start my day before I head into work by calling in and starting something and doing something every day, and that's to say where I'm from to a place in Ukraine that's on my mind, to let them know that I'm supporting them. And I particularly suffer at the thought of the children there, those that are damaged physically, those that are damaged mentally by these Nazis, and why we can't get urgency from that alone, I don't know. But from Fredericksburg, Virginia to Novopro-Kopivka, Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. Thanks, JR.
I'm out.
I do have something from an American newspaper, which is an opinion piece. However, this one I think you might find a bit more encouraging, Will. And it starts with the title, "Let Ukraine Direct Its Own Counteroffensive." As in, can we just let them make their own decisions and stop being idiots about it? And the opinion here is that American officers chirping in from the sidelines have never, ever achieved what Ukrainian forces are trying to do right now. So it goes on to say, you know, military personnel from other countries voicing their frustrations over the way that the counteroffensive has been slow to them, is quite alarming, because they have totally unrealistic expectations of what it is that Ukraine's doing. All of them will have received full air support, and you know, no matter what country they're from, and all of them would have had the might of, you know, their own industrial complex behind them. They wouldn't have had their army whittled away by the, you know, the things that were done to Ukraine prior to February 24. They wouldn't have been in the weakened position that Ukraine found itself in when attacked in this way. And they would have had many more opportunities to reach in to their own arsenal and go, we have just the thing for this. And yeah, so for anybody who is of a high rank, retired generals and what have you, I would say we need to listen more to the Ben Hodges and the Mick Ryans of this world, and stop listening to those people who seem to think that, oh, we would have had it done ages ago. Yeah, but you haven't seen the kilometers of minefields that were like so many kilometers deep. You've never had to tackle something like that. You've always had good close air support. These are all things which make a massive force multiplier on the ground. And Ukraine's doing all of that basically with their bare hands. So, you know, because they're missing some of the vital things that other armies will have had at their disposal in order to achieve the victories that they were looking for. I mean, this is a old World War style battle, and I don't think they've ever really got their heads around that, some of them. Seeing from afar is one thing, but being on the ground is entirely different, I would imagine. And that's why I appreciate the stuff that John Spencer does, that, you know, he's going there and he's asking the questions, he's learning the details, he's improving his knowledge all the time, and then trying to disseminate that knowledge to others, because he's not taken the view that I know better, you know, oh, I must know better than them, I've been doing this job for years. No, he's gone in and he said, how can we do our job better in the future? And, you know, he's made a point of finding out enough detail that he's able to put out the most amazing stories of overcoming the odds, which I'll be honest, I'm super grateful for, because some of these things may never have been told otherwise. You know, the man who knows how to blow up the bridge and stuff like that. And yeah, so just incredible detail that I don't think some army officers appreciate. That, you know, you see everything from above, but you get closer to the battlefield and you realize it's not as cut and dried as we'll do this and we'll do that. The enemy has a vote, no plan, survives beyond first contact. You've got to be prepared to change your tactics. And I think some of these people have very, strong opinions of what tactics should happen, without taking all the factors into account. And yeah, there's probably still stuff that I know we don't know. And so I'm going to imagine that they probably don't know everything either. And I'm going to cough now. So Shuffle Girl, go ahead.
I'm sorry, my phone battery died. I'm going to have to get a new battery because I don't know about y'all. These spaces are just sucking the life out of my phone. But I want to be here. Yeah, the last thing I wanted to say, and especially on the comments you just made, Mockers, is like, I've never been able to say this meme right before, but I think it's perfectly applicable now. Tell me you don't know what's going on in Ukraine without telling me you don't know what's going on in Ukraine. Like the people that are making these comments from the sidelines, they really are, they must not be paying attention, and that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Well, exactly, Shuffle Girl. They clearly don't have all the information. And another thing with these people coming out with these, Russian narratives. Now, obviously, they look for a news story every single day. They have to come up with something else. And of course, the Russian narrative is always there, happy to supply some half-baked, story pre-written for them, basically. And it's so easy to fall into that trap. But upon doing so, they identify exactly who they are. And because we recognize the narrative so quickly and so obviously now, we can say immediately, well, that reporter is obviously not great at their job, because that's the position they've chosen to take with regards to their journalistic I want to say, their reputation. That's it, right? Sorry, I was going to have to explain the whole word then. Yeah, so that's what they're doing with their own journalistic reputation, to push something out, to receive a paycheck, to generate clicks, whatever it does for them. And in the end, if they're not actually making quality journalism, it's going to be obvious in the long run. They're not going to get the truth. And those who do break the truth, which I think is usually stranger than fiction, those people will receive the accolades for, holding to their values properly. Like, I would think most journalists would want to tell the truth about any situation. That's kind of the whole point of wanting to be an investigative journalist, isn't it? To find out the story, the real story, and let it be known. And if that's not your passion, if you just literally rip things off the internet and repost them as your own work, eventually that's going to be really obvious to people. And it is to me, and they just immediately kill their own credibility with that stuff. And I know immediately who to listen to and who not to. And they just get sort of knocked off the list of people that I could be bothered to pay attention to, because, we're busy enough in life without having to listen to crap. Yanis, welcome up.
Yes, hello, Marcus. Hello. I have a related question actually about this narrative pushing and trolling, etc. Any thoughts what will happen with this famous Prigozhin-run troll farms? So the owner is obviously gone. Should we expect some changes on how they work? Maybe they will shut down their operations. So I'm just wondering, because actually, at least here in Baltic states, they are pretty active in news outlet forums and comment sections, etc., etc. So you can identify, but you just cannot avoid them. So far, it does not look any different, at least, but it's just a couple of days. So any thoughts about that? Thank you.
What do you think, Will? Do you think it's going to affect the troll farms eventually? Because Prigozhin did indeed have a lot of these himself. Do you think somebody's just going to take over, just slide in the hot seat, and there'll be no change whatsoever?
So look, there's a change in management, and I heard a high-level Russian investigative journalist that's now out of Russia, who's on the target list from Russia, basically lay out exactly what I've been saying for several days on the Prigozhin thing, with regard to it being a purge. So he's taken out the entire top level management of Wagner, also a couple of the business associates at what's the umbrella company name? Anyway, those guys are gone, and the business assets of Wagner have been divided up, including the troll farms. They'll replace them with new management, essentially, and potentially carry on the way you're talking about, Giannis. But the key is the new boss going to be able to get out of or be as crafty as running it as the old people were? Now, I don't think Prigozhin himself was directly involved in operating the troll farms. I basically think they gave him the high level objectives. But if those trolls and bot farms are taken over by somebody who is, I guess, competent, I guess you'd call them, at using those assets in disinformation or whatever, they might carry on or get worse. I mean, I absolutely think that the Russian government's behavior in relation to disinformation and the information space is going to get more aggressive and worse as their defeat on the battlefield gets stronger. The only thing they've got that has been any good ever is their information warfare capability, and I think they will absolutely ramp that up and try to move it into every different possible place that they can, because they will lose on the battlefield, and they will need to try to salvage something through alternate means of diplomacy and disinformation and stuff to try to make an absolute defeat look like something like a win. Otherwise, the entire regime is at risk of collapse internally. It would be my take on it. And look, if those troll bot farms disappear, they'll just go back into the contract firms that are run by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the others that are running in internal affairs is running one themselves in Russia. So and military intelligence, Russia is going to be a big player in that area going forward, whether or not it is the taking over assets and operators that Prigozhin was running or not. And the Wagner company, Ministry of Defense in Russia, has said Wagner will cease to exist as a formation in Ukraine. All those soldiers will be pushed over into MOD contracts, as we've seen. They signed the decree 2 days ago, and to require them to do that and provide an oath, or they'll stop getting a salary. Those that don't sign over and then forego their salary and then just go home, go back to Russia, highly likely, I reckon, that those folks will disappear, and the ones that do sign contracts will go into the MOD, probably, I don't know, either filtered into the regular forces or made into special units to hold them used for whatever they're going to use them for. And the remainder of Wagner will try to hold its stake in the things it's got going in Africa, because it's basically been pushed out of Syria. But the bot farms are part of that, and those assets will be picked up and used in some form, maybe not as well. Bloke, I see you've joined us and got an opinion on this. What would you like to add?
Oh yeah, it ties into my rant, my pre-bedtime rant yesterday. If you recall that, Will, I think you were around, right?
Indeed.
Yeah. So just to remind everyone, yes, there's been some poor journalism lately. You know, journalists are not military experts. They're often uninformed. Often they will seek out opinions and they have no idea the qualifications of the people giving those opinions, right? And they can't evaluate it independently. So we're not being well served in the public. But anyway, I wanted to tie this all together. So fortunately, we're getting good pushback. So I was really happy to hear mockers cite the SEPA article, which I did last night. ISW has already pushed back extremely strongly in a thread where they use the word military malpractice, you know, and describing, you know, this criticism from the sidelines. And Colonel Spencer, I reposted it, posted yet more pushback. We, of course, all love Colonel Spencer. He knows what he's doing. He's an expert in a certain area, urban warfare, and you know, he's a great Ukraine supporter. And he's done a pushback with yet another article that is starting to counter all this nonsense, these doomers that are publishing their stuff. Now, I did want to link this to bot farms because one of the things we were discussing last night, we were discussing the poor quality of journalism and how it is related to the drop of advertising revenue due to social media. And unfortunately, with social media, the algorithms are tuned to promote bullshit, right? Because, you know, rage is clickbait or bad news is clickbait, and clickbait is how you make money. So sadly, there's been a lot of that lately, right? And so that's frustrating. But there is a counter to that, and I wanted to just bring that up, and it's what we're all doing. All of you with the Shibu in your profile, and all of us here, we have seen this gap. We have seen the problems in the way that news is being disseminated and manipulated. And the Russians have been at this for a very long time with asymmetric warfare. Due to the nature of our democracy that privileges free speech, which they don't have, they know that this was a way to hack in to Western democracies, and they've been doing it since 2011. But what's the solution? NAFO, and they have no it. We have been pulling together to counter this. We have been crowdsourcing, and all of us have been devoting hours to counter these bot farms, and we outnumber them. And they can't fight it because we don't have algorithms as individuals, right? We're all people here who have shared values, and we have different approaches, and we have uniqueness, and you can't do that with a bot farm. And so, like, I think that we need to take hope and pride in the fact that we are the solution, and the things that we are doing here are things that we need to rally around. And there are many different ways of doing it. But together, working together, we can fill these gaps, we can counter these bot farms, and we can provide good information, good journalism, and we can do it all together. And that's the news. I completely freely admit it gets depressing. I want to throw my phone against the wall several times a day. You know, there are many newspapers who dispose of their garbage by printing it. We all know this, but we are making a difference, and we just have to keep on reminding ourselves of the individual contributions we can make just an hour at a time every day, or the little donations that we make. So you know, if we can't provide the heavy weapons, the billions, but we can fill gaps. We can provide tourniquets. We can provide drones. All these things that we can do together, we can crowdsource, and we just have to keep morale up, keep our spirits going, have hope, and work together. And that means let's reduce the fella-on-fella friendly fire. Let's focus on working together in a common cause, and we will defeat the enemy. And I just feel caffeinated and thought I would rant for a little bit this morning.
Thank you, sir. I love it. I love the morning rant after hearing the last evening rant, the pre-bed rant. So yeah, I mean, look, as we were talking about this morning, for you or for me, and last night for you, it's an interesting combination of problems, right? With the journalists having to, or journalism companies, newspapers and news outlets like that, having to chase the buck and entertainment, and the fact that essentially content can be so easily stolen and reproduced online. I understand totally the problems of these media outlets, but they also then are short staffed and sometimes get lazy too, right? Taking press releases from people without checking them, going to, as you say, not vetting their sources very well. And I'm really glad to see and hear the ISW and John Spencer and everybody rebut these things incredibly, because as I was talking about earlier, it is just absurd to print an unnamed Defense Department personnel with no background on them whatsoever, saying that Ukrainians should make less use of drones and more use of human. You just get out there and have a look. When, as we said, never send a man where you can send a hand grenade. It is a truism that you hear from every time, from the tiny time I spent in the Army 30 years ago, that you don't always use weapons, and you always use technology, and you always use things like drones rather than send a human in there. And I'm glad they push back on that, respected people, because it's one thing for you and I to be sitting here and be flabbergasted and have a rant about it, but I think when reputable military experts provide the same view, and have the receipts to back it up, those talking points will hopefully go away, and they can get back to trying to take credit for the wins in Ukraine, which now appear to be happening in greater number every day, and we're now seeing reports in the last hour or two that from the Ukrainian official defense forces sources in the south, that they have broken through the line in the south, and that Russians are retreating from that area. And this is near Verbova, where they've apparently crossed the tank ditch that surrounds the western side of that town. So we'll see more, and I think success in the old-fashioned way of presenting it. Seeing what's moving on a map, kind of thing, is probably starting to happen enough now that they'll all get on the bandwagon, right? And the funny thing about the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, all these people getting on the bandwagon, Washington Post, they'll all get excited about the win because everybody wants to back a winner, and then they'll probably really get stuck into the Yanks military about providing more aid to Ukraine, because they've started to win, and they'll definitely want to back a winner. It happens. It is just a thing, and hopefully we can start seeing that now, because it isn't like oh yeah, I want to be right. I want to see this war end. I want to see this war end sooner rather than later, to save all the Ukrainian lives we possibly can, so that we can all get on to a bit better future, knowing that this bad actor was not allowed to get its way in this place. Thanks, Bloke, for coming up. Hang around if you got time before you have to go do your day, and we'll try
Well,
to spark.
apparently I have to work in 10 minutes, but I just want more shout out to all the people doing all the great work here, especially the co-hosts. I know that's not easy, and you guys are there all the time, and just fighting the good fight, and I love you all. But I'll drop down to listener before I actually have to earn a living.
Cheers, Bloke. Now it must be the Canadian hour, because we've woken the angry corporal, moose, beaver, muskrat, whatever the hell he is these days. But he's going to have to wait, because Genesis Man is up next. Genesis Man, how are you?
Thank you, Will. Yeah, totally agree. And Bloke, thank you for pointing out our obligations on this Twitter platform. I will shortly be going to bonk Vutniks as hard as I can for as long as I can, and the duly elected half hour every day that I put to that. I just would like to say, we all blame these journalists, and quite rightly, because they're lower than scum, just like lawyers. Um, my point is, there's no oversight at all from anywhere. And for the Washington Post to come out with the drivel that it comes out with, having produced Woodward and Bernstein, oh my God, what a letdown. And you're absolutely right, Will. They'll climb onto the victory dance like everybody else as quick as they can. It's just so disappointing. That's all I've got to say.
Thanks, Genesis. I actually don't agree that all journalists are scum. I think that they're, it's a dying profession, and we know why it's dying. And some of them can get very lazy. Some still try to do their jobs as best they can, but that there just aren't just in coverage, right? That there is not an international newsroom anymore at the Washington Post with half a dozen guys, and they don't send pool reporters out to sit in Kiev for 6 and 9 months at a time during wartime. And hell, I mean, if this was back in the Vietnam or the Second World War, you probably couldn't get into the bar at one of the second-rate hotels in Kiev because it'd be full of newspaper journalists. But that's just not the way of the world anymore. And in fact, it'd be interesting to talk to Bloke more about this. I mean, we were talking about why they're so lazy and why they can't get good stories. Hell, a journalist could sit in MriyaReport for 4 hours a day and collect enough information or pointers to go write most of their stories every day. Because even though we are totally, and I want to say this up front, because we are totally in the bag for Ukraine on this thing, we are reporting fact, and we're reporting both sides of what's happening as we see it and find out about it, and we're not shying away from the bad things that are occurring on Ukraine's side. So you could literally sit in here, check a few sources that you're bandied about, go write your articles, and then go have half the day off every day, just with a few hours in here. But nobody's yet found that out, I guess, to do that because, honestly, Genesis, you or I could sit here and we could collect information and write better articles sometimes that are coming out of the Washington Post and New York Times. And I've never worked as a journalist. I don't know if you have, but I think somebody could do that.
Will, no, Will, scum was probably a bit harsh. I've never had a good relationship with the press in my previous life. But it's just like you just said. They've only got to sit in here for half an hour and go and check a couple of things, and you would get far nearer the truth than they're actually printed. That's just frustration. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
And I think good morning to you, CC. How are you?
Good morning. Thanks, Will. Couple things. One is I'd be very careful about disparaging the press on tyranny or any other write-ups on fascism. One of the first rules is disparaging and cutting off good journalism. And of course, we're at the end of our rope and very frustrated with the idiocy and the idiots that are writing bad press. But for God's sake, people, come on. This is part of fascism 101. We're not disparaging all of journalism. Jesus Christ. Anyway, moving on from that. Also, they're not all men sitting around a table. One of my favorites is this woman named Pam Koloff, not at the New York Times Magazine, but at the New York Times Magazine, not to be confused with New York Times. She's also in ProPublica. So let's be really careful with our words here. I understand we're all, really, really, really frustrated with anonymous sources. In fact, I'm going to change my name to Anonymous. Bloke, thank you for your anonymous bloke words. Yeah, that's just like a red alert of we're our own fascist tendencies if we veer into those waters. I also wanted to address what Bloke was saying about the fellas and NATO, because what's happening now is there's actually governments that are coming to who helped found NATO or did found NATO and asking for help with NATO. So you know, for those who have kind of, nobody here, but for those who are kind of throwing it aside or saying it's silly or what have you, there's actual governments who are now contacting, and I myself am going to go with the Georgians next with their attempt at getting the complete idiots out of their own government.
Yep,
So
I,
with
I, I,
my NAFO activities,
I agreed to do that today as well, Cece. I said, yep, as soon as we're done over here, let's get stuck into Georgia.
right? It's the perfect and they deserve it, you know, just as much. So we can't forget them. And they're dying. They're giving their lives for Ukrainians right now too, through the Georgian Legion.
And then all across Central Africa.
And never forget Syria.
Yep, they're walking the walk in all of those countries, and bleeding the blood as well. So this is just your daily reminder to text my name, which is the Biden Outreach Program for ATACMS. I'm just going to deem it. That's what they established it for. They want to hear from you for ATACMS and tourniquets and any other goodies that you decide when you're. It's just like Instacart or one of these delivery services. You write, they'll deliver. ... if they get enough of us.
Yes, and there's also, I noticed a revival of the petition in Australia as well on provision of F-18s in storage to the Australian government that I was alerted to today. The NAFO Australia got set up a while back, and they're trying to pump the numbers before the time runs out on that too. And like you say, if they won't know who NAFO is until they get 10,000 signatures on a petition, and then they'll go, I wonder who these guys are. These might be voters.
Yeah, definitely. The other thing, yeah, they're real people. They're dogs that vote. The other thing is resist.bot for Americans. Super easy, super fast to send your letters. And then is G-Man here? Yeah, G-Man's here. I always forget. So for the UK, it's theyworkforyou.com. G-Man, come up and correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, it is.
That's right. And here in Australia, you can go to australianparliamenthouse.gov.aph.gov.au, and you can contact your member right through there based on your district or the town where you live in. It can find which district you're in and get to your local parliamentarian and senator, and oftentimes give them there's a function right through the Parliament website where you can send them just a few bullet points. Some people have talked to me about what you could, would I write something and publish it? I said, you don't need to do that. A form letter that you would get where you're all putting out something that you can grab off me isn't the way to do it. Just write down 3 bullet points that you think are the most important. If you think Bushmasters, Hawkeyes, and more of these drones are the thing to do, just write them that. And then say your name and where you're from, and say, contact me if you want to find out more. And it's going to mean so much more than something that might be more eloquent or more grammatically correct or whatever that they read 6 or 7 or 10 or 1,000 of. It's best to put it in your own words. And also here in Australia, it's very easy. It is very easy to speak to your local member. They're always, always, always in their district. They've got offices there. They hold regular office hours. You can ring their staff and make an appointment, or they're always out pressing the flesh at parks and any social get-togethers, and they announce all that stuff, and they'll take time to talk to you at those as well. And just prepare 2 or 3 short sentences. Hey, member, I think it's really important that we provide Bushmasters because the Ukrainians have asked for them specifically, and they allow so many more of their soldiers to survive. Boom, you're done right there. Just think up that one little thing, prep it, talk to them, and make sure they remember your name when you say it. And I think CC will agree. You can have a lot of benefit out of those type of contracts in person, on the phone, or through these bots and over the internet. I think those three methods are very useful. They will make a difference over
And
time.
I was just talking to some guys on the ground from various units, and more cluster munitions. If you can't conjure your own because you're fuzzy headed and in the middle of work, another one you can put in Chat GBT to write in sentence form. Cluster munitions, more.
Yep. The version that goes on the HIMARS in particular would be quite yummy. Angry Moose, or angry what's angry today? Angry Moose, how are you, sir?
Just angry. I'm just angry all the time, and I just want to say that we're kind of bashing journalists. And I agree. There has been I wouldn't say a fall or discontinuance, but I don't think it's as relevant as it used to be. Journalism integrity. I don't bash journalists because some of my best friends are journalists, like Martin, that's waiting here to speak. Excuse me. In Canada, so if you want to contact parliamentarians, they're all listed on parliament.gc.ca. Go there and they list them with all their contact information. You can go there and just start at the top with Trudeau and work your way down. And don't forget to hit the opposition people too, because Canada has the highest diaspora of Ukrainians outside of Ukraine. So they every time you say you talk to your parliamentarians here in Canada, make sure you bring that up. I'm very pro of putting it in, because I when I was young, I may or may not have worked with a member of parliament, and in the office, and did vetted some of the mail coming in. It's better to put in your own words, because they pick up these form letters, and it doesn't matter. We discussed it here, and there's some people that had an anxiety about I'm not very eloquent when I'm putting in there. Write the letter, leave the spelling mistakes in there. If you're having trouble like I'm having trouble articulating right now because I haven't had coffee yet. If you're having trouble articulating, that's fine. Do the best you can at expressing it. And I'll tell you right now, it's like riding a bike. The more you do, the easier it becomes. Right. So it does get better in time, and it's actually a really good skill to have, to be able to articulate yourself to quill and paper. It's a very good skill. Somebody asked me in DMs, can Canada send cluster munitions? No, we don't have any cluster munitions. We're a signatory to the anti-cluster munition memoranda. So we don't have any here in Canada. And somebody asked me if I ever fired them. No. But back in the day, Canada did have cluster munitions. I do remember if they ever used it on the range, that range was condemned. You couldn't walk out to that range anymore. So that's one of the problems. But I'm talking back in the 70s. That stuff was ever used. Anyway, I got to get back to work, and I believe my good friend and a journalist with a lot of journalistic integrity up next, Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Thank you,
Thank you, Martin.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Sorry. Sorry for butting in without first letting you say, come on up. Thank and everyone else who's interested. Before I get to the main point of what I want to say, I recommend highly the book Fireweather: The Making of a Beast by John Valent. And Angry, you'll be interested, of course. He writes about that massive conflagration at Fort Mac in 2016. It's an absolutely brilliant book, and every one of John Valent's books The Golden Spruce, The Tiger, and his one novel, The Jaguar Smile, are worth reading. He's a writer in Vancouver, British Columbia, originally from the States, but Angry and everyone else, I'm reading the book now. It's called Fireweather: The Making of a Beast by John Vaillant. It's extraordinary. Yes, I want to pick up on something that you said, Will, and I appreciated that about journalists. I am a journalist and have been for many, many years. About using just what you hear in MriyaReport as a possible story. I did just that recently, and I'm still waiting for the story to be published. But I wrote a story on Russian war crimes in Ukraine, and I based it largely on the report that a really wonderful journalist, Gina, who's always who's a regular commentator on MriyaReport, had posted into the nest. It was the report, most recent report by the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights, based in Montreal, on Russia's war crimes. They came out with a very detailed report by their specialists, who are international lawyers, human rights lawyers. It's an updated report from the one they did just over a year ago. And I thought, gee, this information has to be seen by the wider public. And so I wrote an article using not only that, but other information, some of which has been discussed on MriyaReport, but from the United Nations Human Rights Council and other bodies, including the International Criminal Court. And so, as I say, I'm waiting for this story to be published. There's always a long lead time from the time you submit a story till it's published. There often is, but it'll be at least in two publications. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. And again, thank you, Will, for mentioning that, because that's very real. I would love to be an on-site journalist in Ukraine right now, reporting from the front lines. That isn't the case, so I'm doing what I think, what I hope, or what I believe, what I know to be the next best thing, and that's using this highly credible information to let the public know what's happening, at least in more depth. And also, while I'm blabbing on about this, you don't have to be a journalist. As Angry was saying, writing letters to your elected representatives, whether it's members of Congress or the Senate in the US, or members of Parliament in Canada or Australia or any other of the Commonwealth countries or any of the democracies, use the information that you have accessible from the MriyaReport, not only from things that are posted on the nest, but things that are discussed by Chuck Fair, by Ben Hodges, by any of the other really top people that are guests and frequent commentators on this really invaluable site. And write a letter that not only expresses how you feel, but write it so that it's informed as well, at least with some information, because don't take it for granted that your elected rep has this information at his or her fingertips. That's how I've always approached things. If I'm writing, say, letters to members of Parliament or other levels of government. Anyways, one final thing. I don't know if it's been mentioned at all, but I just retweeted or re-X'd, whatever the term is now, with the name change on this space.
Shitted.
Twitter X. Yeah, the prime minister or president of Moldova, was interviewed on CNN by Christiane Amanpour, and there was a clip of that I noticed when I first opened up my phone this morning, and I retweeted it, and it's really, really useful and bears further discussion. I'd like to see the whole interview, in which she says that the West can do more, and she's said, of course, what we've been saying for a year and a half now, that Ukraine's fight is a fight for all of us, my words, but her sentiment. It's a fight for democracy, independence, and freedom. So I'll leave it at that. And thank you for allowing me to speak, Will and Markers. And please retweet this site. It's as I say in my usual mantra, the one indispensable source of 24/7 ongoing information about Russia's Muscovy's genocidal war against Ukraine, one that Ukraine is winning and will win decisively. Slava Ukraini, and I'll drop down to listener, and keep up the good work, guys.
Haram Slava, thanks for Martin. And you know, I think if sometime that you had some time, it would be really nice to get you on with Alan and those of us who were curious about it to talk to you more about the hollowing out of newsrooms and news desks in papers and television, and the kind of pressures that are put on those that remain to try to, you know, who want to pursue journalism, and how hard it is to do that when less experienced people in smaller numbers are trying to cover the same jobs that people used to work for years before they became a sub-editor or an editor, and these people are being thrown into it. The contracting out of everything, all the freelancing that it's exploded. How you try to keep good stories coming out when your content can be taken and shifted around to other people, and you don't often get compensated for it. How that drives people out. How difficult a job that is. But then when somebody does get that job, the other side of it, which is journalists sometimes can get very lazy and fall prey to people who are publishing easy to regurgitate press releases of disinformation and also following bad sources that can be compromised too. It'd be very interesting to talk to you more about that in the context of war reporting and the kind of role things like MriyaReport are playing, because it's, you know, it comes to mind, the only person here who has experience working as a journalist is Alan Brewer, and I think we've all learned a lot from him over the past year or more. But none of us think of ourselves as journalists. But it essentially, and I'd never call myself a journalist, but we're essentially doing a role that is equivalent or better than some of these people that are publishing garbage on the internet every day, that don't bother doing any checking of things. They never take anything down when it's wrong, and they don't rely on very good expertise to publish their rubbish. So I don't know what we are, but we're, I guess, the NAFO of the airwaves or something, I guess. Mockers, what do you reckon?
Well, we can try. I'm more into cats than dogs, but I think they're quite acceptable in NAFO too. G-Man, welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. I had a strange inability to raise my hand there. But that's okay. Yeah, I think, you know, I've been listening to this space for any length of time. Who's paying attention at all, we could write better copy and put better facts than most of the stringers that seem to be in the Washington Post or the New York Times lately. You know, these people here are quoting the unnamed officials who probably are the message boys or cats. Maybe they're cats. Maybe it's the cat that is intended them or something like that, because it's pretty it's quite nonsensical. A lot of the copy lately, and it's given Ben Hodges and people like that just every time they see the paper, they're writing an article, putting the counterpoint, putting the fact. So that's good. On the advocacy and activism, contacting your representatives, for sure they work for you for the UK. There's, for the Canadians, is there something, I've noticed there's something called openparliament.ca, which seems to be, I know you can go onto just the Parliament site and get the details of your MPs and the like, but Open Parliament seems to be a repository to find what the representatives are saying. That might be useful. I haven't really looked into it in great detail because it's not my, well, I'm not in Canada. So yeah, but there's stuff out there. Just try and use it and try and talk to our reps.
Thank you, G-Man. Yeah, there is loads of stuff around. Welcome up, George. How are you, George?
Good morning, Dobre Denya, everyone. A good day. You know, I just want, when you're talking about journalism, especially the ones that are tasked to do, you know, foreign policy, international affairs, things like that, you know, it would be beautiful to just be able to take these people and just ask them some generalized questions. All right. And I know people are going to say, well, why do they need to know that? Ask them, when did World War II start and when did it end? I guarantee you 90% have no damn idea. That's the newsroom today. And why are those important? Well, especially if you're covering Europe, you should know when World War II ended and what happened after it. But I guarantee you 90% of them don't. This is a failure of our education system, and this is the product you get. No one knows history, which is anathema to me because everything that happens in the world is tied to it, obviously. No one knows what they're talking. They don't do research. They might Google something, a page on Poland, and, you know, read maybe the introductory paragraph at best. You know, their research is nonsense. It's the research they do when they write these articles, or is they just use Google. I know because I know someone that works in a newsroom here in Philadelphia at one of the newspapers. He's been there for a while, and he tells you that's what I see them do. So what do you expect from that? Do you expect an article that's going to have substance? An article that's going to look at what's really behind the issue? No, they're going to find some talking points on the internet and regurgitate them. That's what you
Or
get.
find a
I see
source.
Alan's.
Yeah, or find a source.
Yeah,
Maybe
well,
they can't name them, and you know that's what I hate, these anonymous sources that sound
yeah, but you see that,
authoritative.
Will, yes, Will, but that source is not a direct. You see, that's what another thing is. You know, it's like the same people that say, "Oh, I did my research." No, you didn't. Especially when it comes to science stuff. No, you didn't break out a chemistry set. No, you didn't go into like a clean room, use appropriate scientific research methods. You Googled a bunch of crap on the internet, and now you think you know something. That's the problem. And that's what's going on in the newsrooms today. Like I said, I have a friend of mine. He's been there for a long time. And, you know, this is what he sees. He says the research isn't going to be done. They just want to, like, get the story out as fast as they can, you know, and because there's, you know, happy hour at, you know, on Thursday downtown in central Philadelphia. And they got to be there by 5 o'clock, so they can take the selfies of the, you know, of the beers they drank or what, or, you know, the fancy schmancy, you know, hors d'oeuvre that they overpaid for.
But you cannot keep generalizing newsrooms today. This is ridiculous.
Like I was saying before, George, some will, you know, show themselves up to be unable to research and unable to do the job for a number of reasons. And then there will be those journalists that you absolutely can see are doing their job. And those are the ones that we should be lifting up and listening to and promoting. So, yeah, with every kind of job. There are people who do it properly, who have passion for it, who believe in it. And then there are people who just get the job done so they can go out at the weekend, like you say. But there is a distinct mix of these people, and I think we can see quite clearly which ones come from where. And, you know, even for the same papers, there will be people who are like this. There will be some fantastic journalists, and then there will be the ones that come up with these very weak reports, mainly just because they've not taken the time. And those people show themselves up. And when you read it, you know that they've not actually researched properly. And unfortunately, those things get out, but you can say this particular journalist doesn't seem to have done their research. Why don't you read some information from a good journalist like this person? And I think that's the better way to go forward, is to provide the better information, the well-informed journalists, rather than just, you know, basically saying journalism is having a terrible problem. Because I think the way the world has gone, with everything being very, you know, they want eyeballs on it as quickly as possible. And I think sometimes they do skip some steps in order to make that. And I would say that, you know, those people show themselves up. So there's no need for us to sort of yak about them too much, because we can see clearly who they are. Anyway, Alan, I believe, will have a good view upon this. Go ahead, Alan.
Thank you, Mockers. Really, the reason I'm here for a couple of reasons. First, I heard Will, give me some praise, and it's not deserved, Will. Don't overstate my career as a journalist, because
Oh no, I was just saying you were the only one who knew anything about it.
Oh, that's not true at all, Will. That's simply not true at all. There are a lot of folks here on MriyaReport who know a hell of a lot about journalism, and they are practicing journalists like Martin, like Gina. You know, they are really responsible journalists. And you know what impresses me about Gina, for example, is she is on a beat. Happens to be we'll call it the Catholic beat, not reporting from the Vatican, but reporting about Catholicism in the United States, in Europe, in Ukraine, for that matter. And she's interviewed some incredible people, but she's been doing this for years and years and years. And this is a value of Gina's kind of journalism that you don't see as often as you used to. This is because newsrooms have been decimated. It's no different than in any other profession. Fewer people are asked to do more and more, and usually for less and less money over longer and longer hours. I think the other thing I would say, just to echo what Marcus was saying, always read the bylines of the news you're reading, and remember the reporters who you come to trust, because their reporting is accurate and insightful. But also keep in mind, every single journalist has made errors in reporting, from the very first article they published to the very last. The best ones acknowledge those errors, correct them. They don't rely on the newspaper to put in a correction the next day. They often do it themselves, either in an editorial or opinion piece, or a column if they're lucky enough to have one. And again, these are the best kinds of reporters. But I regard John Spencer as a journalist. He tells stories. I regard Thomas Tyner as a journalist. He gives analysis. And I regard Phillips O'Brien as a journalist, and he is. So, you know, these are just some of the people if you want accurate news about Ukraine, if you really want to know what is happening, especially in terms of what's happening militarily, read those three people, and you'll get it. Or, Stephen Moore, who was here on Maria Report yesterday, who's in Kyiv but has a background as a chief assistant to Kevin McCarthy, who's now Speaker of the House. He was McCarthy's chief aide when he was a Republican whip on the floor of the House. He really knows Republican politics. He's done a great analysis of Republican votes in the House against Ukraine, against Ukrainian aid. Who are they? What are they likely to do in the future? Take a look at his Substack, subscribe to it, and you'll get real inside information that it has the value of gold. But anyway, those are just some random thoughts from me. I'm proud that I have journalism in my background. It was a long time ago, and Maria Report is kind of a second wind for me. It's to me still radio. I don't care if it's me speaking into my telephone. Actually, it's my handheld computer. But Maria Report is radio to me. It's a broadcast medium. And that's why I love it. I especially love it because I can only be heard, not seen.
Ditto, my friend. Yeah. No, I meant when I said there aren't journalists here all the time. What I meant was the co-host of the co-hosting staff. You're the only one with any sort of journalism creds in your bio, and we've. I think we've all learned a lot from talking and hearing you talk, and I that's why I said I would really enjoy having Martin on sometime during your regular segment, when I can get up in the morning and talk to you more about the problems in relation to like war reporting that journalists have in trying to earn a crust at the end of the day, and to be how do you run a New York Times and compete in the world today, while also providing relevant news and accurate and detailed enough news on a story that's so far away, when you no longer can afford to have folks out in the field there day by day by day. It would be very interesting. Go ahead, Alan, and then every child's up, I think.
Just quickly, Hendrik, actually. I was just going to say, war reporting is a specialty, and the best war reporters, there are very, very few that have gone through several wars as a reporter on the front lines, and you have to give these correspondents more than a tip of a hat. They put their lives at risk. There are, I think, 3 or 4 dozen journalists who have now been killed in Ukraine just covering this war. And these are both print journalists and photographers, cameramen working for various TV stations and TV outlets, etc. They are committed, generally speaking, if they are on the front line especially, they are committed to factual reporting. It's the reporters who try to report a war from a newsroom thousands of miles away who never get it right. They just don't get it right.
Yes, and interesting to note, Alan, a little factoid that one of the most dangerous places in the world to be a journalist last year and this year, of course, Ukraine goes up on the list, but Russia's always been on that list for several years for the obvious reasons. So every child, now you had your hand up for a while, but you put it down. Did you accidentally put your hand down, or shall I go to Hendricks?
You know, every time I put it down, it's because somebody covered what I was thinking.
Okay, that's all right.
But while I'm speaking, I want to thank you, Will, especially for sort of nudging me this morning about the American scene. I am in the United States, and I will double down on the information war. Uh, I waffle between no, we can't know what's going on and fighting disinformation. No, we can't know what's going on because there's no element of surprise by publishing things in advance. But uh, that's no excuse for letting down on fighting the information war. And Mockers, I so appreciate you and all of your support for all of MriyaReport. Thank you so very much. And everyone who spoke this morning has been so encouraging. Um, eventually I've got to go water the garden before before the heat of the day, but did want to send my greetings to Ukraine and let them know that we care about them. Lots of love to you all.
Thanks for every child. Yep. Thanks for your support. And I'm that is my job. I am a nudger. That is for sure. Hendrik, how are you, sir?
Okay, I'm fine this morning. Basically, the very, very common view in the United States is that both the Washington Post and the New York Times are no longer basically newspapers. What they are, in fact, is a outlet for the State Department to publish articles that are random. In other words, anonymous sources. There are correspondents who do nothing but work with the government in Washington, D.C. and print, what they want out as propaganda and not news anymore. And it's gotten to the point now where the editorial boards of these newspapers set a tone. And that's why I basically know most people will not listen to them anymore and paying no heed. And especially when you get these idiot articles out saying how we should quote only you send people forward. How do they publish this stuff? I mean, the American public is not that dumb, and these editorial boards still think that they can pull the wool over our eyes. It's just not working. And especially when you hear stories about the New York Times and the Washington Post doing war reporting, and all of the correspondents are sitting in a hotel doing it every single day. The quality is not there and the people aren't buying it. So anytime that I hear someone say, well, it's in the Washington Post or it's in the New York Times, I say, well, that's all BS. That's just, my opinion. I have not seen anything come out. And like I said, my sister used to subscribe to the New York Times and she dropped it, after 20 years, because basically she didn't believe in the reporting anymore. Anyway, that's just my viewpoint.
Thanks, Hendrik.
Can I
Go ahead, Marcus.
Can I come in just a minute here? Yeah. It's just that I do agree with some points that, if you start to feel as though you're not being given, correct or up-to-date information, then, by all means, you make your choice with where you spend your money. But I've received a message from a chap here who is at work, but he was a journalist for a time with a history degree. And, he does feel that it's right to criticize where it's warranted. And one of the things which he found most difficult at working as a journalist was being asked to consistently focus on sensational stories. to look for something which would trigger an emotional response in people, one way or the other. And they basically fought him on putting in historical facts, saying, you know, it's sort of it waters down the sensationalism, basically. And with regards to anonymous sources, you can find an anonymous source to say anything you want, and they often do. One of the things that has ruined military operations in the past is loudmouths and security leaks. And sometimes, in order to counter that, they will put out their own anonymous sources. And unfortunately, you know, some people just simply disregard the consequences of their words. They're quite happy to, you know, print whatever they're told. So yes, a free press is very important, but we should be skeptical of things we think are incorrect, and we should, you know, criticize where it is due, and also make sure that we give a boost to those who we know are not worth criticism. So there we go. That was just my little, I feel as though you know, from a journalist, somebody who's worked in journalism, it is very difficult for them to keep away from sensational headlines and, you know, picking up things which would be thrown out there like a trigger for emotions and stuff like that. It's almost as though that's, you know, that's what they're really looking for. They're really looking for a reaction of some kind. I don't know who was next, Will.
That's okay. I do. It was Cece next, and then Martin, and now Alex has joined us.
I was just going to say, and I tell myself this too, so I'm not chastising or being didactic, is when this happens, when we do find these journalists that are writing these completely idiotic stories, we should not be complaining word one to anybody until we write the outlet, one sentence, two sentences if you're in a hurry. But like, I tell myself, like, shut up or put up. Like, unless we're writing the outlet and refuting it so that they know there's a problem and an issue, we're to blame too. You know, it goes both ways. It's accountability. We live in a society, and we have a responsibility to point stuff out and not just complain to our friends, or else it'll keep going and keep going. And you can even pitch a great story because we're so entrenched in this whole world. Like, we all know great stories. So yeah, a couple words on that is we don't have a right to complain unless we're actually writing the outlet, and it only takes one sentence if you're in a real hurry.
Yep, that's a good point. And when I've got a problem with, I do what Alan said in relation to, I follow bylines. So I don't think the whole of New York Times is garbage. I don't think the whole of Washington Post is garbage. I do follow bylines. But when I complain to the paper, I always just complain to the masthead. I always, you know, today I used some harsh words about the Wall Street Journal, and that's the way I do it. I shout at the New York Times, but I follow whoever the writers are in the New York Times, because you can pick out the good ones from the bad ones that way. Now let's see. Martin, you're up next. Then Alex, then Freight Monkey, and then Alan. Martin.
Thank you, Will. I wasn't intending to come up again, but I just wanted to say my friend Alan's comments were bang on, as always. And you know, if you want to have such a session about newsrooms and the state of journalism, I would be willing to add some comments. But you know, keep in mind that I've spent most of my career as a journalist, as a freelancer, though I do have a job now with a particular publication, but I still freelance for other publications. But I suppose if you decided to do such a thing on MriyaReport, I might be able to offer I won't even say insight, but some comments based on my experience and observations over the years. Before I continue, let me just say Slava Ukraini, of course. Let me just say that regarding, again, this topic of journalism, I want to recommend two books. One in particular, years ago, I read Christopher Hedges, who was a New York Times war correspondent for many, many years, covered the wars in Central America and other conflicts around the world. His book called War is a Force That Gives Us Meaning. War is a Force That Gives Us Meaning. And I really recommend that to anyone who's interested in what it means to be a war correspondent. He writes with power, and his eloquence just flows off the page. It's not a big book, but it carries a lot of weight. At least it did for me when I read it, based on his experiences, and of course, not only informed by that, but also by his education. He's a very erudite individual, and so I won't go into great detail, but just to say that was a book that really brought home to me what it means to be a war correspondent, and how it affects journalists who are in the field covering different wars and conflicts, how it affects them directly and personally. So I recommend that. And then there's another book that came out just within the past couple years. Now this is very interesting and very relevant to Ukraine. It's called How People Live in Soviet Russia: Impressions from a Journey. Impressions from a Journey, excuse me. And it was written in Yiddish by Mendel Osserowitsch, Osherowitch, and lay unread in any other language until the past few years, when it was translated finally into English. Now, Mendel Osserowitsch was a journalist born in Ukraine, came to the United States at the turn of the century, and went on to a career in journalism with a newspaper called, well, in English, it's The Forward. I think it's still published today, a Yiddish language paper. And he made a trip back in February and March 1932 to the Soviet Union. He was on assignment for the Forward, or in Yiddish, the Vorwärts. And his insights are remarkable. So he saw the beginnings of the Holodomor and the cover-up that was attempted by the Soviets. And it's a first-hand account of what he experienced, of course. And it was translated into English in, as I say, 2000. Well, came out in about 2020, 2021. And it's published by the University of Toronto Press, the Ukrainian, I believe, Ukrainian Studies Department, and it was edited by, I've mentioned his name before, Professor Lubomir Letsuk, who's a professor of political geography at the Royal Military Institute in Kingston, Ontario, and a specialist in Ukrainian studies. And the translation from the original Yiddish was by Sharon Power. So let me recommend that book as well, How People Live in Soviet Russia: Impressions from a Journey, by Mendel Osserowitsch. Again, just repeating myself, and thank you for allowing me to do so. Just within the past 2-3 years finally translated into English. And by the way, let me just conclude by saying, and thank you, Alan, Will, and Marcus for allowing me to ramble on like this briefly. It's a good counterweight to the propaganda that was spread by that New York Times journalist who was basically a flunky for Stalin, and who won the Pulitzer Prize in journalism for his basically very very biased and untruthful report about the Holodomor. Anyways, enough blabbing from me. Again, Slava Ukraini, please retweet this site. And
Thanks, Martin. Sorry, looks like we might have lost you right there at the end. But thanks very much for your input and the words. Alex. No, sorry. Yeah, Alex is up next, then Freight Monkey, then Alan. And then I see Ravers joined us as well. Hello.
The time of the day, wherever you are, everybody. I still think journalism is it's important, and it's just time is changing the industry like many others. Time and technology, and also in the ways that are difficult to predict. But I wanted to point your attention to something that is important and often overlooked. And the reason for that is the information I just found. Now, this is also journalism, but it comes with delay of about 2 months. But here is some stats. So, since the beginning of Ukrainian counteroffensive, Russians were only able to destroy 5 Leopard 2 tanks out of 71 tanks shipped to Ukraine. About 10 tanks were damaged and are being damaged and are being
Repaired.
Repaired, yes, are being repaired now. Almost all crews of Leopards were able to get out of damaged tanks before the tanks got destroyed. So they were able to get out of damaged tank before it was destroyed. And all Leopards took part in the battle except 14, which were shipped later. Now, why this is important? Because, like, they were first of all crews were able to get out. Second, out of 15 damaged, only 5 were destroyed. And we are talking about 71 tanks. Now, I want to remind you the information that went out 2 months ago and was kind of, it caught like fire, everybody was, well, first some Russian propagandists said, see, these alligator helicopters are destroying German Leopards and all that BS, Russian propaganda. Then Putin announced it like more than once. They were picturing one tank that was hit by a mine, like 100 times from all different possible, sites. And then useful idiots came in, starting, saying that, oh, this counteroffensive, it's a stalemate. We need a deal. We need to give concessions to Russia, and all that bullshit. Eventually, turns out only 5 were damaged out of 70, and no crews were affected. The problem is nobody will go and spread to everyone fooled by original information. Nobody will now come up with, with this follow-up and saying to all those who saying stalemate, saying you don't know what you are talking about. Here are the numbers, and that is a problem. And I do not have a solution. There were like fact checks and whatnot, but it's the torrent of disinformation is so big that chasing every individual one after that is very difficult. But people have already their mindset. So my point is, this information is out there because it works. And it's much more difficult to, change now the mind which is already set.
Well, that's true, and disinformation taps into the idioms, and they use the free press in the liberal democracies that aren't available for us to use inside Russia or China or any place else, any of these authoritarian regimes. That's dead right, Alex.
And it's also oftentimes people. I mean, even my daughter, she's a teenager now, and she wants to do her research, which is good, but she wants to do her research independently. Even if I tell her something, she wants to confirm it. Guess where she goes? She goes to Google, and what she finds there, only God knows what she finds there. And then she thinks this is how you do independent research. So we need to, I don't know, have some skills to kind of, it's the fact it's in Google doesn't make it real. It's there was a famous picture. That's easy to remember, that image. That the quote was attributed to almost Abraham Lincoln. Not everything you find on internet is true, which is, I think it's a very good representation of the reality, because, well, clearly Abraham Lincoln could not say that. There was no internet back then, but yeah, and it was kind of visual, so that picture can remember it. People can remember this thing. But yeah, I don't have a solution. I don't even know how to address it. But the risk is out there. So yeah, just wanted to point this out. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Hello, Freight Monkey. How are you?
Hey, Will. Hello again, mockers. I was engaged in a very interesting conversation a little bit earlier, but then the real life and the job required me to drop down and go back, and now I get to come back and listen to another very engaging conversation. And I had 3 points. The first one is to what Alex said. Those 5 tanks that are reported to have been lost, that I think that was the reporting from Forbes. I personally take Forbes nowadays with a shovel of salt, because I don't view them as being, let's say, really the best in class in reporting anymore. And I'm not willing to make assessments on how many tanks Ukraine has lost, because I, for one, have no clue. But I'm more willing to believe that it's on the low side, at least from the evidence that we've seen. The evidence that we've seen is very lacking. There's not that much video footage. Alex put it very, very correctly. A lot of the footage was several different angles of the same action, and most of that footage was after action. So very clearly put together for propaganda uses, and has been recycled and reused more times than an eco-conscious person would reuse a shopping plastic bag. So I would get to the point that when it comes to disinformation, all the Russians need is to put a bit of a seed of doubt, and that is enough. And they can make the most outrageous comments that you could possibly imagine, All they need to do is sow a little bit of doubt, and their mission has been accomplished. It's very low cost, it's very efficient. Whereas in the West, we generally have journalistic standards. Any journalist can talk, I think, at length about them. And this brings me to my second point, which is the discussions about the Wall Street Journal. We might not like everything that the Wall Street Journal writes, and the Wall Street Journal might be misguided and might make mistakes. And I would point out that it's not fast reporting, it's not immediate reporting, which means that some of the stuff that they report comes with significant lag, and that has to do with the standards that they exert on themselves to check, fact check, and editorial review, and all that kind of stuff.
But yes, that is
Very
true.
quickly,
All that
but
does.
Some of the standards, some of the stuff that they write, we might not like, but it doesn't mean that they're bad at their job, and it doesn't mean that it doesn't necessarily come with bad intentions, and of course it might get us angry, but supporting independent journalism that has these standards is, I think, still better than getting your news from Facebook and Twitter. So that was my second point, and I'll just hurry up for my third point. I don't know if not a point, maybe a bit of news. I don't know if you guys covered it, but today Igor Girkin was in court in Moscow. He was trying to appeal to his pre-trial detention. So Igor Girkin is being tried in Russia for extremism, for having criticized the Putin government. He's not someone that we should feel sorry about. He is the person responsible at the end for the downing of MH17 in 2014. He's a war criminal, and not only from that side, but he's been a vocal critic of Putin and of the Russian leadership. And at some point, the Russians had enough of him, and they arrested him for extremism, which apparently in Russia you can go to jail for 5 years for that. He was put in pre-trial detention. He appealed to that, and apparently he lost. There's some footage going around of him. I'm not 100% sure it was of today, but he looks mighty sad indeed. On that note, I won't quite drop down. I'll be around for a while longer, but I will stop raving now.
Yeah, thanks, Great Monkey. Yeah, there has been so much news in the last couple hours that we haven't actually slipped into the conversation yet, but that is one of the items. Yes, Gherkin went to court to try to be released on bail, and they said, no, sir, you will stay in pre-trial detention, and he's probably rethinking that possible trip to The Hague he could have otherwise taken, maybe.
It would have been
Alan.
more comfortable.
Oh, go ahead. It would have been more comfortable, and he would have got better medical care too. I think the people that go to waste and die in Russian prisons will regret not taking their chances with the ICC. Alan.
Well, I was just going to throw in a word about anonymous sources, because we all read reporting with anonymous sources quoted or providing something more than background. But the best anonymous sources actually never end up in a reporter's final story. The best anonymous sources might be a chief of staff or a lead investigator on one of Congress's enforcement committees. Might be the chief aide to a congressional leader or something like that. He or she will give you a call. You'll sit down with them in the cafeteria, and the very first words out of their mouth, speaking off the record. And then they will lead you through a thicket of a story and give you the ability to corroborate with others, often again, other people given to you saying, talk to this person about this topic, this person about that topic. By the end, you'll be able to put it all together. These are the best anonymous sources. They lead the reporter both to a story and through a story. And only if you cannot corroborate everything you've been told off the record, will you call that original anonymous source back and say, look, here's a hole in my story, but you said XYZ. Can I quote you as an anonymous source, or will you go on the record? I think every reporter wants his best anonymous sources to eventually go on the record, if possible, to eventually be so comfortable that they will give you the quote and be cited for that quote. That is the best kind of anonymous source, and it also gets you to the best kind of reporting. And I just wanted to throw that in. I do happen to think that today, too many reporters too quickly will use an anonymous source in their story without taking those additional steps. And I think that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is what I was talking about. That it'd be interesting to have a longer discussion with people who've worked in the area professionally, because all these things tie together in relation to the time of a story, the resources that you're allowed to have it, the pressures that the organizations are under, and the manner in which that pressure cascades down to the people trying to do the work and put together a researched story that's well corroborated and tied back to original sources, so it can't be undermined. But all that takes more time than is usually allowed these days, and more resources than are thrown at it because of the other commercial interests. And we all say we want good news, but it's also very difficult to find people who pay for their news, and those two sides don't meet up either. So thanks very much, Alan. Stay around, and I'm sure we'll carry on with this. And I want to try to get to some of this interesting news that we've got. Otherwise, you're all going to get it for your show later on. That's okay. Raver, how are you, sir? What are you up to these days?
Hey, good morning. On my way to work. So interesting that you guys are talking about journalism. Now, obviously, as a conservative, and especially one who's now hit, the half-century mark, I don't think America's had a real journalist since the 1990s, especially in the mainstream. And that goes right and left. It's all, if it's your side doing it, then the stories are always going to be the other side pounces. If it's the other side doing it, well, you're not pouncing, you're just reporting the news. It's all bias. It's all lies by omission. So I just don't have a lot of faith in the mainstream media. And some of the more technical, but more openly political, so you knew where they were coming from, outlets have even gone, have jumped the shark. I don't know if anybody's aware of Randy Mott's fight against the Heritage Foundation. They used to be a good, reliably, openly conservative publication. And now, within a matter of just a couple of months, apparently due to teaming up with Hungary, they've done a 180 on their Ukrainian coverage. And I guess they're pursuing the ruble or the dollar or whatever the Hungarian unit of currency is. I don't know if that's the euro or what. And so I just don't have a lot of trust. And unlike Freight Monkey, I find better, more reliable news on Twitter, because I can start looking and checking and see who's reporting what. And you just develop a feel and a rhythm for the people that are just bullshit artists and the people who are actually tied in and may have an idea of what's going on. And then also related to that is there is a lot of bad news organizations that are below the level of the mainstream, like Gray Zone. And here is an absolute victory for NAFO. They have apparently been cut off from PayPal, and they're now trying to use some other little startup funding source. And now that funding source is going to have to explain itself on why they are willing to back a pro-Assad, pro-Putin, pro-genocide group linked to the Wagner terrorists. So we'll see how that goes, but we're having a real economic impact on the spreaders of disinformation.
Yes, excellent point. I noted that this morning when I first got up that they had lost their capable of taking money through PayPal, and the level of whining and complaining that was going on that side was worth the price of admission all by itself. Now let's see. I think back to Freight Monkey and then Ovind.
Freight Monkey?
Sorry, go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's Freight Monkey next.
Actually, I think Raver and I, we probably got more common ground than not on this subject. It's I might have expressed myself in the wrong way. News you can get from Twitter in a very efficient way, but journalism is more complex than that. Because the journalism and the news used to be the same thing. Today, journalism and the news is different. I give you an example. If you go as a war reporter today somewhere to the front and you go and you're embedded with a unit for 2-3 weeks, and you come back and you write your article, you try and, I'm not a journalist, I'm just assuming this is how it works, by the way, but you go and you've got all your thoughts and you've got all your notes and maybe you've got a lot of footage as well, and you go and try and write an actual article about it. That's not the news. You're not going to be reporting on the progress of a counteroffensive on XY day. You're not going to go and be giving. It's not a 24/7 news feed. You're going to be writing a quite elaborate piece of actual journalism. But then you're going to go to your editor, and your editor is probably going to have to be like, well, I need to check that you've actually been to this place and that you talked to the people that you said that you talked to. Otherwise, you've got a lot of just fake journalism, which, by the way, the world is full of as well. And therefore, there's a lag, and there's a difference between. At least I see a difference between journalism and the news. And when you go to journalism in the US, I think Ravi, you've got a very good point. The US political landscape seems to be more and more confrontational, divided, and bipolar and all this kind of stuff. And when you see, I come from a very conservative background. I'm, by at least European standards, I'm very right wing, in what I would call a liberal way, which in the US would probably be, I don't know, conservative way. But when you see all these conservatives being pro-Putin because of what they've seen on Fox News or Tucker Carlson and crap like that, it's very scary. I think it comes down to the fact that a lot of people, I think, do not understand Europe, which is fine because they're not from there and they don't live there. That's one thing. And I'm not belittling Americans, but I'm pretty sure that Tucker Carlson does not understand Europe. He does not understand Europeans, and he does not understand the historical heritage and what this war actually means on a larger scale. But it seems that he's really not only by himself, but there is this sort of fracture. I saw this meme not too long ago, writing saying I'm old enough to remember when the Conservative Party stood against Russia, and I fully agree with those comments. So there's a rift in US society. I think it's a shame. I visited the US many times. My sister has lived there, actually still lives there, and I love the US. But when I speak to some of the American people I know, I get a little bit afraid of their culture of journalism, because they seem to get very little, proper journalism. And the news is, frankly speaking, a little bit trashy, but that's also trashy in Europe. If you look at the news in the UK, it's also trashy. It's all this sort of the equivalent of clickbait. What I'm afraid of on Twitter is typically the disinformation that we see with the counteroffensive. You have one event, say, 1 or 2 leopards get blown up, gets filmed from 17 different angles, and it's very difficult to figure out, okay, so what actually happened. A real piece of journalism would take all this information and write about it, and the news would just report many leopards having been destroyed, which I think we all know is not the state of the current counteroffensive. Sorry if this drones on a little bit. I see a lot of other hands up, so I should shut up. But if if I talk too much, guys, co-hosts, just please tell me to shut up.
No, you're fine, Freight Monkey. You're fine. Stay with us. Oyvind, you're next.
Well, can I jump in since he named me?
Oh, all right. Fair enough, Raver. Oyvind, hang on 1 second, and we'll come back to you.
So on the issue of Tucker and Trump and Ukraine, if you look at Trump's base, the most rabid of the MAGAs, they have not been able to distinguish between the phone call and the invasion. They see Zelensky as a betrayer of Trump because that's their whole worldview, and convincing them otherwise has proved damnably hard, especially when all they see, because they live completely insulated, is hate coming from the left. And that just reinforces their biases, which is why one of the themes I keep pushing is, hey, man, drop some of these walls and reach out to your neighbors. But there are a lot of people on both sides, the MAGAs are just the most obvious, that are so siloed that getting across to them is proving to be a hell of a challenge.
Yeah, thanks, Raver. I would not want to try to do what you do and try to convince folks like that day by day by day, because well, I have one too many volunteer jobs already, and taking down Vatniks it takes up the last slot in my time slot of the day. Oyvind, thanks for waiting. What have you got?
Yeah, thank you. First, I'm not too worried about Tucker Carlson. He's too much an idiot to make any harm. I'm more worried about a guy named Andrew Kramer. On July 22, 2022, the New York Times announced the opening of its bureau in Kiev, and they introduced Andrew Kramer as the chief of the new bureau, exulting that there is no one better suited to lead the Times as we set up a bureau in Kiev. And 3 days later, then we are back on the 25th of, 1 month later. No, 3 days later, 25th of July, there's a website called Inform Napalm. It's a what we call Anglo-Saxon American website. And they write an article about Andrew Kramer. What will the pro-Russian journalist Andrew Kramer do in Ukraine? And then they have a long article of why he is pro-Russian. He is married to a Russian journalist, etc. Worked 10 years in Moscow, and he also was got accreditation from somebody called MriyaReport Center in Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast in May 2016 about the cover of the conflict there, and well, they have a longer article of why he is pro-Russian, and he's still there from New York Times. That's what I have. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be any more dangerous or problematic than Tucker is, and I don't know if Tucker's going to be problematic going forward. I haven't followed any of his garbage on Twitter and any spaces or anything he runs. I'm not sure he carried all the followers that he expected over to Twitter or however he's publishing now, because I understand he hasn't had very good numbers in things he's published just recently. And good morning, Lou. I see you've joined us as well. Sorry I missed you before.
Hey, thanks, Will. Hey, just a FYI for people. I tried on my Mac to request to come up to speak, and of course that worked. You guys recognize me, but there's no way to raise a hand on Safari browser. So don't do it, because then you'll be forced to drop down and come back again in another life. I just wanted to jump in on this conversation about journalists. I mean, we keep talking about journalists, but honestly, I think we as consumers have to take a lot of responsibility ourselves. And I think that's what Raver and Freightliner both are hinting at when they say, you know, you can get a lot of great news on Twitter, and I do, because I know who I'm following, and I only listen to certain channels, right? Unfortunately, we have, as a society, we have kind of I let our standards down as far as what we expect from journalism. And I think that partly comes from the internet, and news is free, and it comes fast and furious. And most of us don't have time to read long form pieces. So we're reading headlines or tweets or blurbs or whatever, and absorbing stuff that way. And I think gradually what's happened is that has become the norm, that the quick soundbite, headline, blurb, whatever, becomes the preferred way of consuming information. And sadly, that plays right into disinformation, right? Because we all have confirmation bias that's kind of built in to the human psyche, if you will, and that also affects a little bit about how we end up being polarized, right? Because you know, if we have confirmation bias and we're only looking for information that is supportive of our particular view or whatever it is that we have, our slant on the world, then we tend to only pick up those signals. And so I think another part of this discussion, and I just want to applaud Alan and Robin for doing what they're doing, for instance, in urging people to actually read a book that has you know some real some real meat in it, like you know, Timothy Snyder's book on tyranny, to get people to be more aware of what they are consuming and to become more I don't know, responsible citizens in the way in which they consume information, the way they look for information, the way they verify information. And the other thing I want to applaud is this space. This space, because of the format, because of the fact that it's self-modulating, because of the fact that it is being run by a nonprofit, nobody's got a there's no money at stake here as far as what is being presented, good or bad news. I mean, we are all here, I think, with a desire to support freedom and democracy in Ukraine. You know, first and foremost, that's what unites us. But I think most of us who are here and spend time here, we're looking for truth, and we're looking for truth even when it requires going deeper than a 5-second or 10, 30-second slot or a 5-minute, TV spot on an analysis, right? I mean, listening to Chuck do his bullet points a couple of times a week, listening to in-depth discussions on a far-ranging topics that come up here. I mean, the people that are here we are consumers, I would say, of the correct order. And I think what we need to be as advocates for the truth is we need to be educating our fellow citizens to come to places like this and get a dose of what truth really means, and not spend their time consuming what is clearly bought and paid for on a lot of the major networks, and and or shoddy journalism, which sadly appears in some of these mainstream outlets like the Times and or the Washington Post. I mean, it's disappointing that with the kind of reach that they have, they allow their editorial board allows certain crap to come out. But anyway, I think I've spoken long enough. I just want to make sure that people understand it's not just the journalists, it's us.
Thanks, Lou. I think there's a lot to that. That's why I was talking earlier about the fact that the problems that newspapers and journalists face comes down sometimes to us deciding that we're going to pay for our news, because you can get stuff for free for a while, but eventually it hollows things out to the point where nobody wants to do that thing anymore. James, I believe you're up next.
Hey, how are you? I'm doing well myself, and I wondered how things are down under first, and then I have a comment about all this.
James, they are fine, but it's been a long day, and it's just about time for a bit of shut eye for me. So we will be doing a host change here very briefly. The lovely Robin and Shaggy will be taking our places, and I'm only waiting for the man who runs the transporter to energize as and when he sees fit. Thanks for joining us, James. What else would you like to say?
I would like to comment about the nature of journalism as it pertains to corporations. Corporations have boards of trustees, and the trustees are frequently sitting on more than one board. And so not only are they money-making institutions, and so they're looking at the bottom line if they look at a story, but they also have interests through the board to other companies, and that might shade their perspective quite a bit. And so they rule.net is, I think they struggle to keep up with all this corporate information and boards and all this, but it's a good example of how you can see relationships between corporations. The central feature is that if there is like a boardroom table that represents the corporation, and then these people are around it, like wagon wheel spokes connected to it, and you can stretch them out. And the fatter the board member is, the more connected they are to other corporations. And so you can expand these and look. And so I was just looking briefly to refresh my knowledge and make sure it's still an active site, because I haven't looked in a while. And I think it's mostly good for demonstration, or if you have a specific question about a corporation, then I think it's a good kind of tool to look at. But I found that we had a board member who is on Intel, who's also on TIAA, which is a retirement fund, and I've got money there. So I'm already thinking, okay, well, probably there's nothing wrong with that because Intel makes chips. But I guess the final point I want to tie this together with is that corporations, given that they're out to make money, are also in the business of justifying their wealth and profitability, defending their reputations. And so they have many interests that run contrary to the gathering of truth, oftentimes. I'm not going to disparage all of them. I think every one of them is suspect to the influence of money and power. But many of them rise above that, or rise above it enough such that the good that they create in the world outweighs any of the bad that goes with them. So I think we need to be suspicious. And I think about all the companies tied into Russia still. I'm thinking about Pete's Coffee. There's genocide in every cup. Who just said, well, you know what, we'll take our Russian operations and we'll call it Teeps instead of Pete's. I don't know what they renamed it to, but that's what they did. They just renamed the Russian connection there. And so, sometimes what's going on, it isn't just lazy reporters or bad reporters, I think sometimes it's flunkies like Tucker, who just said the money's better, or the money's so good that I'm willing to go down this shitty path. It's not, and it makes me wonder about him, like not very much, because it seems like pretty quickly he just gave up on being truthful and started taking the money. There's a lot of problems with it, but not all journalists are bad. Not all news corporations are bad. But there's enough of them, and there are certainly some that are very definitely connected directly to Russia. And I think Fox News has been, Newsmax, and some other ones that just seem to be the big fat pipe right from Moscow to our TVs. So, anyways, that's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you very much, James. And War Doggo, I see you've got your hand up there, and welcome up. I have no idea who is next, so I'm going to you because, well, I am.
Thank you so much, dear mockers. Hi, hope everything's going well. You, Robin, Shaggy, Alan, James, everybody are doing great, and beloved are good. A short comment on the media and overall the strategy and tactics. The book on confronting the informational warfare is always tell us several markers that that always helps to identify the informational operations, and knowing or not knowing that even big agencies might be involved in just I don't know, echoing some narratives with not checking data properly, different lags in checking the source, and humans factor that may help or scale or multiply this effect of the informational warfare. There are several markers for the end consumers as us in order to differentiate the information article or the article that is in the informational warfare perimeter. First, those are the emotions. If the article is hooking you up with the severe emotions, it means it's the big chance that it serves the purpose, because the emotion is the envelope where inside there is the message. When person is getting too much emotional, his irrational is silenced. Let's call it like this. His critical thinking is silenced. Second is when the critical thinking is substituted with the current conspiracy, like, hey, look at it, think about it, right? Without critical thinking, but substituting is, if you look closer, is very evident when critical thinking is being substituted with conspiracy theories, because one is the extremum maximum of another, and they cannot coexist both together. The third one, which is the most complex, but same as the most complex thing is the most working thing, is how to call it, shake the foundations, is bombarding the consumer with the uncertainty, different messages, sometimes polarized, upside down, 180 degree one from another, targeting in a way that at the end person feels and says that, like, I'm so much distracted, I'm so much confused, I don't understand what is the truth there, please tell me. And here we are exactly right for the purpose to give you what the truth is, says the agency that is known or by blindly being used in the informational warfare. We are in 21st centuries, are, how to call it, very much direct to consumer in many services, including the media services. Like, let's imagine there is a Twitter space where people volunteer to make Ukrainian topic vocal and make the Ukrainian topic being explained 24/7, making you thinking critical and explaining the several complex things, inviting the experts, and all you need in order to connect is just having your cell phone and or laptop. If you want to speak, is a cell phone. If you want to listen, is a laptop, and you're there. And surprise, surprise, you are exactly listening my voice in such a media. Is purely direct to consumer, so D2C, direct to customer. Since the moment when computer became personal, many things became very personal. The media developed the certain mechanisms and tactics and strategy how to personalize the message as well. I mean, I'm probably not the one who should tell you about how different companies are using cookies, how different companies are using different big data that is being collected by their personal device like phone or any other in order to target message with a certain things, even with the news, by the way. And this is the new, I would not call it threat, but very worrying thing that requires a lot of media literacy from the users. And this is something that we all have not to adapt, but to learn how to critically consume such kind of products. That is why I'm really glad that such spaces like MriyaReport exist, where people donate for such organizations' existence, like MriyaReport, and letting people to do their job. Because when such organizations don't take money from politics, from different people who would like to spread their opinions, and that is exactly what is called freedom and independence. Okay, and you are exactly the one who is contributing to this project of critical thinking and the project of Ukrainian topic being vocal. That is paramount important, because this is the future of your personal, if you want, somebody calls this the informational bubble. I don't like this word, but this is your personal, professional, and exciting part of the world, where you get the news and from those who are the experts, and who will not um, explain you how you should perceive that, but will make you think and get to the point by yourself. That is the superpower of the 21st century, this personal media approach. And this is a big challenge to the huge big agencies that try to survive just making hype instead of serve the purpose they were created for. That's my big take, and I think that is, I hope that it's useful, and I truly hope I made myself clear. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thank you, War Doggo. Yes, very clear. That was a wonderful, excellent summary of the, of the challenges we're facing with, as you say, this direct-to-consumer media. Thank you. I could not have put it better. I appreciate your you giving us such a clear picture of what we are facing. I'm going to go to Mockers first as a legacy co-host here, and then we'll go to Hendrik.
Hendrik. Please go
to
to
Hendrik. Okay, go to Hendrik first.
Yes, I want to go half sideways. And this relates, okay, to Twitter. About 3 weeks ago, I think it was, there was a feed from one of the Ukrainian divisions that
Can you hear me,
lasted
Hendrik? Because I
about,
can't.
pardon?
Yes, Shaggy, we can hear him. You can't.
So
Put your
why don't you
captions on.
recite, Shaggy?
Shall I continue?
Yes, go ahead, Hendrik. We're just having a little
Okay.
communication
Okay.
problem.
So about 3 weeks ago, there was a production made by a Ukrainian group, and it concerned, okay, the clearing of trenches. Now, this production, there were 2 of them. One lasted over 3 minutes, and I think the other one was almost 12 minutes. And it literally went through, okay, showed the action inside the trench with the Ukrainian soldiers. And then it would switch to the command post. And you could see the conversation between the commanders describing where the Russians were and what to do. It showed the coordination between squad members as far as throwing grenades and going forward. It then continued on, okay, as the Ukrainians moved forward, they spent the night, okay, in the trenches, and they continued the following morning. And they wound up continuing the attack. They showed the advances through the grass by the Ukrainian infantry, and they've got to the next line, okay, all right? And it showed the continued coordination between the command post and the soldiers on the ground, with video from the overhead drones showing the people and the action. And toward the end of the piece, like I said, it was a long piece, it showed, okay, the command post saying, okay, well, let's get the Russians out of the tree line and go forward. And as the Russians were going through the field, okay, the command post said, okay, let's throw in some artillery and round them up, which they did. And the last words, which I thought really marked everything so well, was when someone at the command post, look at the rabbits run. At least we know the field is not mined. Now that, okay, when you watch that, and then you listen, okay, to your correspondence with, coming in with Chuck and everything else, and you talk about clearing trenches, I now have a very clear picture in my mind of what it is like and what these soldiers are doing. And when they say the situation is difficult, I have a clear picture in my mind. And this is on Twitter. And I don't think there's any way written journalism can compete with something like that. And this just, like I said, there's stuff that's not good on Twitter, but there's stuff that's really amazing, showing the coordination in the field between command post and the infantry.
Yeah, thank you, Hendrik. Yeah, it is really true. People are able to really to see much more of what the real war is like than we have in past wars because of so much being on social media. Sir Shaggy Fella, I just wanted to welcome you. Maybe that was the problem. I didn't welcome you properly last time, so you had trouble hearing everything. Welcome.
Well, yeah, welcome. Thank you. Yeah, it's either you or it's the cat that I've got under my armpit at the moment. One of the two, I think. But
That could be.
Yeah, it seems okay now. I could hear Hendrik. Sorry. Carry on.
Great, great. With all of us hosts, I think we probably have 1,000 cats amongst all of us. It's a cat-centric audience, the co-hosting group. Anyway, over to Muckers.
Yeah, I just had a little note that came through my DMs earlier with regards to this, and I would say we're probably not doing too badly, for media, because at least we didn't have the same problem that Orwell did. Here is a quote from Orwell. Early in life, I have noticed that no event is ever correctly reported in a newspaper. In Spain, for the first time, I saw newspaper reports which did not bear any relation to the facts, not even the relationship which is implied in an ordinary lie. I saw great battles reported where there had been no fighting at all, and complete silence where hundreds of men had been killed. I saw troops who fought bravely denounced as cowards and traitors, and others who had never seen a shot fired hailed as heroes of imaginary victories. I saw newspapers in London retell these lies, and eager intellectuals build emotional superstructures over events that had actually never happened. I saw, in fact, history being written, not in terms of the truth of what happened, but what ought to have happened according to their various party lines. Now, I'm just saying that these days we can see what happens on the daily. It's very difficult to obfuscate the truth, even though the Russians certainly try to. But yeah, we have a lot more access to information, and perhaps we don't have it so bad after all. That was just my bit on the subject.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. I was thinking of something negative to add to that, but I won't, because you're right. We really do have it. We need to learn to think more critically and be aware of deep fakes and that kind of thing, but we do have a lot more information available. If we just look for it. Yes, Shaggy.
Yeah. Funny you should mention critical thinking. I just retweeted a post from BT Ether just on that topic. Actually, he's come up with a nice post on it as well. So yeah, have a look at my timeline or BT Ether's timeline for the critical thinking post.
I will. You'll understand if I do it a little bit later. It's great. Okay, over to Stephen.
Many thank yous, and hello all. As usual, wonderful discussion, and Mockers, that was an absolutely perfect segue into what I would like to contribute. And in fact, I came up because of certain things that Wardogo was saying, because what he was saying instantly reminded me of, in fact, Orwell, and specifically Room 101. And even more specifically, the episode where O'Brien holds up, I think it's 3 fingers to begin with, and asks, "How many fingers am I holding up?" And of course, Winston says 3, and is immediately shocked and given pain. And he keeps repeating that until eventually he says 4 or 5, and any number. In fact, he goes beyond the number it's possible, I think, for it to be. And the point of that is that, as Wardogo rather perfectly observed, the point of a flood of disinformation is to eventually destroy not only the authority that is providing you the information, not only to destroy your faith in it, but rather, and more particularly, to destroy your faith that you have any authority yourself to judge. And so eventually you become a pure recipient. And I thought also Wardogo was absolutely on target. And to slightly, I wouldn't say at all contradict what Mockers was saying, but rather refine it. Wardogo is correct in that now I'm going to focus rather on that incident in Room 101, but what Room 101 is. Room 101 in the book was a physical place where Winston was held and could not get out. And the question is asked repeatedly: what is in Room 101? What is in Room 101? And the answer, of course, is the most fearful thing, the most terrible thing that can be imagined. And what is really interesting about the way in which he presents this is that that fearful and terrible thing is unique and separate for each one of us. Now, of course, we share a lot of fears and things like that, but but what our innermost individual psychology is what is inside Room 101. And ultimately, Room 101 is a metaphor for our own fear, for our own mental prison. Now, what is sinister, dangerous, and salient about the modern information space, as Wardogo beautifully pointed out, is that it is not, we are presented with what, in the best possible analysis, Mockers is correct to note, is the availability of all information. However, only the strongest and most perceptive and also most time-rich of us can penetrate to any semblance of the truth. And in order to do that, we also have to defeat ourselves and our own prejudices and our own fears. But as Wardogo pointed out, the way in which the information space in fact works is that it is endlessly tailored. So whenever I visit a new site, I take advantage of GDPR, and I go through and shut down, I reject all the non-essential cookies and things like that. But then I also go to vendor preferences. And you'll note that GDPR has a gigantic hole, and that is that it allows what is called legitimate interest, which essentially completely obviates the idea that you can shut down these vendor preferences at all. And many of the websites that you visit, particularly ones that are politically oriented or journalistic in any way, sometimes it takes me 20 minutes to individually shut down every single quote-unquote legitimate interest tab. And going through those is very instructive, because almost all of them are essentially data gathering and manipulation services, which track and monitor your online behavior. So I know this is quite a long-winded perambulation, but the point of it is this, that although the information space ought to be completely liberal and completely open, and it gives us the illusion that it is, in fact, as we browse, unless we are very careful indeed, we create for ourselves our very own Room 101. And O'Brien is sitting right there presenting to us our innermost fears. The rat in the cage that is locked onto our head, which is a nice metaphor for what these information feeding services that tailor information to our specific prejudices and our specific fears is. It is a cage around our heads in which there is the rat of fear. And it is that the propagandists and others use to manipulate the ordinary person who may feel that they are smart enough to outsmart the space, or to get what they think is independent information. And in fact, they are locking themselves into Room 101 with O'Brien. I think I've done there for the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Stephen. That was very well explained, actually. I like that. Mockers.
I'm afraid I'm going to bring the conversation down a little to a different level. And I'm going to do that with the word boom. There's something on fire. And would you believe it? It's in the middle of Moscow. Now, there is what appears to be a very large fire in the middle of Moscow. And it's directly where the 3 train stations meet. Now, it is report of some kind of warehouse fire. But, gosh, it's yeah. I would say that it's going to be an emotional day if you're down there. It does seem to be quite extensive. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that. So yes, apologies for changing the tone, but I just wanted to bring you that.
Well, thank you, muckers. I'm always up for a good boom, and what a great place for it to be booming. We're bringing, as you know, President Zelensky said a few weeks ago. You know, it's we're bringing this home to the Russians. If they felt free to drop bombs all over Ukraine for a year and a half, it's about damn time that they get some skin in the game and see what it's like. So I think that's great. May it burn high and long.
It's those flammable rail tracks they use in Moscow. I'm pretty sure it's those. Maybe not. Anyway, yeah. But back to what Stephen was talking about. Yeah, it's very easy to get stuck into a silo, and it is quite difficult. A lot of people, even me, sometimes find it quite difficult to reach out beyond our comfort zones and take on information which may not want to hear, but well, it may be the truth. So people say don't judge things, but we judge things all the time. We judge when we're crossing the road. We judge, well, is the car going to hit us? Is it moving at the correct speed? So a lot of people, when they say don't be judgy, it's more shut up. I don't want to hear your opinion. I'm quite happy in my silo. So yeah. If we ever find ourselves doing that, I'll listen. I can always ignore afterwards or walk away. But everyone's got an opinion, and everyone thinks they bring truth to a conversation as well. Even if they're doing it sincerely, a lot of people kind of just bring what they want to convince you of. But people often bring truth or what they think is truth, and it turns out to be not. It's how you cope with that, how you cope with the with realizing maybe I was a bit wrong on that subject, and then flipping straight away to the truth. What do you think, Robin?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think that's one of the real strengths of Maria Report, honestly. We have people here all over the spectrum, and we listen to each other, and we learn from each other. I've changed my views on some things. I'm sure most everyone who's been here for any length of time has. My son recommended something to me, which is flawed, I admit, but there's an aggregator called Ground News where you can actually there's a tab you can check for things that you apparently would not agree with. That if it gets a handle on the stuff you tend to look at, and then you can get things that will give you the other side of the story. It's not perfect, but it's a great idea. This is a model I think going forward that if it isn't automated, it's something that we all need to try to do, which is to continue to listen to people who we don't agree with. It's not always aggravating sometimes, but
Yeah, I completely agree. You can DM me that aggregator or create a tweet out of it. That'd be quite handy. The one I use is newsnow.co.uk. I've used that for decades, and it's kind of handy because it's got news from loads of different sources, and it's got a little tab for Ukraine, and in there you'll get a lot of the headlines are all posted in a nice, very short line, so you can see a load of headlines all at once, all in date order. The time they were posted on there, and yeah, they have everything from left wing to right wing for different countries as well. I mean, there's various things in there from news sites which are really unreliable, but even those are quite handy because oftentimes you'll get reporting on one topic, but from lots of different angles. So it's handy seeing how the other side, like Medusa, for instance, I'm looking at now, report it compared to like CNN, compared to like Euromaidan Press, compared to like the BBC or whatever. So you just from the headlines, actually, you can get an idea of where the truth may lie, but there's normally somewhere in the middle, and then you can dig deep down. So a lot of the links that I post onto my timeline will have been sourced from this newsnow.co.uk. I'd recommend that for anybody if they haven't heard of that yet.
yeah,
Should we go to
thanks,
Henrik?
Ed. Yeah, I will check it out. Should we go to Hendrik now?
Yeah, Henrik.
Okay, so years ago, I found out that most of the news that you look at is basically controlled, okay, by the major players. In other words, the browser. Okay, could be Microsoft, it could be Google, it could be Firefox, and what I have done is switch those around when you do a search, and you will get completely different viewpoints doing that. So even when you shop, you say, well, go to Google and look for something. You're going to get certain advertisers. If you go to Firefox or Bing or something else, you will get completely other results. So to try to do that, yeah, just switch your browser around and check out different results.
Yeah.
Oh, you've gone, Robin.
That's weird. The microphone just turned itself off. Anyway, my son suggested, I don't remember the name of it now, but another what do we call it? A search engine that's less common than Google. And I found that, I was getting as you say, a completely different viewpoint from that other search engine. I do find Google is best for technical stuff, but for other stuff, yeah, it's definitely worth trying 2 or 3 different ways of getting access to the news. You'll get quite a different result sometimes. It's a little scary somehow. We don't realize how much we're being manipulated.
Yeah, right, Stephen.
Yes, just a quick note again on that. I think the search engine you are referring to is probably DuckDuckGo. I would also try Ecosia and 2 or 3 others. And yes, you will be shocked at how different the results are. Google is undoubtedly the worst offender when it comes to making us our own little silo wiki and also hiding that from us. But yes, I would also recommend you going through the exercise of turning off not only the sort of rejecting all of the non-essential cookies, but in a site, I think BuzzFeed, there's quite a few of the more liberal websites, actually, they're some of the worst offenders, not making any kind of political point, it's just something I've noticed, but certainly many of the sort of more politically affiliated sites in general have a tendency to have these legitimate interest and you'll find it under the tab vendor preferences, even if you think you've turned off the others. Go through those vendor preferences, and sometimes there are hundreds, and 90% of them are opinion trackers of various kinds, and all that information gets shared up to the likes of Google, which is what puts us in our little silos. Thank you. Which is, of course, our individual Room 101 and feeds to us our deepest fears and therefore manipulates us. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, silos are comfortable. That's why they're that's why we kind of stay in them quite a lot. But it is handy to venture out every now and again and see what else is out there and broaden the horizons. It's not all roses in the world. It's not, everybody doesn't share our own point of view, and I quite like. Sometimes it hurts and it's a bit horrible reading things from different views, but you need to understand. Even if you don't agree with, you need to at least understand how other people maybe come about by their different views. And if they're stuck in their silo and you're stuck in your silo, well, you're just never going to be able to communicate and find common ground if you don't step out into that common ground. So that's why I kind of go out there. I mean, so I know definitely some of the news sites that I read. Like some of the Israeli one, not Israeli, the Iranian ones from their news services, and from some of the Russian ones as well, and some of the far left and far right ones. How they report on things is just mad. But you can take keywords. Even some of those articles contain words that other articles don't contain, and then you can take those keywords to do a bit more research of your own. And that's another reason why I found them quite handy. Just different possible sources that you can go out and then check those out. Obviously, you got to make sure that you're checking things out from sources which are not just repeating it within their own silo. Often cases it does, but often cases it's a good source of data for more future research. Henrik.
Yes, I've also noted that very, very often when you have one browser, okay, something will pop up and they will try to switch browsers on you. And that's really a no-no. But by God, I mean, the times that I've literally tried to stop uh, Microsoft from changing me over to Bing when I don't want it. I mean, all of a sudden, you go from one to the other without even knowing it. So you do have to watch what you're doing because they do play games as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, that certainly is the case. It's very annoying. I guess that's really the watchword for this age we're in. Generally, is you really have to watch yourself in terms of what you're being served and for news.
Yeah, speaking of news, I read a report. Where is it now? There was a bit of a I don't know if this has been reported earlier. Probably Marcus might have done this already. I didn't hear it. Maybe I wasn't listening. I was a bit busy. So an Mi-8 helicopter of the Federal Security Services of the Russian Federation crashed in Chelyabinsk, in the Chelyabinsk region of Russia. So apparently everyone on board didn't make it. I've got a cat. Out the way, cat. I'm trying to read the screen. Helicopter with everyone on board crashed there. It doesn't look very. I'm looking at a video of it. I don't think anyone's going to survive that. It looks a bit toasty. Did you hear about that before, Robin?
I didn't, but I have to admit I did. I wasn't listening to the space the whole morning, so it may have been reported. But it's good news is always good to repeat. And thanks to you and this new search engine you just told me about, I find a wonderful article from Euromaidan Press, which is a great news site, saying that the Fedorov, who's the mayor, he's the real mayor of Melitopol, I think. That apparently there are reports that the Russian occupation quote unquote authorities are beginning to leave Tokmak, which I think is just a wonderful idea. They should get out of there soon, and on our way to the sea. That's wonderful news.
This is not good. I've now given my secret source away. You're going to be nicking all my news items now, aren't you, Robin?
Oh, I share well. We can fight over it later.
All right, no worries. All right, no, the sharing's good. The sharing's good, apart from my dessert. Stephen.
Oh, just a very brief note on that Chelyabinsk helicopter. I believe it was full of FSB. That's at least the word that I read, not confirmed perhaps, but interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, the article that I'm reading now, it's from what's this called? Oh, from mil.in.ua. It says, it needs to be clarified, but it's reported there's 3 people on board, so there might have been more. Helicopter was conducting a training flight. A pilot was reportedly practicing air maneuvers, including takeoff and landing. Well, he definitely landed for the final time. Helicopter crashed in the forest in the suburbs of Chelyabinsk, 500 meters from the village of Prudny. That's according to some MASH Telegram channel. Apparently, before it crashed, the Mi-8 helicopter was swaying violently in the air from side to side and then plummeted down. Well, that's one helicopter less that could be transporting anything dodgy to the front lines. Yeah, that's all it says. Oh yeah, the M5 highway and the Chagall military airfield where the aircraft was from contains Su-34 bombers and are based near the crash site. The commanders, right pilot and flight engineer were killed in the crash. So yeah, it doesn't say who's on board this, but it could have contained some FSB ones. That's quite good. This is the same. Recently, Ukrainian intelligence officers lured a crew of an Mi-8 helicopter, which we know about, to Ukrainian territory. So I'm not quite sure if they came from there or whether that's just a link to the an Mi-8 helicopter. But yeah, hopefully lots of FSB were on board because those people are horrible. And yeah, a few pilots also not able to fly any missions in Ukraine from the Russian side. So very good.
Yep, I absolutely agree. The more booms in Moscow and downed helicopters and aircraft on the Russian side, the better we're doing.
So also, I'm reading a little story. There's been a mandatory evacuation of children and their carers and family members from 5 frontline settlements in the Zaporizhia Oblast. Has this been? You've heard of this one, Robin? I don't want to
Yes,
repeat.
no, I did. I haven't heard it discussed on the space yet, but I think it's a wonderful idea. I mean, we know what happens to children when the Russians get control of a place, and as hard as it is for parents to, and unfortunately some parents are not willing to send their kids away. I think it's a mandatory evacuation of children. It's a very hard thing to do, and it'll be very hard for the Ukrainian the authorities who have to enforce this. But you know, we have to save these children. We can't allow the Russians to get their hands on them. So as I said,
Yeah.
it's sad, but it's a good thing.
Yeah, I don't think the Russians are going to be getting their hands on these kids. I had a look at so there's five settlements. There's Huliapol, Sepnohorisk, Priobanzhenka, Yehorivka, and Palivka. So I had a look on a map where these ones are, and these are in Ukrainian territory behind the front line. So Huliapol is around about, I reckon, about 15 kilometers northwest of Verbove, so we know where that is, not far from Robotny. So this is to protect them from artillery strikes. So all these ones are all these little settlements are kind of in Ukrainian held territory, but they're going to be apparently worried about being subjected to artillery strikes. The second one, the Stepnohovka, is right on the coast. Sorry, not on the coast. Right on the reservoir, the Novokhovka reservoir. So north of Vasilivka. Yeah, so right on the coast there. And the other ones, they're all basically around about, say, 15, 20 kilometers behind the current front lines in Zaporizhia. So it's, yeah, to protect them from artillery.
And also, you know, the Ukrainians, unlike the Russians, try not to kill civilians. So getting them out of the way means that Ukraine is able to focus solely on driving the Russians back and not worrying about keeping their civilians safe at the same time.
Yeah, so 54 kids. So it's planned for 54 kids and 67 and 67 family members to accompany them. So this was done today. They had a vote on it, and the settlement voted to do it, which is good. Yeah, I remember back in the winter when people were saying, no, I'm not moving from Bakhmut and stuff like that. I was like, just get them out of there. Yeah, free societies and all that. But I definitely think mandatory evacuations of civilians from a war zone is a must. If they won't leave, then you got to do it for their own good. But I do understand people wanting to stay. But it does make soldiers' missions more difficult. Stephen.
Many thanks. Just a brief aside. Since the city of Chelyabinsk was mentioned, I don't know whether any of the panel or listeners are familiar with a YouTube channel of a Russian who is exiled currently in Georgia. His name is Roman, and the channel is NFKRZ. So that is November Foxtrot Kilo Romeo Zulu, just those letters. He is from Chelyabinsk, and he is full of very interesting takes on what is going on in Russia. Needless to say, he is no fan of the regime or of the Z project, and is thoroughly opposed to this disgusting war in Ukraine. It's just worth a look at some of this stuff. He also has some very, very funny videos about life in Chelyabinsk, where he grew up. Anyway, thanks.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks for that. All right, Robin, have you been scouring my News Now feed for anything interesting? Anything interesting on there?
No, actually not. I thought I'd give you a rest. And I wanted us to bring something else up, which is completely unrelated, but I thought was fascinating. I was talking to a Ukrainian friend the other day, whose father is retired in Ukraine, and he's getting himself a couple of 3D printers, low-end, simple 3D printers, to work on a new project in Ukraine. Another one of these sort of crowdsourced things. It's called the Druk Army. Druk meaning print, and what they're doing is the military will send requests for certain things that can be 3D printed, and one of the things they cite is apparently the connectors on the Starlink terminals. There's a point at the end near the plug that is very likely to break. Anybody who's had an Apple product and has dealt with their chargers understands this problem well. And the whole Starlink can go down because of this little plug. And so what they're doing is people are getting you get requests, and they're using a 3D printer in their house, printing up these little covers that keep the wires from breaking in the plugs, and making a big difference on the front line. It's a typical of one Ukrainian self-reliance, and every citizen stepping up and doing what he can do. Here's someone who couldn't be on the front line at his age, and I don't know what else, but he can be in his home and he can print these things out, which will make a big difference on the front line. So I thought that was fascinating. It also shows Ukraine runs rings around us as far as technology goes, from what I can see. So we have a lot, as we've discussed before, we have a lot we can learn from Ukraine, and this is one of these things. So I just thought it was sort of delightful. I don't know what else they're printing, but a lot of Ukrainians in their house with low-end 3D printers are printing things out and getting them to the military and making a big difference in this war.
Yeah, I've seen a few people printing tail fins for grenades. That's one thing they're doing. Yeah, I've looked at those 3D printers, a little bit out of my price range, but actually surprisingly cheap compared to what I thought they were, or what they were a few years ago when I looked at them. So you never know, I might get one.
Yeah,
But
that's exactly right. They were citing under $100 for a printer in the article that I saw, which is amazing because they used to be very, very expensive.
Oh, that's even cheaper than I thought. Actually, I thought it was a few hundred. Oh, well, I might need a gadget again. Damn it, gadget man! I've got enough stuff, but I haven't got a 3D printer though. Yeah, well, maybe I'll start printing that stuff. Captain.
Hey there. Yeah, I just wanted to vouch for the Druk Army. I work with a group in Seattle, Ukraine Defense Support. We have weekly meetings, and the Druk Army guys they have a local dude who lives in the Seattle area, and he's come to our meetings and given presentations a couple times. And yeah, they do the tail fins, they do clutches, they actually make periscopes for use in the trenches and various stuff. But they're legitimate operations. So yeah, if anyone wants to support them, definitely vouch for them. That's it. I will drop down now.
Well, great. Thank you for that. That's yeah, isn't it amazing? With all of the horrible news that we get day by day, Shaggy, I just find some of these, the actions that individuals, Ukrainians, normal people are taking every day on the front. It's really, it's to be admired, and it's heartwarming at the same time. Now, as far as the 3D printing goes, there's another article which I saw a couple of months ago and lost again, but apparently, let me just call this up. They're using in Ukraine, as we know, there's going to be a lot of rebuilding that has to be done, and they are, as we speak, 3D printing a school in Lviv. This is an article in what's the name of this? Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, that site. and it shows it's this massive printer that instead of extruding plastic, it seems to be concrete or something. But they're able to do this, apparently a large part of the construction with 3 people, which is, as you know, quite an order of magnitude less than what you need normally on a construction project. So it's pretty amazing what's being done, and this is going to make things, I think, go much faster and less expensively in Ukraine as they rebuild.
Oh yeah, definitely. It amazes me when I look into 3D printing. It's amazing what you can do with 3D printing now. Sorry I was delayed there. I'm just tweeting out. So I've got a guest tomorrow. I'm interviewing somebody with Axel. So it's a filmmaker, a guy called Michael Negro. He is an award-winning filmmaker, 6 times Emmy nominated writing director, and he's going to be joining us at 5 p.m. UK time. So that's 7 p.m. In Kyiv, 9 a.m. Pacific time, and lunchtime, midday Eastern time. He's made a short documentary film called Fragments of Ukraine, which I've watched twice today. I've been in bits each time, various parts of it. It's very well put together little film. So if you wanna book that in your diaries for tomorrow, that'll be good. We've also got Beefeater coming up later today. So let me just find the card for Beefeater. Scroll down. So Beefeater's on tonight at 7:30 UK time. That's 9:30 in Kyiv, 11:30 in the morning Pacific time, and 2:30 p.m. Eastern time in the States. And he's going to be talking about rare elements and why they matter. So yeah, a couple of interesting things, as well as us, as well as people like us, just normal co-hosts.
Well,
We have go.
couldn't get the mic on. I'm not sure how normal I am, but I'm not special, so I'll take that. It's wonderful. One of the things that MriyaReport has been branching out into in the last month or so, particularly, well, more than that, because we've had Chuck on and the Tynerthons, but it's special programming, and it sounds very interesting. I can hardly wait to hear it, Shaggy. So I'm glad you were able to get him.
Yeah, he was very quick actually. A friend just on Ukrainian Independence Day, she just kind of messaged me saying, "Oh yeah, I've got a friend who's done a little documentary on that." So I had a look at it and asked her to get me in touch, and it all went very quickly. It literally was like 5 days from knowing about him to him coming on to have a chat about his experiences in Ukraine when he went there. It was May and June. And there was one chap actually. I was watching the documentary with my ex-wife just to show her. I just brought her back from the hospital and took her home, and she's made me roast dinner. But yeah, one of the chaps on there, a guy called Tony, is somebody I kind of met 20 years ago clubbing, and he's now in Ukraine. Went there for humanitarian aid, and he used to be a sniper in Bosnia in the army. But yeah, he was there, so I was like, oh yeah, that's Tony, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Small world. So that'll be. We'll have a good chat tomorrow. I hope. So I can see Furious with his hand up. Furious.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone, and good evening. Yeah, but about those large scale 3D printers that build houses and can build buildings. The good thing about those is that they use one of the things that they use is a special type of concrete that cures a lot faster. And what it does is it just keeps building one row upon row of poured concrete to build the walls. And then once you have the main structure up, then, the ceiling the prefab roofs and things like that can be used. And one of the good things about these large scale, 3D printers is that use concrete is if Ukraine gets enough of them in country, especially after the war, they'll be able to rebuild a lot of the housing in some of these villages that have been totally demolished. So that'll be obviously an effort post-war, but it would definitely help rebuild some of these areas and some of these villages that have been completely demolished by the Russians, and let people get back into their ancestral homeland sooner than later. So they are a great development moving forward.
Yeah, I haven't seen
Yeah.
the house building ones actually. They must be massive. I suppose they do it all in little bits like wall sections and all that kind of stuff, and you stick it together like giant Lego.
No, what it
Not
does
even that.
is it uses concrete, like liquid concrete, and what it does is there's an arm, and it already has the plan built into the computer, and what it does, it'll start pouring around the foundation, and every time the arm swings around, it keeps building one layer on top of another layer. And the same way, Shaggy, just envision a bunch of bricklayers building a house by bricks, but every layer is just another layer of concrete. So
Oh,
within within a day, you can build the walls of a 1-story house, right? And it's poured concrete. And then what happens as the concrete cures, then they would do either the facade with stucco to smooth that out, and then the inside with stucco or drywall, what have you. And then all you need to do is put a prefab roof on the house.
okay, brilliant. Oh well, in a couple of hours, I feel a YouTube search coming on, and I'll go and have a look at these. These sound amazing. It's gone all sci-fi. I'm getting too old now. Everything seems
Never,
everything
Shaggy.
everything that I thought was like back in the day. Oh, that's all was sci-fi stuff. Is now starting to come to life. So definitely feeling old a little bit.
Another little facet in this article said that almost all the concrete is sourced in Ukraine too. So not only will this get housing rebuilt much more quickly, but it's also will be providing for jobs inside Ukraine. So it's a win-win all around.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm just pulling up a story from the news now. So, yeah, Russian railway warehouses on fire in central Moscow. So the train tracks have been on fire, and now now there's some warehouses. So warehouses, blah 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 blah. So Komsoloskaya Square, also known as the Square of the Three Stations, is where this is going on. The fire occurred near the warehouse in the vicinity of the Three Station Square, and does not affect train traffic. Really, does not. That's disappointing. Well, that's what they're reporting anyway. So it probably does affect rail traffic, because that looks like a lot of smoke. So I wouldn't be surprised if the trains are I suppose if the trains are still running, you wouldn't put it past the Russians to have trains still running through lots of smoke. Yeah, nothing to see here. It's all normal. Yeah, it's just a normal average every day. Carry on. Just hold your breath as we're going through this smoke. Sounds very Russian, doesn't it, Robin?
It certainly does. I was thinking of the Darth Putin's, it's all going according to plan. No matter what happens, it's all going according to plan. I also find it a little bit delicious that, the Komsomol was the communist youth organization in the Soviet Union. So the fact that this place is named after the Komsomol is burning up, it also has a message beyond just burning the place down. So, as I said, it should grow and be healthy, this fire.
Yeah, definitely. In another report to corroborate what Stephen was saying before, yeah, it does. It does say that this Mi-8 helicopter, which I reported before, crashed, killing at least 3 people, was FSB owned. So yeah, there's an FSB link there that I spotted, or rather, was FSB owned. Got to do the old past tense. Okay.
Right. I'm just thinking, we don't have any hands right now, so I was thinking of maybe moving on to another topic that's come up recently. that there's a report in the Kyiv Independent, something that a lot of us have heard about already, that Zelensky is saying that Ukraine risks losing support from some major powers, quote unquote, if Ukraine is to move into Russian territory, as part of brushing back the invasion. I think he's absolutely right, and this is an issue that perhaps we need to be bringing up with our lawmakers in the future. Ukraine, in order to win this battle, to win this war, which it's not a proxy war, but at the same time, it's doing, especially the United States' job for it. We have, for 3% of our military budget, Ukraine has taken care of our major foe in the last couple, 100 years or so. But this has been an assumption throughout the entire war that Ukraine is somehow only supposed to be fighting on its own territory. That the second the Russians step across the border, that this is not kosher, so to speak, anymore. So really problematic. If we want Russia to be rendered incapable of doing this in the future, it's going to require a lot more than just making sure that the last foot goes back across the border into Ukraine.
Yeah, I can't think of any war. Honestly, I can't think of any war where any of the sides have said, okay, you know what, we're not going to hit your territory, or any of the allies of any of the protagonists have said, no, you're not allowed to hit or step foot in the other person's territory because that's for whatever reason. It just sounds ridiculous. It's a hobbling. It's an attempt to hobble the Ukrainian defense forces. I always think to myself, well, how would the UK do it? How would NATO do it? First of all, we'd arm our troops with what they needed, a lot more than we've managed to give to Ukraine so far, and there would be absolutely no limits on where we hit them. In fact, specifically hit them in their back lines where they've got all their logistics, which is usually going to be on their territory, is one of the first things we're going to hit. It's all very well trying to kick them off Ukrainian territory, but if they're still firing munitions from their territory into Ukrainian territory, then what? You're supposed to sit there with your thumb up your bum while they do that? No, you go after them until they stop, until they either stop or they can't go on anymore because they've got none left to throw at you. Add to that the fact that there's lots of Ukrainian civilians, kids, women, men who've been kidnapped into Russia. I mean, what are we going to do? Just ask politely for them to be handed back? I'm pretty happy with the idea of squads going over there and searching them out and rescuing them, just like you would do any hostage situation. So yeah, there's no. I know where the international borders are, but if munitions are coming over that border from a hostile foe, which is Russia, a genocidal bunch of whatevers, then yeah, go after them. I really don't like this. This artificial, in effect, red line in the sand on the international border, saying no, you can't hit back. That's rubbish.
Yeah, agreed. It makes no sense, Shaggy. And one thing we've seen very clearly is Russia can hit all of Ukraine from the Caspian or from somewhere in Russia. It's not going to be over, as I said, until Russia's been rendered incapable of doing this anymore, and that's not going to happen with Ukraine fighting with one hand tied behind its back the whole time. Furious, over to you.
Yeah, So here's a hypothetical, and this is where journalists need to step up the game. You bring it. You got to bring your A game. So when you interview these people and they start saying this absolute idiocy, and I'll prove to you in a minute why it's completely moronic to even utter that statement. What are you going to do? Whoever's saying this, what are you going to do when Ukraine pushes Russia to the 1991 borders, takes over Crimea, but for some ungodly reason, because they are ungodly, and I'm talking about the Kremlin, decide that they're going to continue sending Shahed drones into Ukraine and ballistic missiles and what have you. What are we supposed to do? Huh?
Fully with you.
Well, and
Well, hold on a second, people. Reporters, if you're listening, that is the question. You see, a good reporter makes the interviewee eat it. And that's what you have to do. If you know they're spewing absolute insanity, prove to the people that are going to read your interview or watch your little 30-second clip how insane they are. And this is absolutely absolute insanity. Are you going to tell me that we all remember what happened after 9/11 in Afghanistan, right? We had to take out the Taliban. Whatever happened after that, I don't care. The fact that the United States, Great Britain, and everybody else joined in on the mission. I don't want to hear from these people that, oh, the Ukraine has to fight, like Robin just said, with one arm tied around its back, one arm tied behind its back. The threat is going to remain as long as there's ships floating in the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea. So I got news for you people. This insanity, because they are insane in the Kremlin to a certain degree, as long as they can remain in power, they'll do everything they can. And that will include continuing the bombing of civilian targets, unless all of a sudden the things that make money for them start blowing the hell up. And I guarantee you, some jackass in the White House and in 10 Downing Street and whatever the hell other addresses there are have told the Ukrainians that refineries are out of the question. And that's bullshit, because that should be the first thing. They should be smoldering ruins all along the Black Sea of all the Russian refineries. Hit them where it hurts. This is a petro mafia. And how did you go after mafias? Is you go after their revenue. And that's their revenue. So this is what reporters need to ask, is like, why are we saying this? Why are you saying this? What happens, Mr. I don't know, whoever it is, or Mrs. whoever it is, Angela Merkel? I'm sure she's one of the idiots spewing this nonsense, because she's an absolute disaster. You know, a lot of, and I don't like to pull punches, obviously. A lot of this is on her and all the administrations of every country from 2008 on. You allowed this mongrel, this madman, this murdering bastard to act like he was like, oh, like, haha, hey, let's go play some golf at the country club. Like he was like some, honest, power broker. You sign deals like my uncle in Ukraine says. When you sign a deal with a Russian, you print it out on toilet paper so they can use it later, because that's how good it is. That's the value of it. So I want reporters to sit there and grill these asses and say, so what does Ukraine do when they push them back to the borders and they're still bombing them from Russia? What do you got to say now, Einstein? What great plan are you going to come up with?
Oh, they'll probably say thoughts and prayers or something equally ridiculous.
Now, actually, the next thing that comes is, how long can Ukraine expect us to be sending Patriot missiles and air defense to them? They can't expect us to do this forever. So I mean, I see the hand of Russia in some of this, whether it's intent, whether people realize it or not. I mean, clearly Ukraine this is not a situation that's sustainable, and it long term it would mean leaving Ukraine vulnerable again. I perhaps I'm cynical, but I'm cynical at this point.
Now, really quick, guys. Sorry. The only way they can clarify this statement or this crazy idea is if they clarify it and they say, no, we just don't want Ukrainians like invading Russian territory. In other words, using ground forces on Russian territory. And you tell me that, oh, okay, I'm cool with that. I can understand that. That's a reasonable ask, right, Shaggy? You're going to say, I don't want you guys, if you push them to the borders, I don't want you to try to retake Kursk or Belgorod, which I think we should allow them to retake it, but that's just me. So
I'd allow Ukrainian armed forces to go in after the military on Russian territory, especially if that military is still firing at Ukrainian territory. So yeah, take out those take out the military, but don't occupy per se, i.e., claim the territory as yours.
Exactly.
But definitely go in there to stop the aggression.
And those F-16s obviously should not have to stop at the border. Let them fly over them and bomb the heck out of them. We have Bull Terrier up next. Go ahead, Bull.
Oh, hi. Just replying to George there. I mean, in the scenario that Ukraine pushes Russia back to the borders, surely the answer to that is more air defense. That has to be the situation where there's air defense, and then hopefully Ukraine also joins NATO. But I just wanted to raise another point. I just saw a recent post where apparently Russia has been using chemical weapons, poison gas. I just wanted to know if anybody has a comment about that.
There's been a couple of instances that have been reported that I know. Once in Bakhmut, once somewhere else. The weapon, I don't know if it was CS gas or something like that. There was a bit of a discussion. Do you know much, Robin, about that? I think Sarah Ashley Carilla reported it.
Yeah, the only confirmed reports I saw, I think, ended up being something like tear gas. There were unconfirmed reports of more sinister topics, but that I haven't read any real confirmed reports about that. Not that they wouldn't do it, of course.
Yeah, that's kind of what I heard as well. I'm not. The story was reported and then it kind of disappeared after a couple of days. So I don't know if it was what to make of that really. Whether it was just the odd shell, or whether they've actually got them but just haven't used them, or where that story went eventually. I think there was much discussion on the type of chemical, and it was like a dual use chemical, which could be used in chemical weapons, but it could also be used in something which is still kind of a chemical thing, but not kind of like what we would normally think of as a chemical weapon, like mustard gas or something of that ilk. But maybe one of the hands up in the air. Who's next, Robin?
Oh dear, I was going to ask you that. I looked away for a second and we got all these. I think Hendrik is first, but then I'm not sure with Alex and Jagger, so they're going to have to tell us. But let's go to Hendrix first.
Yeah, I think Hendrik for Alex is for a little while, so then Alex, then Jagger.
All right, so I would like to remind everyone that during the Second World War, that Russia literally sold oil to Germany. Now, I don't think that the reason that the oil facilities are being hit in Russia right now is basically because of the effect it would have on the world market, especially with the recession that was taking place. So that was basically in my situation. I could see where the parties to be would say, okay, lay off for that, not to disrupt the global market. Now, if that's the case, I can understand it. What I don't understand is why the ATACMS are not being sent. If there could be agreement that takes place, don't hit the oil. But there's plenty of military facilities that could be hit. And also certain refineries also should be hit.
You know, actually, the ironic thing about this is I think that all of these restrictions have jump-started the internal Ukrainian um, weapons development project, because I think what Ukrainians are working on long-range missiles themselves. We should be providing them, of course, but I think they're going to get it done one way or the other in the long run.
Yeah, I think so as too. Although I have a problem with long range, I like to call it longer range, but that's just my little niggle. At the moment, they got missiles which can go 300 kilometers, and the Russians are using missiles which can go 2,500 kilometers. So yeah, I mean they're more long range missiles, the Russian ones, but 300 kilometers compared to 250, 2,500 kilometers, they ain't long range. Even if they get Taurus, which is 500 kilometers, well, that's not long range either compared to 2,000, compared to 5 times that distance. But it would be longer range than they currently have. I just had a little message from a user saying, yeah, it was so far it was only CS gas that was confirmed. So it was rumored to be Lewisite. That was the original claim, but it looks like it was. When I say just CS gas, I don't think he's supposed to use CS gas in a war, but it looks like it was that. So anyway, and Dan Kazita, who's Mr. Chemical Weapons, if people know him, yeah, he confirmed that it wouldn't have been Lewisite as originally claimed.
Can I speak to that? Can I speak to that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, I am, and I expressed it quite strongly on Twitter. Very, very angry about pictures. Very, very angry about the way that the AFU and Sarah Cirillo, pushed this story, because it came from a particular brigade, and the guy has at least twice said, "Oh yes, the Russians are using poison gas," but the actual descriptions of it, and there were videos of sort of some kind of brown smoke in the air, are absolutely nothing like a proper poison gas. And the conclusion of it was, I think, that, or Dan suggested, that maybe it was that the internal doctrine or guidance of the AFU was actually faulty, because it had been written in Soviet times. So they were sort of misunderstanding things. But the point is there is absolutely no evidence. There's no samples. There's nothing. And I think it's damaging for the AFU to be pushing lies on this occasion. Well, on several occasions now. So as I say, I deeply regret it, because normally, I mean, they're pretty bomb-proof, aren't they? If the AFU says stuff, generally you can trust it.
Yeah, I agree on that as well. Normally they're very, very good. And when I heard that first time, I was a bit worried, and I didn't hear anything for after a couple of days. I was trying to do some research, and it kind of just disappeared. I was thinking, how can a chemical weapons attack just not be still in the news? Surely it must have been some. Maybe it wasn't. And then it resurfaced again with another apparent alleged attack, and then that disappeared as well. So yeah, I wasn't too comfortable. I wasn't too comfortable with that reporting as well.
What you were right about a couple of minutes ago was that, of course, I think using CS gas, basically riot control gas, is legal for civilians, but in army situations it is not. Although I believe that the AFU, Jagger and the Army of Drones have actually on occasion dropped tear gas grenades into Russian trenches. So there is some evidence of that, and there are videos, in fact, showing some of the CS gas grenades, where they're building drones. So I suspect there needs to be a sort of a bit of bit of tolerance given on this, because as I say, it looks like the AFU are using tear gas where maybe they shouldn't as well. Certainly, there's video evidence of that.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't understand about that particular rule. I mean, if it's okay to be used on civilians, then you'd think, well, it wouldn't be against the rules in warfare, but apparently it is, which I found a little bit strange.
Yeah, I agree. I'm sure Dan knows. I mean, if you got a minute, I mean, message him and get him to come on one evening, because I mean, he obviously has a broad interest in military matters and lots of other things. And clearly he's out there advising other governments on this and things like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Has he been on once already, Robin? I think he's been on. Yeah, I think he's been on already. I'd love to have him on again to talk about that. Yeah, so Dan, if you're listening, or if anybody knows him,
I'll message him.
Yeah, brilliant.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
He's lost in my feed somewhere. My feed's gone a bit haywire on Twitter. I don't get to see what I normally got to see, but anywho, but I can see we've got lots of hands. So Alex, and then I think it was Mete, and then Bull.
Thank you. First, about non-use, non-attack on Russian territory. Yeah, it's annoying, but that's the way it is. But I think what is happening is Ukraine is developing its own weapon and clearly attacking Russian territory. And all we hear is from time to time from officials in Western countries that Ukraine has all the rights to do that. None of that announcement is kind of coincidence. Now, what may be an agreement behind the scenes is that Ukraine is not using like Storm Shadow or Taurus or Attackams, or like they don't have Taurus or Attackams, but say Storm Shadow or Scalp on Russian territory. Why that is important, and I think the capitals in Europe, in US, are concerned about it, especially in Europe. Because they clearly, like Germans, look at them, they say, yes, we will give, but let US be first. And why is that? Well, because, and I think there was some negotiations with Russians, and probably as early as in the beginning of the war, maybe even before the war, where US kind of came to a conclusion that Russia will invade Ukraine. And they were trying to have a framework, so to speak. And as bad as it sounds, I do believe they had this kind of framework worked out. Whereas their main concern is this, if you have, so for example, if Russia decides to use nukes, where will they send them? Because they can try Ukraine, but that may not work. Tactical may not work, and ballistic is kind of. So if you have like 10 countries supplying weapons to Ukraine, they can't really do much. If there is one country, well, then they have excuse. I don't know in what twisted mind this conclusion came to kind of, but I do believe it exists. And there is no point in talking about it because nobody will even admit it exists. Now, as long as Ukraine has capability to develop its own weapon, I guess I'm fine with that. What else? The chemical weapon, well, it's, so it looks like chemical. It takes a long time to prove one way or other. But yeah, that's, I don't believe it's chemical because we would have a very loud voices from officials. So it's like, let's consider it fog of war. It's still, we want to, if it was the case, we want to know it's better because the implications are the same as nukes, pretty much the same. And again, when I speak about framework, I do not talk about, not shelling civilians because everybody understood Russia would do that. But maybe there are some kind of boundaries they set. Because you can also see, if not Putin, Medvedev is often continuing this blackmailing, and I do not believe he's speaking on his own behalf. He's speaking all crazy shit that Putin cannot, because I don't know, Xi Jinping will punish him. So Medvedev has this role of a clown, and he keeps saying talking about this casus belli, and he singles out a nation and starts, because basically to frighten its citizens, and kind of try to impact politicians there. And unfortunately, it works. In a democracy, it certainly works. Because, these people are accountable. There will always be a village idiot coming up and saying, why you did this, why you did that. Well, because, you know what? Nobody has crystal ball. And if you are especially security advisor, you cannot be punished for, if something didn't happen, that's your bonus. That's kind of, you are not, if you allow something to happen, that's kind of your failure. But if something didn't happen, and no matter how, really, because it cannot be proved anyway. So the job is cover us, pretty much, and they are covered. That's are doing exactly what the job prescribes to do. Now, again, there is advisor and then there is decision maker. But again, this is more of philosophical topic. Again, as long as Ukraine has capability to develop its own weapon and strikes, and this is all fair game, I'm fine with that. I think Ukrainians are fine too. But if they at some point start to, saying about triple M's not to be used, then I would have a problem. Now, yeah, and again, we are seeing that Ukraine are using it. They probably stopped making raids into proper Russia territory. But I also think that at some point, none of these behind the scenes agreements made a while ago will matter honestly. I do think that at some point Russia will collapse under its own internal problems. But again, that's not being discussed here. So yeah, let's see. I have no doubt this agreement exists, because there were leaks that were referring to this unspoken agreement, and we are seeing that it is being kind of respected, so to speak, by Ukraine. Is answering with developing its own capability, which it proves it's quite capable, of these things. So maybe at some point it's better to give them this weapon rather than having them develop their own, because what if it is better? It will certainly be cheaper too. So now you have your competitor. Anyway, that's kind of, we are looking far into future. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. That's a very good point too. I think Ukraine is going to be well placed after this war is finally over to be a major weapons exporter. So it would sort of serve us right if we force them into it. I just wanted to address very quickly. I got a message in the back, in a DM, that somebody was questioning the report, and it is true that the agreement, the supposed agreement with Biden and Zelensky has to do with using American weapons. As this user said, I thought we'd been clear. There's been no discussion about using Ukrainian weapons to target things inside of Russia. And the issue about ground forces is the other thing that I don't think that I don't think that Ukraine has any appetite to send ground forces in any way if it's avoidable. So hopefully that won't come up. But you know, as you're saying, Alex, you know, a part of it is Russia will collapse under its own weight at some point, probably. The question is how many Ukrainians have to die before this happens. You know, we have to accelerate getting them out of Ukraine. Then they can go and collapse on their own time. Let's go to Meta and then to Bull Terrier.
Oh, thank you, Robin, and thank you, Alex. And yeah, I've seen both Reznikov and Zelensky have pledged that Ukraine would not use Western weapons outside of Ukraine. Of course, include Crimea. They are pledging for air ATACMS for Crimea. But their own weapons, they are using them for military targets. And that, yes.
No, I don't. I think that the United States has been pretty clear that Crimea is part of Ukraine, so that there's no stipulation that they shouldn't be using any American
Exactly. I was
weapon.
referring
Okay,
to
good.
Alex, and others who were saying that some are so sensitive about Crimea, but I think it's been made very clear that they're asking them for Crimea, not for Russian territory, and I think also U.S. officials have stated very clearly that they have no reason to doubt that Ukraine would do otherwise, that if they have promised not to use them in outside of Ukrainian territory. But what I came up for is actually, and now we've been talking, or you have been talking about all this misinfo and so on. So I'm not sure. It was a French guy who I've been following from time to time. I'm not sure how reliable he is, but then I think I saw the same news in Nexta, and I'm not so sure how reliable that is either. But both sources sort of told about Macron making statements, and Macron's office making statements that Europe must prepare for Trump winning the presidency. And that Trump would firstly he would make US leave NATO, and he would say that the annexed territories are Russia, and he would stop all the aid to Ukraine, and that Europe should prepare to stand alone, both when it comes to NATO and weapon supplies, and ramp up the industry. And that sort of, I think it's far-fetched, but I don't know the U.S. Constitution could president do such radical things as exiting NATO. I suppose maybe they can, and that would be a very bad thing. And but it's but if not true, if he couldn't do that, if the Senate and everyone else is behind NATO and so on, it would be very very bad for U.S. arms industry, because Europe would now stop ordering U.S. arms, as it would be better to produce our own. If U.S. leaves the alliance, then we couldn't trust that we can use them anywhere, and so on and so on. And I just wanted to pick your brains, whether this is a possibility if Trump wins the election. It was sort of, but as I said, it's not. I'm not quite sure of the sources, but it's French sources. Thanks.
I think Meta, I would say don't worry about this at all. I think Macron is desperate to be relevant because he's been shunted off to the sidelines where he belongs. First of all, as an American, I think the chance that Trump has just been indicted. The chance of him running a successful campaign altogether and being elected are getting fewer and fewer by the day. And even if, and at this point, I voted for Trump, but I would say at this point, God forbid he were to win again, he couldn't. The Congress is not going to put up with this. The United States is not going to agree to pull out of NATO. It's ridiculous. So I would say don't worry about it. I think this is Macron just desperate to be relevant, making himself look more like a fool every time he opens his mouth, in my opinion. Sir Shaggy.
Yeah, I agree as well. I mean, lots of things are possible, but you got to think, well, how likely is it to happen? It's possible we're wiped out tomorrow with an asteroid from space, but I don't really spend that much time thinking about it because the chances of it happening are really small. And for my view, the chances of the US leaving NATO are about as big as that, basically. Yeah, it's there. It's in the talking points. Some people want to get in the news and seem, well, if not relevant, but at least get some airtime. And I haven't heard much from Macron before, but if that's got him airtime, then he's got his 15 minutes of fame for the week. Yeah, send more scalps, please, Macron. That'd be ace. I'd love to hear you mentioning that. But yeah, it's just as usual, kind of having a little dig at various people, making themselves feel good. So yeah, in my view, just my personal view, the chances of it happening are ridiculously small. So you don't worry about it, Mete. Just think about grippins, gripping. That's all you need to do, Mete. Just focus on that. Everything else will work out in the wash. If Ukraine get grippins, well, mainly, and that'll definitely help. Excellent tools. Right, Robin, who's next? Is it Alex or is it Bull Terrier?
I believe Bull Terrier was first, so we're going to go with my belief, Bull.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, just to go back to the issue of chemical weapons, I went back and found the report. It's over an hour ago. But then I found an interesting feature that I could share it. I was going to share it with Shaggy, but I found that I could share it with MriyaReport. So it looks like it's in the nest. Can everybody see that?
Yeah, thank you. We do ask, Bull, and you didn't know this, but we do ask people to not, people who are not co-hosting, to not add directly to the nest because it can get out of control really fast. Thank you. This looks interesting. But in future, if you could send it to one of us or anyone who has something they think belongs in the nest, send it to one of the co-hosts, and then we'll just do a quick eval and then put it up if it's relevant. Otherwise, we end up with so much in the nest that nobody can find anything. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. I just found that feature just now, but that's the source of the information. Anyway.
Yeah, thanks. And that's a Twitter issue. We can't override how the Twitter settings are, so that is there. But so anyway, thank you.
Yeah, and Bull Terrier, that would have been a post that I would have immediately said, yeah, that goes in the nest. So cool. Yeah, but it's just from a housekeeping. We call it housekeeping. And we're housekeepers, aren't we? We've got our little pinnies on, haven't we, Robin? Well, I have. You may not have.
You don't want to see the state of my house, but yeah.
All right, fair enough. Anything else, Bull Terrier?
Sorry, fair enough. I won't do it again.
Don't worry,
don't worry.
We're not telling you off. It's just a little bit of advice. It's not. You're not on the naughty step or anything. Don't worry about that. All right, let's go to Alex then.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, well, in first place, I would say there is nothing wrong about standing on your feet on your own. And that would be good advice to really anybody and everybody. I honestly, looking at this MAGA crowd, I do not want to be dependent on them, especially on things that matter. Now, having said that, France has always tried to, actually at some point de Gaulle announced that they will be ready to fight on all azimuths, whether it is US, Russia, or, that kind of stuff. They reintegrated into NATO, but always have their own kind of view on many things, which I guess is, yeah, whatever. It's just tradition. Now, I do not believe that US will shut down NATO. There are all kinds of agreements that, like, it's much easier to declare, especially if you are in campaign, than to do. And the reason is, again, too many agreements, and there is really no reason to do that, frankly. So, and again, looking at Sweden, it was quite, self-sufficient, and Finland, and especially Finland and others, they don't have to worry about it because, like, they were self-sufficient. They bring much more to NATO than the other way around. Well, it's not that straightforward because, it's still better to, like, alliance of 30 countries is stronger than just one, unless you have a country there that's really not your friend. But yeah, the Nordic countries, I don't think they have to worry about it. They were quite self-sufficient, which may not be the case. Again, for Macron, it may be, an appeal to French to to have their own military industry, because we do not know the sentiments in France. I don't think they, like French young people, have much respect to their own military or stuff. Like, different nations are different way. Or maybe I know nothing about really France and how they feel, but based on polls, yeah, I don't think the patriotic sentiments are that strong. Now, having said that, if it comes to a war or something, I'm pretty sure it will change quickly. But for now, we have what we have. And again, when you have to constantly participate in places which are very far from your homeland, and you don't clearly understand why you need to be there, it's, again, if you look at European countries, their sentiment towards participation in Afghanistan was very different from the sentiment towards aggression into Ukraine. So it's, again, bottom line, and really the punchline, I see nothing wrong in Europe having its own strong military industry, because that's what it comes to. And strong army too, which I think Finland is a great example to follow, and so is Sweden. And I'm pretty sure that Ukraine will also, of course, they need help, and they will be thankful for any help they get. But in their strategies, they will be also trying to be self-sufficient, which, for example, Israel is too. So, yeah, that's the way it is, unfortunately.
Thanks, Alex. I think one of the positive things we've gotten out of all of this is that Europe has really stepped up. It rather than relying on being under the shield of American deterrence, that they, if anything, the UK and even Germany has been dragging the United States along. It's a very positive step. The stronger individual countries are in Europe, the better it is for the entire world. Back to Meta.
Yeah, I don't know about, I know Baltics and Poland and Nordics and Dutch, and, I sort of, I feel them. They are the same mentality as us. But, the French, yeah, I love France, it's, Biarritz is really great, and they have this, a lot of good stuff, but I don't really get their mentality here in Finland. So I know they have a lot of troops. They have a giant army, but they are all over Africa and all over everywhere. Sort of, they have bunches of Leclercs and everything, positioned somewhere else. And I don't. I don't have insight to the politics about these forces, but we'll see what happens with France. But it's not like something I would bet on, for future of Europe. I'm by French leading Europe. I don't see them as the lead state anymore. They once were, maybe, but I don't see that after this war. But I wanted to go to Shaggy. Yes, I concentrate on grippers. And there was some good news if you heard it. I don't know if you heard it, Mockers. And then there was Daniel from Sweden who reported that today there's news from Saab that they have 14 grippers that can be very quickly be finished. Just put in the parts, and transfer to Ukraine, but they just need the political green light. But when Sweden says that it's quickly, then it's quickly, and I think they have already trained the pilots. I'm pretty sure of it. I know Swedish, but I think also that they are maybe political reasons, just to sort of pressure Erdogan to access them to NATO. I don't know how they prioritize this thing, because Ukraine needs the grievance really badly, and they can give them. That's 14 after above the 94 that they have in their air force that they have counted that they need. So it could be very swift if they are not already there. But I'm living in hope for Gripens. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Meta. Yeah, it's apparently some of the parts that are missing are engines. So this, clearly it'll take a little bit of time, but it would be it gets rid of the problem that Sweden was saying that they don't have. They may need all of the working ones for their own defense, which is reasonable. But yeah, 14 Gripens would make a tremendous change. So keep good wishes going, and we will hold our breath and wait to hear good news.
Right, let's go Bull Terrier, then Henrik.
I was just about to ask about the Gripens actually, but maybe that's been answered now. Is there an update? I mean, has Sweden agreed to donate Gripens, and is it just an issue of preparing them and preparing the pilots?
I have an article that someone sent me, which is very usefully in Swedish, which I don't really read very well. But my understanding is that there has been the Swedish government hasn't said that they will be sending them, but Saab has announced that they would be able to get these in working order. So I think it's up to the Swedish government to make a statement. Shall we go to Hendrik and then back to Meta?
Yes, basically, I look at France as a colonial power who basically really declined in World War II after they built the Maginot Line, which was supposed to be so good, so perfect, and was supposed to protect them. And in the end, it was a huge expenditure, but did not work and did not serve anything. And from that point on, France had the Foreign Legion in the Sahara, in all these countries, and that has been attrited over the years. And the last thing you saw basically was in Niger, where I believe they had 2,000 troops. there's a coup, and basically France basically was a no-show. So I really don't see France as a real world player anymore. And I think the other part is that economically, their factories and their workforce are really not